A pleasant morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Yes, welcome to day 2 of the Caribbean CSO Conference. And a special welcome to those who are joining us online. I understand that we have quite a few persons that have joined us via live stream, over 500 yesterday, and quite a few today as well. So, a special welcome to those who are joining us online. Please share the stream, let everybody know what's happening here. There are great things happening. My name is Georgia Crawford Williams, and I'm going to be your moderator today. Now, for those of us who are joining us for the very first time, know that you are now a part of the shift. That's what's happening, yes? Together, over 4 days, we are going to be igniting civil society's next chapter. Now, our conference is actually being hosted by the global, by the Local Engagement Action Fund. That's what I should say, right? So, the Local Engagement Action Fund in partnership with the Caribbean Development Bank. And we're also joined by our strategic partner, the Commonwealth Foundation. And I tell you, we are so very, very appreciative of the efforts of these organizations as they continue to support all of us here as they continue to support civil society organizations and the work that we do. So we had our start yesterday, and what a powerful start it was. You know, we started with the Canadian High Commission and also CDB. They brought us greetings, and they reaffirmed, which is so very important, they reaffirmed their commitment to civil society organizations and their continuous support of the very, very good work that you all are doing. So you can mark the words and remind them every time you see them that yesterday them say that they will be here for us continuously, right? Right after that, we heard from the Commonwealth Foundation, and they told us about how they have shifted to investments for impact. And then we heard from the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, from Kevin Powell. What a powerful conversation that was, as he taught us how we can now demonstrate our impact through our social return on investment. And still there was more, because Tracy came afterwards and she told us how we can structure for success. So we had a brilliant start. And now, today, it's all about money. Money, but I want all to see how my face light up. Yes, it is all about money, money, money. Today is all about funding. Funding your efforts, funding the future, funding the mission. Right? But before I jump into it, let me just remind persons of a few very, very important things that we have happening here today. First and foremost, our collaboration corner is still up and running. And I tell you, I am very excited about the collaboration corner because it allows us a unique opportunity to engage with our strategic partners. And not only do you get a chance to engage, but you also get a chance to set the agenda. You know, as CSOs, when it is that you are contacted, oftentimes the agenda is already written and everybody knows what they want to talk about. Well, now you get an opportunity to say, this is what I would like to talk about, and these are the questions that I have. So at our engagement corner today, we have Kobo Toolbox. And so if it is that you have a data set that has been giving you some issues, if it is that you have a survey that you now need to design, if you have a project that you are thinking about how we're going to do or mail, then the experts are there and they're waiting to speak to you. Carry your computer, show them the data set, ask the questions, let's get it done. We also have the Caribbean Development Bank. They are also in our engagement corner, and all you have to do is to book a 15-minute one-on-one session and ask your questions. CFLI is going to be here as well. They're going to be talking about the funding that is provided by the Canadian government and the Canadian High Commission. And so if you have ever applied for a grant and you didn't get it and you want to understand, what did I do wrong? Where is it that I need to actually do some tweaks and changes so that we can be better aligned? Now is your time to shine. You understand what I'm saying? And also, they have grants that are out now. So investigate the opportunities. Go out there, have the conversations. A little bit later on, we're also going to be joined by our leaf expert who will be helping you to structure your organizations. Now, unfortunately, to my persons who are streaming, our engagement corner is only open to the participants who are here face to face. So I know many of you would have gone on our portal yesterday and you tried to book. Unfortunately, right now it is limited to those participants, and we have over 100 participants from 10 different countries here, sorry. And so once again, a round of applause for the host here. Over 100 participants from 10 different countries here. So we're doing some good things, right? So if you have not yet booked, go to our admin desk and book your actual engagement, your 15-minute one-on-one conversation so that you can know what you need to do, right? All right, so let us get into it. I told you that today is all about the money, right? And I know that you're all very excited about, conversations about funding. But understand that we are not just talking about where the money is and how it is that we're going to get it. We also are going to be speaking about how do we ensure that we can fund our mission continuously. So many times we have organizations that don't achieve their goals, not because of a lack of passion, but because they have not found out, they have not found their place, they don't understand how to manage their finances strategically. And we have the perfect person here. Let me tell you, we have the perfect person here to help us with that conversation. So, who is going to join me here today? Well, our conversation is called Sustaining Vision Through Strategic Financial Management. And we are going and proud to invite, to guide us through this discussion, someone who has spent decades strengthening financial literacy and accountability. She is representing today the JN Foundation Financial Academy, and her name is Miss Rose Miller. Please help me to make welcome Miss Rose Miller.
Thank you, Georgia. Good morning. It is wonderful to be in the room with so many people who are doing good work. It is awesome. 10 countries, welcome. This is Jamaica, awesome place. But then you all know it, okay? So today we're going to be talking about how we can sustain our financial systems, our finances when we actually get it. Come on up, that would be great if you come on up. So somebody from tech, please tell me why it's not happening. So until we get that done, Belize, let me hear you. Guyana? Jamaica. Suriname. Dominica? And the others just make a big noise. All right. So if you have already started the shift in your mind, because that's actually where it starts, let me see your hands. We got something yesterday that can actually start the shift. Before we get to the money, because shifting starts with a mindset. And so we have to get ready for that. Thank you. So we have to understand the vision. And each of us here, I'm sure, knows why we started our institution. But vision alone is not enough. Amen? But vision is driven by the mission. So as we develop and as we execute, we have to bear in mind the vision, the mission that we're on. The community impact is also very, very crucial. What are the goals that you have set for this vision that you have? Make sure the goals are pretty clear, because that's going to be really, really important. Sustainability objectives. We don't just want to start something and then next 2 years, nothing is happening. We want it to be sustainable. And so the objectives we set as we are seeking to do that are going to be really important. And of course, we want to leave a legacy, not just of our organizations, but hear me when I say, even in our lives, try to establish and leave a legacy. That's important as well. So what's the context of all this? We already know, because we are CSOs, that the landscape is changing. For many of us who have been in this space, we know that things are not today as they were 5, 10, 15 years ago. So that shift has already started. Accountability is a key word now because the funders are demanding more. It cannot be just that you get funding and then you go off and do your own thing. They are being aggressive now in what they are demanding. They want to see, yesterday we learned about SROI, they want to see what that is. They want that to be established. So no longer are we just able to get money, do the good work, because it's always good work, but we now have to be seriously accounting for the funding that we have received. We have to try to be sustainable beyond the grants. In fact, as the shift happens, then we have to go beyond grant funding, and we'll talk a little about that later on. We must see finances as an enabler. Sometimes we think constrained when we think money, but let's think of money as a design tool. Let's not think constraints so much. Let's use the money to design what we're going to be doing. So the strategic shift that must happen, we're moving away from or seeking to supplement grant funding because that's important now. And we're moving to financial strategic movements. We have to give every dollar, a job, or else we know the money will wander away from us. It happens in our personal lives, and it will also happen in the context of our institutions. We have to strengthen the projects. We want sustainable projects. Let's do this month, next month, and the other month, this year, next year, and the other years. I'm having a little struggle seeing my slides. I am having. Am I able to just shift this over? Can I shift this over a little? Oh, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. Did I tell you that I'm a senior citizen? No? Yes, I'm discovering that as you go, then the eyes get dim. Yes. Yes, I'm a senior citizen. And I like to walk up and down, so this is perfect. So we must be reactive in what we seek to set up. We want to move from the reaction that happens to a strategic output. Don't wait for something to happen. Look ahead and see if it's going to happen and plan for it. That's a big part of strategy. So as we said, the shift requires seeing finance not as a constraint, but as an enabling tool, as a tool that we can use to design whatever it is that we are going to be doing. A little definition for strategic financial management is the intentional planning, big word, intentional, serious word, intentional planning, monitoring, and use of financial resources to achieve mission and long-term sustainability. Intentional, don't let it happen. Be part of it, making it happen. So as we look at what that looks like, we definitely need to talk about our budget. We budget in our personal lives, and it's the same thing for our businesses. We have to look at forecasting, because that's where we're going to make sure that we are okay over every period. We're going to make sure that we have planned for what's coming. We have planned so we can pay the bills. We know when the inflow is coming, so we can plan it out. We definitely must monitor, because we did say that accountability is a big thing now. So ROI is important. We have to track our money. We have to track the progress. And accountability, reporting and governance. Who knows that if that's not in place, we really are in serious trouble? Nobody? Yes, we are in serious trouble if we are not reporting and we don't have a strong governance framework. But you might ask, so why is this important? Is it important? But I'm sure that's not a question that would come from anybody in this room, because we already know why this is important. It's important because it will ensure program continuity. We're talking about sustainability. Managing our finances well is important because that's what's going to ensure that the program can continue. It protects our mission and our values. Sometimes we have mission creeps because, we go after funding from anywhere. And it's just expanding and expanding, sometimes out of our reach, out of our ability to cope. It enables innovation. Yeah, we still know that it takes cash to care, right? We still know that we innovate, we are able to innovate when we have funding. Well, in Jamaica and in some of our Caribbean islands, many of our Caribbean islands, we see our young people, and I tell you I'm senior, so I'm probably talking about the last 4 decades or so, but we see where our people, our children, would innovate toys. They would make their own toys. Doesn't happen so much now. So we're losing a little of that. But funding does help us to innovate. And it builds trust among the stakeholders. That's why we need to make sure that we are managing our finances well. And it will also definitely strengthen the outcomes. Long-term planning is critical. And that's what's going to help to strengthen the outcomes. So as we look at the impact chain, definitely financial discipline. So as I said, in our private lives, we budget and we achieve our financial goals. Same thing for our organizations. It will promote organizational stability when we manage our money well. The program, as we said earlier, can continue, not disrupted, when we manage our money well. And then, at the base of it, we have the huge community impact that we all seek as we do this good work. There are certain pitfalls, and I'm sure, again, that most people, if not all in this room, would know that we do have some, that maybe some of us actually fall in those pits, if you will. And I'm just going to briefly mention some of them so that we can be aware, if we're not, and to guard against them. So the mission drift is a big one. We accept funding when it has probably nothing to do with our original mission, but just money going by, so let's just go after it. And sometimes we actually forget or dilute our mission. So we're chasing the funds, and we're overextending our capacity. Can't manage. And so what we offer is diluted. Our outcomes are diluted, and sometimes not achieved as much as we could. So we have to remain true to mission. That's a pitfall, so we want to make sure that doesn't happen. As we talk funding today and dependency, if we depend on one source of income, we are going to be in trouble. Again, I can't help but kind of parallel it with our own personal situations. Now is a time when we promote additional streams of income, right? For our own lives, because we want to achieve our financial goals. It's the same thing for our organizations. We want to be focusing on different streams of income so that we can do more good work, so it can be sustainable, so the outcomes can be more impactful. And when we have no reserves operating on, that also presents challenges. As we do our flow, our cash flow, we should be able to pick up where we're going to have gaps in funding, where the funding is not going to come until another 2 months, where the peak is going to be for when we need to pay out funds. And so we must have some kind of a reserve so that in case there is a gap, we're able to, again, fit in because we do have funds available for that. So operating without savings, that's an issue. No continuity to plan for economic crises. And you know, we just come out of a crisis, right? And it could have been worse. Well, it's bad for some people, but it could have been worse for so many others. And it is possible that many of our CSOs in Jamaica were terribly affected by Melissa. And so when we talk about a real crisis, that's one of the things we're talking about. So maybe some of the CSOs would have had to close the doors because they just could not continue. So we're able to absorb some kind of a shock. When we have weak internal controls, that's another big one. So our records are not in place. We don't know what's happening. That's a big thing. We don't separate duties. That's really a no-no for a CSO. The lines must be very, very clear. For documentation, when we have that, we are not able to know exactly what is happening, know how much money we are spending, who we are spending it with, how much money we are expected to get even. So documentation is important. Approval process cannot be overemphasized. Because as we go about spending, there has to be some lines as to who is able to spend this money. It just cannot be any and everybody. So the approval lines have to be clear. Sometimes you do have it in stages. You can approve up to a certain amount. Over a certain amount, somebody else has to approve. Those kinds of internal controls are really awesome. We definitely do not promote blurred funding. Great, great pitfall. Our accounts must be separate from our personal accounts. The business is a person, and so they need their own bank account. Don't go off spending using your own credit card and then try to balance at the end of the day. That opens us up to many different things. And many of our funders will not appreciate that at all. We already spoke about inadequate record keeping and a little about the cash flow monitoring. We have to be on it every single day. It has to be that kind of a map, that roadmap that we use to see where the money is going, when the money is coming, where it is going. So we have to track that. Only then will we be able to pick up things like late funds coming in, money that's going to be due next month, so that we're able to prepare for it. When we do have persons in authority who are not, let's just say, financially literate, aware of a lot of the financial concepts and so on, that can be a big problem in the institution, because we do have like board members who don't know how to read a financial statement. They don't understand some of the concepts concerning finances. And so even below the board level, if you're trying to get something across because they don't understand the connection, then you could have some challenges. So training of our board members, those who are running the organization, is going to be key. Governance oversight. We want this board, this body who runs these institutions to be meeting, to be looking at our records, to be making their suggestions, to be totally in touch with what the organization is doing. Under investment in admin. Now, sometimes we say, admin costs can be so big. It has to be more project. Ever heard that? No? Yes, man, some funders, admin costs can be too much. Money, most of the money has to go in the project, but we cannot avoid admin cost. In fact, we should schedule some money for like training of our admins so we know they are able to be more efficient, they are able to deliver more, and all of that. So we cannot overlook that. So we have to shift this paradigm. Once upon a time, it was like this, and now in 2026 and going forward, it has to be different. We have to move beyond just basic bookkeeping, just recording what's going on, to actually doing strategy concerning our finances. It is not just about accounting. It goes well beyond that. We need a strategy. And hoping that things will work out, well, we all know hope is not a strategy. Well, that's good, but that's not a strategy. Finances are going to drive the decisions that we're able to make. And so if we have funds, we're able to do X. If we have no funds, then we're not able to do X. And so finances are going to drive that. The more data we have, it can give us insight into what we're going to be focusing on, how we can, if and how we can expand, how we can allocate the funding that we have. And of course, finance enables the mission. Resilient funding is what we're about in 2026. That's what a huge part of the shift is all about. How else can we bring money into our organizations so that we're able to be more flexible, deliver more, be more resilient in the face of situations, crises, whatever. So that has to be something that we're actively going after now, thinking about, and making sure that as we move forward, that's something that's going to be a priority for our organizations. And finances also manage risk. As we proactively plan our organizations, finance is going to be a big part of it. And as we talk about managing risk, in our CSO, sometimes we don't even consider utilizing a tool like insurance to manage risk. True? Because we say we don't have the money. But that is such a powerful tool, because even as we speak, if many of our CSOs had some kind of a coverage as Melissa hit down, then we could actually submit a claim to get back some funding. True? But somehow, insurance is not on a lot of our radars. And so we lose that opportunity to be able to do that. So we start at the base of this pyramid with financial records that are in order. And we do know that nowadays we need to copy those invoices and so on, or we don't have them 3 months' time, right? We don't have them. So we have to copy them and make sure that they are in place. We have to put them up securely so that we don't lose them. Then when we analyze those records, and then we can use those information to make the strategic decisions that we need to make for the organization. But if we have no records, we have nothing to look back on. And that's going to be a problem. I want to put forward 4 pillars that strategic sustainability can be built on. Pillar number 1, purpose-driven budgeting. We want to align the money we have with our purpose, with our priorities. Pillar number 2, cash flow management. We need to know where the money is coming in, where the money is going, proactively monitoring our cash flow. Risk and compliance. Make sure that we are mitigating the risk and we are making sure that our people are compliant, we are compliant. And in Jamaica, we do know that our monitoring body, Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, they don't give us a chance. we have to be compliant. And so if you are registered with them, you are active, aggressive in all of these things I'm talking about because they want to see that we are doing that. And diversifying funding is our fourth pillar. So as we seek to align our budget to mission, we're going to ensure that our expenses, whatever we spend, it's in the areas of our priority. It's in the areas of making sure we're achieving the mission and the vision. We're going to separate costs so we are clearly able to see these costs are for my CSO, and in fact, my personal costs are not involved here at all. We're going to make sure that the program costs are distinguished from the admin cost. We're going to plan that we have a reserve. And in our personal lives, 3 to 6 months of budget expenses is what is recommended by the experts. And so in our businesses, we should try to make sure as well that we do have that kind of a buffer, that we're able to carry on in case there are gaps in the funding that we get. We are not disrupted, our business is not disrupted. And we are prioritizing impact. We must allocate greatest resource to the impact that we want to create. Pillar number 2, our cash flow. We're going to monitor money coming in, money going out, tracking the timing of the grant and the money that we are expecting so that we know when we can do the initiatives, the events, because we know that the funds are coming in. We want to be able to settle our debts because we don't want individuals to be calling us, suppliers to be calling us after we have engaged them. We're going to plan for delays in grants, so we need that kind of a buffer. And we're going to forecast whether it's going to be monthly. And for some people, it may even have to be weekly. But whatever is relevant for your organization, that's what we're going to be doing. Monthly, weekly, quarterly. We're going to update cash projections so that at any point in time, we can look at it and know exactly where we're at. And if the board calls to say what's happening, we don't have to be running around. We have it right there. Pillar number 3 is risk and compliance. And at the top of our institutions, we do have some kind of a governance structure. If it's a board, then I've already said make sure the board is au fait with what's happening with our statements, make sure we're meeting monthly or quarterly as the case may be. Make sure our financial policies are in place. That's so important because as our staff are working in the institutions, they need to be guided by specific policies that are outlined so they can function more efficiently. So if we're saying when we purchase, we need to get 2 or 3 quotations, that needs to be written down somewhere so that the staff knows that this is how we function. If we say when you take petty cash, you must get it approved, whoever is managing the petty cash don't just hand out the money. And then when you're trying to balance, hold on, money missing, where did it go? And if petty cash is disbursed, then you must get a receipt for whatever is purchased. So that when you're reconciling, everything is there. Policies that drive our financial space. And the internal controls as well. The reporting system, we decide on when we report, and we must be consistent with that. If there's a board meeting every month, make sure it happens. If reports are to go out weekly, quarterly, make sure it happens. We're talking efficiency. We're talking on top of our game. We're talking about running an organization in the best manner so that the funders will be happy with us, so that integrity is portrayed, so that we can attract funding. In addition to making sure that we are properly run and properly streamlined and properly organized, this will help us as we seek to do our audits. Now, again, in many CSOs, audit is not a word that comes up very often. But that's changing. That's part of the shift. That is definitely a part of the shift. And again, we have to make sure that we make provision for this exercise because it is not a cheap exercise. So we have to make sure that provision is made so that we can actually have our audit. And what an awesome feeling it is when you're able to say, as a CSO, my audits are up to date to 2024 or even 2025. That's a good feeling, not true? It means that you're on top of things. I wonder if anybody in this room is at that place. 2024, let me start there. Awesome. Great. And you're working on 2025 now, right? Great. That's major, major, major progress. A couple years ago, that was nothing for CSOs. We just do good work, right? But things are different right about now. Fourth pillar. And we've spoken a little about this already. So grants and contracts. You know, sometimes when we get grants, we are restricted in what we can do, not true? The fund must be used for that and that, not that, not that. And in fact, if you don't use up the fund for that and that, guess what? There you go. You lose it. Somebody will say, you mean I have this to do still? You mean I can't just use it to do that? And the funder will say, Or they may be generous and say, yes, you can do that. But you definitely have to get permission. Individuals and major donors I think that's happening in many CSOs now. You do have that kind of a support from persons who are like-minded, persons who are able to say, I'm going to send you a check every month or one time for the year. And that will be very useful. I'm part of an NGO that we do training. And during Melissa, we had a major fallout, as you can imagine. Campsite was destroyed in terms of our trees. Thank God the buildings survived. But all the training planned had to be shelved. But guess what? We have some awesome donors. So we're able to make salary, we're able to settle our bills, and we came out with extra money. And we thank God for that. Because when we cannot pay staff, that is a big thing. So income generating activities are something that we can also do. So as we are operating our CSOs, can we figure out, is there something that we can do as a body to bring funds in? We're talking about funding from all streams, from wherever they can come from, so that we're able to continue this good work that we want to do. The more funding we have, the more good work we can do. Now, many of our corporates are super, super, super generous. And most of us in here, if not all, can testify that corporate donation is a big thing. I see Open Door Foundation at the back, and I know all the time they get big up. Corporate donation. So make it happen. And the social enterprise model is another model that we can use to make sure that while we are doing good work, we're also earning money. All right, we can skip that because we did that. Let's just look at a little scenario here. When we are operating in a vulnerable model, we have a single donor dependency, that's a problem. We have no operating or thin operating reserves, that's a problem. We are more reactive to crises than proactive, that's a problem. We want to be shifting to a more resilient model where we have diversified funding and plans, we have our cash flow in place, we have board governance, which is a super, they understand what's going on, they are smart, and they're able to help us in whatever way, and we have a reserve policy that will see us being able to cushion shocks and crises as they come. And this is a more resilient model, which is what all of us, if we're not there yet, are going to be shifting to. Key takeaways: vision requires stewardship. So as you get funding, steward it to the best of your ability. Strategy protects the mission. We have to be actively planning so that we can continue doing this good work. Financial discipline sustains the impact. So yes, our records are going to be in place, our policies are going to be in place, we're going to be able to mitigate risk and do well in that space. And sustainability enables transformation. It cannot happen. A lot of the change we want to make will take time. So if our institutions are not sustainable, then we're not going to have the transformation we desire. It will not happen in 2 months or maybe even 2 years. So we have to be at it, as we all know, for the long haul. Now, are we ready to make the quantum leap? For some of us, it might be 20 degrees. For others, 45. For others, 180. Are we ready to make that shift? Hold on. So let's try that again. I know my time is done, but are we ready to make that shift? Yeah, that's better. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Give it up once more for Rose Miller from the JN Financial Academy. And I tell you, there are a few things that stood out in my mind when I listened to Rose, in particular the pitfalls, because I've been working with CSOs now, and I have heard her speak really to who ought to be the converted. That's what they say when you're in church. You're speaking to the converted. What it is that she speaks about the common pitfall of mission drift. The other day, I was at a capacity building session, and a young lady, she came to me. She says, do you know of any grants that are available that I can apply to? And I said to her, okay, what are you about? She said, anything that grant did for, I am about, you know? I said, but what do you do? She said, I do anything that you have money for. Yeah. And I'm like, but that can't be it. So we do that. And that's because, of course, we want to ensure that we have funds so that our passions can be funded. But we also have to be very careful of mission drift. It is something that is very, very true. She also spoke about ensuring that we have reserves. Yes? So many times that we have funds and we plan every dollar before we get it. Although we not get it, we plan for. But we as women, you know, we understand about having reserves, no so? Yes? Those of us, I remember my mother when I was growing up. And I grew up where my father was the breadwinner. And so lunch money and all of those things came from my father. Yes? And if my father should say one day that he doesn't have money, my mother never have money yet neither till him gone. And when him gone, she can dip in at the reserves. You understand what I'm saying? So we understand the importance of having some reserves because we never yet know what will take place. But we have to move it from, just as she said, our personal life and ensure that we plan just the same when it is that we're running our organization. Pitfalls that we have to be careful of. One final one that I must mention is that you must know who can approve the spending, the approval lines. She mentioned that. That is so very important. And you have to also ensure is the right type of person. So, for instance, for this particular project, there's a team of us, and Stephanie here, she's in charge of the approval of the spending. And it's very important that it's Stephanie, because if it was ever me, you see, for all my presentation today, I come down on a crane like Michael Jackson. And them kind of things you know, when she asks what we want, I say, I want everything. Yeah. How much people? 500. Arena. Yeah. That sort of thing. But then you need to have the persons who will say, okay, wrap it up. You know, who's not afraid to say, calm down. Enough times she messaged me off the ear. I say, all right, take it down a notch or 10. Yeah? So that's very, very important. Thank you. Give it up once more for Rose Miller from the JN Foundation. And now we are moving into a session which I know that many of us are very, very, very excited for, right? This is where we hear from the funders themselves. This time we hear from what we in Jamaica call the horse's mouth. When we talk about those who are seeking partners so that together we can achieve the goals that we have set, well, we have some of them here today. And they're going to speak to us about what they are looking for, what they are not looking for, what their mandates are, so that you can know if there is any alignment. Who are you in tandem with? And when it is that you listen to them, then afterwards, guess what you can do? You can book an engagement session yes, to ensure that when it is you apply, you are getting it right. So I'm going to invite my panelists here to come and join me. Our next panel discussion, and once again, I'm giving a shout out to those who are joining us on the live stream. We've gotten many messages asking how I can't book. We are so sorry. We can't allow booking for engagement session on for those who are joining us via live stream this time, because we're speaking the conference into being for the next time, right? So we're unable to, but please send us your messages, give us your comments, and let us see what it is that we can do as we try to ensure that you are in contact with the persons that can give you the information that you need, right? So keep on sending us our messages on our live stream. So our next session is our panel, What Makes a Project Attractive for Funding? Why would they choose you? Right? And so this is a critical conversation, as I said before. And so to help us unpack this, I'm inviting our panelists. I'm inviting Tanisha Dixon-Gale, and she is a Senior Foreign Policy and Diplomacy Service Officer representing the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, CFLI. Make her welcome, please. That is a mouthful, yes? Thank you so very much. Also joining us on stage right now is Karen McDonald-Gale, and she's the Chief Executive Officer of the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund. Thank you so very, very much for joining us. We also have Miss Nicole Adamson. She is the, well, you know, let me before I even say anything at all. We were to have with us Donna Blake, the board director of the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica. Donna fell ill just this morning, and she said she could not make it, but she's going to reach out to see if anybody can help. And like the trooper she is, Miss Nicole Adamson said, I volunteer for Tribune, yes? And so she is here with us today, and we so appreciate the efforts that she has made to be here and to have a conversation. And we are aware that her presentation might be a little bit different from everybody else as she's just jumping in. But you know, as in Hunger Games, it's those that we least expect it from. So we are very, very appreciative of your efforts. Thank you so very much for joining us on such short notice. Her name is Miss Nicole Adamson. She is the CEO of the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica. We also have Miss Elizabeth Emmanuel, and she is the consultant and PR relations expert representing the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. Make her welcome, please. And we have Razmi Farouk, the Director General of the Commonwealth Foundation. Make them welcome, please. So we have a full stage of beautiful ladies, and there's no better lady than a money lady, isn't it so, yes? And they're going to talk to us. They are going to talk to us about the grants that they have, the funding they have, the partnerships they are looking for, and what you need to do if you want to be a part. We're going to start with Ms. Tanisha Dixon-Gale, Senior Foreign Policy and Diplomacy Service Officer representing the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives. Over to you. Yes. Do you want the mic? You know, there's one here. All right. So, and they are ready for you.
Stace.
No, you can get up. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yes, Georgia, my name long.
Yes.
My position long.
Long.
CFLI is also a long title. So we'll just go with Canada Fund or CFLI and not the entire title. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here. It's really a pleasure to talk about the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives and what we do what we look for when we are selecting proposals. Let me see if I know how this works. Okay, so before I get into that, I want to talk a little bit about CFLI and a little history on it. So some of you may know that CFLI has been grant giving in Jamaica for over 35 years. And globally, it's been around for 55 years or so. And even though today I'm going to be talking about the Jamaica program of this CFLI, there is or could be a CFLI in any of the other countries that are represented here in the region. So you can get in touch with the nearest Canadian High Commission in your area and see how you could possibly access CFLI. So it's our flagship grants program managed locally by the High Commission, and that means we receive the applications and we make decisions as to who and what and how the funds are dispersed. So we typically fund about 8 to 10 programs, 8 to 10 grants per year. Organizations get funding. Funding ranges between 25 to up to 50,000 based on the quality of your proposal, what you're offering, how attractive it is. That will determine how much funding you get. And also, it is very thematically focused. So when we issue our calls for proposals, please carefully read the instructions that accompany the call, and it will tell you what those program areas, those thematic areas that we are focusing on. Because for the past 5 years, we've received about 300 complete and eligible applications. And I stress that because sometimes a lot of applications we receive are incomplete or are not properly completed, or your organization does not meet the requirements that we're looking for this particular time, and so you're not advanced to the round for review. So of that 300, about 24% of the applications were approved, so that's about 1 in every 4, so it's a very competitive process. Some of you will know that CFLI also has gender equality as a big part of its mandate. So 67%, more than half of the applications that actually do go through, focus on gender equality or have that sub-theme there as well. And then we also focus on growth that works for everyone. And that's looking at income generation opportunities for communities. So what we look for is a clear logic. There must be activity, output, outcome. And those of you who are in the project world, I don't need to say much more about what that actually means. You must also have realistic targets, very clear indicators, and there must be a sustainability plan. I also want to say that bearing in mind that the CFLI implementation process project is about 9 to 12 months. So whatever you propose in your application must be achievable within that timeline. Once you propose something outside of that timeline, we cannot consider that application because we do have strict reporting deadlines and requirements that must be met. So again, let me repeat what makes a proposal strong. A clear problem must be defined with data and with evidence. And you must also demonstrate the impact of your interventions. And if you want to get some extra points, you can align your proposals, your interventions vertically with Canada's foreign policy priority, or you can look at local or national commitments. And also the SDGs are always very nice things to add to your proposal as a part of your community engagement as well. Another thing that we look on is partnerships. So we know that it's a big space for CSOs, so we really want you to look at how you are going to engage other partners in implementing your interventions. And not just government ministries or other agencies. Other CSOs can also partner with you on your intervention. So those are very good elements, including your proposal, because it demonstrates community buy-in, and also it shows sustainability, that you're able to carry on the intervention even after the funding has ended. And one thing I forgot to include is that we also offer multi-year projects. So CFLI can go up to 2 years. So you can make proposals that cover 2 years, and we give you that funding over that period of time. Another big thing for me and for the mission is advocacy and visibility. You must demonstrate how you're going to make your activities visible and how you're going to give Canada acknowledgement for the contribution. That's important because in your proposal, we ask you, how are you going to raise awareness about your project and how you're going to include in Canada's contribution. So it's not that we give you the little bit of money and then you say, see you in 9 months. It's an ongoing partnership and collaboration that we want to work with you on for the next 9 to 12 months. So having that advocacy and your visibility plan is very important. There's a big section in the application form that you must outline that clearly. And just to add to Rose's presentation about financial and organizational readiness, that has to be clearly demonstrated in your proposal. Your budget needs to make sense. It needs to make sense, and it's clearly scrutinized. Even after we fall in love with the idea, we need to know if you have the financial acumen to really implement this intervention. So you must demonstrate financial controls. We ask you about how many projects you received before, what was the funding amount, and how exactly were the outcomes and success of those projects. It's also showing your organizational capacity. Sometimes I know CSOs are one-man shows, but you must also show how you're going to leverage that with other partners and with other key important stakeholders to ensure that your intervention and your project is a success. What makes a proposal weak? What makes us give it a second squint eye? So broad goals that don't really show us exactly what you plan to do. The proposals that are recycled, and we can tell. So when there's no clear data, violence is a serious problem in Jamaica. What's the data? Yes, we all know that, but you need to show how you are going to address this problem in a very clear and targeted way. No target group. We're going to work with young people. What kind of young people? Who, what, when, and where? How many? And the generic language. So if you're in the grant approvals funding space, you know what the language sounds like. So that's where you have to ensure that your language is precise and that you are very creative in how you put together your interventions and the intentionality of it. So to recap, ensure that you demonstrate clear impact. You're aligning with the funder's priorities, so read the funding call carefully. You also have that human element. You talk about the human experience and the community voice, because CFLI is a community-based project, so we need to know what the impact is in that. Your plan is executable within the 9 to 12 months. There you've demonstrated your organizational capacity, and all of your interventions and your project design is evidence-based. So those are the very 6 things that we look for to ensure that you have a solid proposal in going forward. So before I close, I want to share just as what's called a preview sneak about when our next call comes up. So we are wrapping up our current CFLI proposal project now in March, February 28th, so we wrap up everything by March. And then by April, we'll be sharing our new call for proposals. So if you're working with a CSO that fits into any of these thematic areas, democratic governance and human rights, growth that works for everyone, and peace and security, I encourage you or invite you to meet with us in the Collaboration Center. We can talk a little bit more about how you can craft a very attractive proposal and how we can possibly build a relationship together through the Canada Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I'm very excited just listening to it, and the possibilities are endless, right? So we want us all to ensure that we are aware. Now, we understand that we have some messages on the live stream talking about the resources, and if it is that, it will be shared. And I saw some of my participants here taking photos. So yes, the resources will be shared. As a matter of fact, the resources from day one have already been uploaded, so you can have access to them, and we are uploaded on our participant portal. So if you look at day one, then you'll see resources, speakers, etc. You'll see them. Now for day two, it will not be uploaded until afterwards. But yes, the resources will be uploaded. Thanking Tanisha as well from CFLI, correct? And remember, there is one in each Caribbean island. So make a check as to what's happening in your island and when your proposals are coming out or your calls are coming out, so that you can take full advantage of what is happening. So let me now welcome our second speaker. And my second speaker today is Karen. Let me just ensure I have you correctly. So very, very sorry. Yes, Karen McDonald Gale, Chief Executive Officer of the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund. Please make her welcome.
Thank you. You're hearing me okay? Thank you again to everybody, and I'm very glad to be here with you and to join you for a little discussion. So I want to first start by saying that CBF is a little different. We're actually a CSO ourselves. And so we are a funder and a CSO, which puts us in a very interesting category. So let me tell you a little bit about the CBF, and then I will tell you a little bit about the type of funding that we have available and what the options may be. So the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, as I said, is a conservation trust fund. Our aim is really to think about exactly what we've been talking about: sustainable financing for the Caribbean in conservation funding. And it means we work throughout the Caribbean, and our aim is to identify funding opportunities and sources. Our structure is very flexible. We have, thanks to the donors that helped with our setup, been able to think about new ways of financing and new opportunities, and that's what we will continue and what we aim to grow as we do more work. And we are looking for opportunities to create resource mobilization, specifically for the Caribbean, and of course, in our case, with an environment focus. So we do have a very detailed focus on conservation and environmental work in the region. And we do that through a range of financial instruments. So a lot of what you heard in the first presentation comes out in how we are designed, that we have an endowment fund, but we also have sinking funds, and we are now in our 14th year, we're 15 next year, thinking about what that means for the Caribbean in terms of other opportunities for creating sustainable financing mechanisms. And it's important to you all because the idea is that we are getting the money to the ground in the countries. So we now have the range of donors that you see on the right. We have our endowment fund, which I'll tell you a little bit more about, and we have two sinking funds that give funding to the countries that you see listed there throughout the region. So as a CSO and somebody who's our funding is based on the funding we receive, we do have to work in the countries that the funders tell us to work in. And so to give you a sense, we are now working in these countries that you see here in terms of the various programs that we're working in. One of the other things CBF has been able to do as a sustainable, a long-term entity within the region is to begin to proactively ask why some countries are not being considered by donors. And that's a question. One of the things that I have here to mention to you all is that role of advocacy, that we're not just sitting there saying, okay, you have funding for us, thanks, we'll take it, whatever. We're saying, why aren't you giving St. Kitts money because they're middle income? They need to receive money, or Bahamas, because they're a small island state doing work in the environment region. And that's one of the roles we're playing. And I say again, for the region and for CSOs, that you should really work on making sure your message on what you want to do is clear so that you can advocate. And also think carefully about when you're going to do that. When are we going to say we are taking funding, or that funding isn't the best funding for us at this time? I'm not going to go through this, but so that you had it in your presentation, we are doing work in circular economy. Those are direct grants to CSOs, and you'll understand why I'm pointing that out soon, and to other entities that do circular economy work in the region. And we're also doing work on ecosystem-based adaptation, which is giving funds for nature-based solutions for resilience, climate resilience. But I want to focus on our endowment fund, which is our core funding and our first major sustainable finance mechanism. We receive funding from a range of donors to create, in each of the countries you see there, sub-accounts. So each of those countries, CBF holds the money for each of those countries. Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, I see some people trying to read. Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And what we have in each of those cases is funding set aside for grants on the ground in those countries in environment. How are we getting those funds to the ground? We are working through national level conservation trust funds. The concept of a conservation trust fund where somebody is focused on getting the funding for the region or for the islands is what's important to us. And so in each of those countries, right now there's none in Antigua and Barbuda, and of course Cuba is special, we are getting funding to the ground through those national conservation trust funds. And if you do not know your conservation trust fund, let me know and we can talk more. I also want to point out the one that says FHB endowment. FHB is actually the national fund in Haiti. And the government of France asked us to create a separate account, which is the start of how we would run our endowment process. We receive the funding from the government of France, and then we help with getting the funding through our conservation trust fund. So that's the real idea of this first sustainable finance mechanism. And it is how we've been working to get funds on the ground in Haiti, even in those special times. Again, I won't read this, but just to say that the idea of conservation trust funds is something that we have been promoting and building, especially in small island states. The idea of somebody that will help with this, the fundraising, the financing side of things that needs to be done, so that those who are on the ground in the communities doing work can focus on being on the ground in the communities doing work and have regular sources of funding available to them when they need it and in the areas that they are working in. Again, in our case, it's environment. So conservation trust funds move the funding, though, all those pretty promises that we hear from Paris, etc., down to the ground and in the communities for work to be done. And it's still a work in progress. To point out quickly, the range of how a conservation trust fund can be set up is there. Not all are, some are established by law, some are registered NGOs, so some are also CSOs, and it's important that the governance aspect is considered. The other thing to point out is to spend the time, as I mentioned before, on setting up your fund, your organization, and making sure that it's doing work. There is a process for the conservation trust funds, but also the idea that when you are, now that if you are working in an environmental field in the region, to understand the universe that you are working in, that there is funding now available through these trust funds, there's funding available through other entities, and how do you build your entity and what you're doing to make sure that you know when the calls are coming out, that you know what they're looking for in those calls. And as I mentioned before, very particular to read, which everybody has mentioned before, read the call for proposals documents carefully to know when you should apply, but also when you should not apply. And so that you're saving your time for the work you're doing. I also had some notes on strategic planning and the idea of making sure that what you're thinking about for your organization is long-term, even if the funding isn't there throughout, that you are really asking questions about what it means for my organization, what do we want to get done, and that, as everybody has mentioned in terms of mission drift, that you stay focused on that operation. One of the things that we have spent a lot of time on is our board structure. As I mentioned, we are also a CSO, and indeed spending time on the role and thinking through how your board is useful to you, how your staff is useful to you, and how you make the best use of the organization that you have and the staff and people that you have available to you is an important part of setting up the organizations. And it's something we've seen as we have developed ourselves as a Caribbean-based organization. The other is, as I mentioned before, the idea of advocacy. What do we want to think about and promote for the Caribbean in terms of conservation financing? and how do we make sure we're not just focused on those 3 projects that we got originally. For CBF, we are focused on strategic planning. As we mentioned, there's this idea, we have already had to do disaster recovery planning, and so the idea of a disaster recovery window has been one we've focused on. And the idea of thinking about that and advocating to donors for that has been an important part of our progress. And we have also been, to take a discussion I was just having, making sure to advocate and ask for the administrative costs and the overhead costs for running a CSO. We give the conservation trust funds 25% for their work on the ground in the countries. I think that it's more than most overhead and administrative costs allow. And we are working very actively to advocate for administrative costs to be better covered by donors. If they want work done in the countries, they must figure out how they give some support to the organizations to get that work done. I don't know if Jet is here, but I'd never forget Diana McCauley, who's the Jamaicans know the name well. She used to say, I still need to flush the toilet in the organization. And if you want me to do my work, my toilet needs to flush. And it's that simple. How do we make sure you're getting great work from us? And it's much more than just going out there and reaching to the projects. There is running an organization, there's setting up an office and making sure that the office is running completely. The other thing that CBF and the trust funds are working on is innovative ideas. The ideas that will get us to long-term funding. The ideas with less restricted funding that help us think through what we can do going forward. We are thinking of creating a Marine Protected Area Fund where the funding, again, we will hold the funding, but that there is regular funding going to those marine protected areas that need funding throughout the region. And it means we have to think differently about where we can get that unrestricted funds. The simplest example I always give is the 1 cent on a can of soda, I'm not supposed to call names, which some organizations have been managing to do. We are thinking of the idea of a bank card. When you buy that bank card, some amount of the membership stays with us so that we can do some of the work on the ground in the countries that we're working in. So again, the innovative ideas that move us from project to project to wider concept are some of the thoughts that we have been working on. And of course, as somebody has mentioned, we have to be clear on what we're trying to do going forward. So you need to have your performance indicators in place and make sure you're building on them. And indeed, if you're doing work that is not building on any of your indicators, I do think it's worth you asking the question, should we be doing it? And those are the tough questions you really need to have in the organization. Finally, the idea that you're not just operating by yourself. Yes, you need funding, but partnerships are useful for you, but also useful for the donors. In the end, when the donors come to us, they say, we want to work in the Caribbean overall. Yes, I will make sure I'm trying my very best to work with the best organizations in each country, but that's what donors want to see, that collaboration across the board. So if 3 of you are doing ghost fish collection, ghost gear collection, and you are there and you aren't there, the donors don't. We have to figure out how you say, they are doing it over there because they're best, and we all know what we're doing, and there's collaboration. So that idea of partnership, also to build new ideas and innovative ideas, is something that we have been working on. And as you can see, we have a range of projects that we've been doing in that area. That was a lot. Anybody who needs to know more about the National Conservation Trust Funds in your country, let me know. Some of those QR codes will work to give you more information on the CBF. And I look forward to any interaction we can have to help you with the proposal process. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much. Her name is Karen McDonald Gale. She is the CEO of the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, and she is willing to give more information. As a matter of fact, right after this, panel discussion, we have a break, so take full advantage. And the majority of our panelists will also have sections and booths in our collaboration corner, so you get that opportunity, right? So it's very important. And I must pick up on one thing that she said about the partnership. This conference gives you that unique opportunity to meet persons from other Caribbean islands in the same area, so that now you can collaborate, so that now there can be synergy, so that 2 + 2 can give us 5. So that when it is that you're creating the proposal, we can now show that, hey, we're not doing a dibby thing. That's a Jamaican word. I'll tell you about it another time. Let us go. Let us now go to Nicole Adamson, or CEO of the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica. Please make her welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me on this panel. I don't have a presentation with me. As was mentioned, I've been thrown into the hot water this morning, but I'm going to still try to do justice to the topic. A lot of what the other speakers have already said also applies to us, to entities applying for funding through EFJ. So you will hear some of the items repeated as I go through, but hopefully I'll be able to give you some additional insights. So just a little bit about EFJ. EFJ has 33 years of experience giving grants in Jamaica, and we operate under 2 pillars. We operate under environment and child protection. A lot of persons are not aware of that second pillar, especially given our name, Environmental Foundation of Jamaica. And also because up until now, the bulk of our work has been in environment and forestry thematic areas. So we are looking forward, trying to do more work in child protection, and I'll probably touch a little bit more on that a little later. Rose in the previous segment spoke about being intentional about funding that we're going after. And so this is something that we are looking at so that we can increase our work and our impact in that child protection sector. Like CDB, EFJ operates on both sides of the coin. So we seek funding and we also give funding. So the lens that we have is that we are accountable to our funding partners. And so the entities that we fund need to set us up to look good to our funders. We are also supported by an endowment, which we have built up over the years as we were receiving predictable funds. And now we are actually accessing that endowment as we try to pivot and diversify our funding sources. So I'll just go into a few of the things that we look at when we're assessing applications for fundings. Obviously, we would go through the whole process of opening up a call for proposals and inviting proposals. So once we've received the applications, what are some of the things that we are looking for? Overarching, we are looking for a succinct identification of the problem that you're attempting to solve, or a development objective for your community or your organization. We're looking at clear measures of success that are built on clear understanding and expression of the issues and potential solutions, and the rationale for the actions that you are outlining in your application. We're looking for innovation. So is your project trailblazing in any way? A key aspect that we are looking at, and it's kind of a buzzword, what is the anticipated impact? And a lot of things fall within that category. So we're looking at considerations of the lasting impact of the project, sustainability, another buzzword. But we're not looking for a one-off activity or after the end of the project, things fall into disarray and then the need arises again. We're looking for that long-lasting impact. We're looking at clear measures of success built on a clear understanding of the expression of the issues and the potential solutions and rationale for the actions outlined. And we're looking at the local capacity to measure the impacts and the ability to bring some cash or kind or technical ability to the project, you know, some skin in the game. We're looking also at locally led and participatory governance, another word that has come up a lot this morning, governance of the project implementation. We are looking at the capacity of the partners to implement and to measure the impacts. Something that will be very helpful in your application as well. We're looking at strong partnerships. So perhaps your organization doesn't have all of the resources or all of the capacity. And so if you can build partnerships to bring that to the table, that will be helpful in the design of your proposal. And then capacity building. So that helps with the sustainability after the project has been completed. We're looking at the realisticness of your project. How realistic is your time frame and how well thought out is your budget? If you have costings as well, that will help in the assessment. And as I mentioned, we at EFG, we're historically known for environment, but we are looking for youth and child health development opportunities. I'm gonna follow suit on my colleague here and give you a sneak peek because we do have a call coming out next month in March for nature-based solutions. It's a project that's being funded by Global Affairs Canada, one of the sponsors here, so I'm sure they'll be happy to know that we are, you know, promoting what we are doing. So we are looking for projects that will develop nature-based solutions in urban marginalized areas. So if you are in that area, please look out for that. It's going to be towards the end of March. And then let me just close by saying that, as I said, EFJ is also looking for funding. And so part of that project that GAC is funding is to develop our own internal capacity for sustainable financing. So that's something that we are actively pursuing this year so that we can continue to fund projects on a consistent basis going forward.
Thank you so very, very, very much. All right, so we are moving right along. We now have Miss Elizabeth Emmanuel, and she is the head of technical assistance and corporate communications team at the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. Please make her welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And I'm going to start a little different. So I'm from CRIF SPC. Actually, our name is CRIF SPC. We were formerly the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. How many of you have heard of CRIF? Raise your hands if you have. Okay, before today. How many of you have heard of Hurricane Melissa? All right. How many of you have heard CRIF and Hurricane Melissa in the same sentence? All right. So today, CRIF is the world's first multi-country, multi-peril risk pool based on parametric insurance. We are the largest risk pool in the world. We were the first, and there are now 4 risk pools in the world which were adopted and adapted from the CRIF model. We have been in existence since 2007, following the devastation from Hurricane Ivan. But where do we fit in with CSOs? We are an insurance company, and as an insurance, we are the world's leading or the world's first development insurer. So you have a Caribbean Development Bank, we are a development insurer. And what that means is that as an insurance company, we put back, after we pay all the bills, or profit in our members. So a percentage of our investment income, remember, we have to make money so that we can pay out, we can do payouts, right? We're an insurance company, goes into programs that lead to building resilience, leading to adaptation to climate change. So before we have 35 members. We work in the Caribbean and Central America. So before I start, just showing you our projects, I have a little video that will sort of wake you all up. So, Avi? No, that's my PowerPoint, the video.
Parametric Power in Action. CRIF payouts after Hurricane Melissa. When Hurricane Melissa struck Jamaica in October 2025, the damage was swift, and so was the response. CRIF SPC delivered $91.9 million in payouts, 14.8 billion Jamaican dollars within days. No delays, no red tape. Why so fast? It's called parametric insurance. CRIF pays based on the intensity of the event, not damage reports. Jamaica's tropical cyclone and excess rainfall policies were triggered. Funds flowed in. $91.9 million, 14.8 billion Jamaican dollars within 14 days. Payouts will help restore water, repair infrastructure, and support vulnerable communities, protecting lives and stabilizing the economy. Across the region, CRIF has made 82 payouts totaling $483 million, proof that parametric insurance works. As climate risks rise, CRIF closes the liquidity and protection gaps with speed, equity, and resilience. CRIF, the Caribbean and Central America Parametric Insurance Facility and Development Insurer. Parametric Power, fast relief, resilient futures.
All right, so I will now go into very quickly my presentation, which is very short because I'm keeping everything to the 8 minutes. So next, where's the clicker? So CRIF, our projects, what I want to speak today is the blueprint for strong projects. And as our small grants program, as a development insurer, this is one of the many things that we give back. Persons would have seen floating on the tables. I handed out some flyers for scholarships, internships. We are here to build a cadre of professionals in environmental management, climate change adaptation. We invest in the young people of the region, but we're also investing in communities. And the best way to do that is through civil society organizations. So our projects, we focus on NGOs, CBOs, faith-based organizations, service clubs like your Kiwanis, schools, academic institutions. Now, we have done, since the launch of our small grants program, about 77 projects to date, and that was in 2015. That does not include projects that we do with regional organizations that we provide funding to, for example, like the University of the West Indies, where we provide funding for small grants as well. So our investment to date has been above $4 million. And applications, the difference between CRIF and many of the other funders, we don't have a window. You apply anytime. What you don't know is when our team reviews your project. But you apply anytime because projects are reviewed 4 times a year and accepted 4 times a year. In fact, we need more proposals. So the more proposals we get, the more we can give. All right? We accept projects only via an online portal. So you don't know me, do not send me your project because I will tell you for transparency and accountability, I cannot look at it. Go through the portal. It is open to you. And I just want to give you a snapshot of the areas in which we have invested. Environmental sustainability and ecosystem-based adaptation. So we have projects in Haiti, in Dominica, in St. Lucia, mangrove rehabilitation, reforestation, wildlife impact studies, for example, right? We look at projects in climate resilience and disaster risk reduction. This is a project in Haiti which focused the photo there on mapping landslides in Haiti. We look at things like, for example, we gave a lot of support to St. Vincent after the volcanic eruptions. We look at disaster management plans. For example, a project on that was done in Jamaica. Then we look at community resilience and capacity building. And I have that photo there because this was a really interesting project coming out of Haiti where they allowed high school students, based on their culture, to write stories around disasters. And it complemented, some of you may have a book in front of you, the CRIF Children's booklet. It sort of complemented the work on the English side. But there we look a lot at CSOs providing community awareness and training around environmental management or climate adaptation, etc. We do infrastructure rehabilitation and hardening. And this is a before and after photo, actually for footbridge construction this is not the footbridge. This is a seawall construction in Haiti. And I'd like to tell you something about our projects, which I didn't mention. The funds are between $5,000 to $25,000 US per project. And what we have in some of our NGOs in Haiti, and they do really, really good work. Some of our projects, they end a project today and they put a proposal tomorrow. I see some of my colleagues from Belize, one of my favorite countries in the region. Belize, you know Humana, right? People to people. You're from Humana? Suzanne? No. I saw you recently at Humana. You have gotten more than one project from us and have done really, really, really good work with some of your Mayan population, women, communities. But we also do projects in rehabilitation and hardening. There is also agriculture, food security, and innovation. How many people are aware of the Papine High School greenhouse? You are aware. Excellent, right? It is something to be copied. We invested, or we actually provided the grant for that greenhouse. We're focusing on things like agrovoltaic systems in Trinidad, climate resilient farming, etc. And of course, we do a lot of funding in research, data, and technology for resilience. So currently, we have a group of young people, I believe they're next-gen mappers out of Trinidad, some young GIS mappers, who will be launching projects on GIS in Trinidad and in Jamaica. We recently worked with an NGO out of Trinidad called Seize It on supporting an AI-based Farmers Companion app. So these are some examples of projects. Scan that code. But what do we look for? And we look for 6 things. And other people mention the other things, you know, the reporting and all of those things. And we do look for that. We look firstly for strong alignment with our vision and mission. That means those kinds of projects that we looked at just now. Disaster risk reduction, climate resilience, environmental sustainability, nature-based solution. We look at community benefit and ownership. We want to see the projects rooted in real need and that the community is involved in shaping and sustaining it. We love to see sweat equity as well. Many of our grantees are schools, youth groups, farmers associations, and indigenous organizations that understand the context and are deeply invested in the outcomes and long-term sustainability. Feasibility is the third thing. A good idea or concept, as was mentioned earlier, is not enough. In your proposal, we want to see how that project would be delivered. A work plan, a budget, the right partnerships. Don't say you're going to work with the Ministry of Health and you don't ask the Ministry of Health nothing. because it's going to come up on my radar. And I'm going to say, where is the letter of support? Can be funded. And a team with the capacity to execute. The projects we fund are also practical, achievable, and ready to implement. Fourthly, innovation paired with practicality. I love creativity. CRIF was built on creativity and innovation. We want to see that. We are in a world of AI. When we saw that proposal from CSIT for the AI-based farmers app, yes. We had another one on plastic upcycling in Antigua, which is being implemented now. But innovation must be grounded in local realities, and you must be able to deliver real results. We want to see measurable impact. Who will benefit? How many people will be reached? And what will change after the project? The strongest proposals are evidence-based. And finally, we look at two things: sustainability and scalability. Because guess what? When we think about scalability, all of these small island developing states of the Caribbean, we have the same issues. We have the same challenges. Why develop a farmers app here? And I'm going to give another NGO resources to develop one there when we could scale that, right? We have, for example, with Humana, they have developed training materials. We have turned those training materials English, Spanish. We look at scaling up, sharing those materials on our knowledge portal with other NGOs, because there is so much to learn from what already exists. And of course, we look at sustainability. What happens after the grant ends? Will the skills remain? Will the systems be maintained? Will the community continue the work? Sustainability is a major differentiator. So my message to you today is simple. CRIF, as a development insurer, is not looking for perfection. But we're not looking to see whether you cross the I and dot the T. In fact, our Haiti counterparts try so well to write the proposals in English that you know it is Franglish, it's not English. But they have gotten a lot of proposals. We are looking for clarity, practicability, and commitment. One of the things that we have encountered, and we don't see it so much anymore, if you have funding from another project, declare it. Please. It's not going to prevent you from getting our funding, but don't let me see it, because I see everything. Trust me. I may not follow many people, but I see everything. I take that 5 minutes on social media. A clear problem, a realistic solution, a community that cares, and a plan that delivers, embeds sustainability, and scales output across communities. We look forward to seeing your projects, flood our portal. So the first thing you have to do is to apply as an NGO to be part of our portal, which is not a big deal. Once you're in the Caribbean and you're a CSO, it's fine. And I look forward to our discussion and to hearing a lot more from you and engaging with you. Any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very, very much. Her name, remember her name, but don't send her any emails, right? Just remember her name. Her name is Miss Elizabeth Emanuel, and she is the head of technical assistance and corporate communication at CRIF SC. That's what I should add, correct? SPC, CRIF SPC. So let's get it right. So flood her portal, lots of proposals, lots of grants. And finally, we have Ms. Razmi Farouk, and she is the Director General of the Commonwealth Foundation. Let's give it up for Ms. Razmi Farouk.
Jesus. Okay, so I realize I'm between you and the break, so that's not a great space. But how is everyone doing? Okay? Great, good. Hang in there. I won't be too long. I just want to say it was a great privilege to talk to all of you yesterday and to get to know you, understand your realities. And you already know a bit now about the Commonwealth Foundation because you gave up some of your time in the evening. And we shortchanged you on the cocktails because you didn't really get an alcoholic drink, so really sorry about that. We can't justify that, unfortunately, but it was a great pleasure to talk to you all. So where the Commonwealth Foundation is concerned, I think you know our priorities, we share them, but briefly for the eminent panelists we have here, as I said, it's freedom of expression, economic inclusion, and climate change. So these are three really broad areas. I think one of the things, having worked in the sector, as I told you, for many years, is we try to keep it really broad because we want to be responsive to your needs and what you see as your priorities in your communities. And I think the key for us is we want to get compelling proposals that really show us where the need is, how you are relevant in those spaces, and how you can make a difference in the work that we are trying to promote. So I think I'm picking up on the issue around the mandate. So if you know the donor's mandate and you can show clear alignment to that mandate, then you can really, you've got a good chance of getting the foot in the door. But I've got to be honest, and I said this yesterday, that the space for funding is shrinking. So there's a lot of competition. And we're also seeing now that we are having much larger organizations applying for our funding than we did before because there's less money in the system. So it makes it really difficult for small organizations who don't have the same amount of capacity to generate proposals, etc. And we recognize and appreciate that. I'll get this out of the way. So in terms of our alignment, and I'm sorry, we've got some presentations up there and I'm not really sticking to it, Vin, so sorry. It's really like some of the panelists said around participatory governance. It's an important aspect. How are we bringing people closer to the decision makers, and how does your work support that? And how can we support communities to engage constructively in the issues that they face and in the spaces that they need to engage in? And as I said yesterday about the child marriage issue, I was thinking about the challenges in Guyana, that, and I'm not going to sort of be too descriptive about it, but it's also, do those decision-making spaces really want to hear those challenges? Are they really receptive for change? And what do we need to do to put those steps in place? And can you help elaborate that so that we can see and be convinced by your efforts that, we can help to catalyze something new? We would love to invest in. And even if our member countries who fund us are not happy with that, we'll take that challenge on. We'll advocate with our high commissioners in London and our government stakeholders in your country. So these are ways in which you can engage us as a partner and where you see we can bring value to that partnership. In terms of funding impact, sustainability is something I know we all talk about. Donors talk about it all the time. And it's so difficult to demonstrate sustainability when you have a short project cycle of 2 years. So it's also being realistic in our expectations and appreciating the capacity and the proportionality of your work. I know that the head of Blossom Inc. is here, and I'm looking at her because she's been a recipient of our funding. And I think what's important to me is the respect that we provide you, the dialogue that we have with you, the partnership that we're engaging in to make change in your reality. That's why we're here. So it's not just about the money. It's about understanding our mutual realities and how we can bring our strengths to that engagement. So just to reflect on some of the things colleagues here said on the panel, really the clarity of purpose in your proposal. Don't overcomplicate it. Keep it simple, keep it to the point, make it convincing, because unfortunately or fortunately, we're reading a document and our colleagues who review it, they need to see that clarity. And to be honest, in the Caribbean, you are so articulate. If you write the way you speak, I can't see the issues. You just know how to tell a story. So tell that story. Make your design realistic. Don't try and sell to us, I don't know about the others, like a huge program that is, with £60,000. Make it realistic, make it sensible so that we understand what these bits are going to engage in and how much it's going to cost. And also, as I said, show some meaningful change that you're trying to achieve and why it will make a difference, and help us to understand that. Remembering that a lot of these people are sitting in places very far away from your communities. So sometimes you need to articulate the obvious. What might be obvious to you may not be obvious to the person who's reading it. So articulate the obvious. And also your organizational thinking. How is this promoting the work you do? How is this project helping you to position your organization? Whether it's to scale up and work in partnership with others, or whether it's going to influence change on a policy issue. And how does that make your organization stronger in that space as well? So, as I said, we want to be fair, we want to be flexible, and we want to be realistic. We also realize that we don't get a lot of applications from specific interest groups. Small island states are a big challenge, particularly in the Pacific, but recently has been in the Caribbean till very late. And that's why we are also here. We want to encourage applications from the Caribbean and the Pacific. And we also support pre-application process with capacity building grants. So it might, like in the case of, what was I've forgotten the name of the organization, Glenn's organization came to be. Equality for All Jamaicans. They basically received a capacity building grant from us just to help them to strengthen the way they work so that then they can apply for opportunities. So there's also a bit that we need to do around supporting smaller organizations to access those fundings, because it's the smaller organizations who don't have the skills, and we need to invest and understand and appreciate that. And then finally, we also have creative grants. We really want to encourage more creative ways of expressing your work. So how can we help to build that capacity within your organizations? So if you have a creative idea or a new way of working that is like, really bringing the arts in. I know it seemed funny maybe that we had the saxophonist while you were talking, but actually I enjoyed it. It changed the mood, it changed the spirit, it gave us a bit of relax. It was actually appreciating some talent and live music. It's a part of our culture, it's a part of our heritage. I know in the Caribbean you love music, and you can convince and you can engage people's hearts and minds with music and art in a way that we sometimes can't engage them with just straight up community-based activities. It's all part of our human interest and our way of being as people. So, as I said, we're looking at pathways to support. We're looking at how we can strengthen our engagement and relationship with you in the way that we work. We want to be more decolonized in our approach. We want to appreciate that, we're not just the power relationship of donor and recipient. And then we somehow, I'm not saying this about anybody else but us, that we don't want to terrorize you with our bureaucratic systems and our ways of working and our ridiculous expectations. We want to make it enabling and supportive for you to succeed. So help us to do that and work with us to do that and feedback to us. For those who have received from us, feedback to us. Tell us how can we improve. So in terms of emerging opportunities, we will have an open call. We have it every year. So it's usually towards the end of the year. And see more information if you sign up to our LinkedIn or our Facebook or other pages that we have. We also have creative capacity building grants that run through the year when we feel that, there's an organization who's really showing potential we could support to get to the next step. And we have our creative grants as well. So we give grants of up to £60,000 over 2 years. There's a lot of competition. We do have one existential crisis that we're facing, which is called AI. There's lots of wonderful things about AI, but there's also the challenge of receiving applications that have been developed by AI, which means how do we sift through it? They're brilliant. AI writes brilliant applications, So we have now got to figure out what's real, what's genuine. Is this really like somebody wrote this and it's true? So we are really intentional about finding genuine applications, genuine organizations that are working at the grassroots. Don't mask it with AI jargon and AI articulation. It's easy because it's an easy go-to for us to start with, but try to find that authenticity in the applications that you submit, because now donors are using AI tools that help to sift out AI-developed submissions. So it's just the new thing that we need to be alert to that I wanted to bring up. I think it's time for a break and back to Georgia. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you so very, very, very much. Yes. So I'm standing in between you and the break, right? I'm going to take only 2 questions. You know, my timekeeper is a gentleman. We knew we should not have actually asked Clement to be the timekeeper because we have such beautiful ladies here. And I was like, Clement, what's the time? And Clement, you're fine. You know, so we have got a little bit over time, but they were so very interesting that we didn't want to stop anyways, right? So we're taking only 2 questions. Only 2 questions before break. If we have any questions here. Is there anyone with a question? Just raise your hand because we have to take them on the mic so that our persons who are joining us via live stream can hear us. So if you have a question, you have to raise hand so that it is via the mic. All right, yes.
Thank you. This question is quick. It's for the Caribbean catastrophe risk. CRIF. Just how do you determine member countries based on the disaster risk? Because I don't see that Guyana was included, but of course we do see some disasters like flooding and so on in indigenous communities, but also on the coast. I just wanted to know what's the criteria.
Hi, Guyana initially was or still is not a member of CRIF because, and we recently developed a new parametric insurance product for Guyana as it relates to fluvial flooding, which is different from other types of flooding, as you know. Notwithstanding, from we launched the CRIF internship program, the scholarships, etc., from 2015, Guyana and Suriname has been able to benefit from it. No Guyana CSO has applied for funding, but we have had extra regional scholarships where we have sent your nationals to study in the UK, in the US. Plenty of them get regional scholarships for undergrad and postgrad. And we do place interns in Guyana host organizations as well as young people. We not recruit them, but they become part of our internship program, which for everyone, we pay our interns. They are paid about $1,000 per month for 10 weeks. If we take you from Jamaica and we send you down to Trinidad, we pay your travel, we pay your insurance. If you get sick in Trinidad, you have insurance, and we also pay your accommodation. So yes, Guyana could apply for all the programs we have under technical assistance, even though you are not a member, you're part of CARICOM.
Okay, wonderful. Are there any questions? Any additional questions? I'm seeing a hand. Okay, where's the person with the mic? She's here. She's right here. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Lucia Stedman from Dominica. We are one of the awardees for the CRIF SPC grant, a business training center, and we are very grateful to have found out about CRIF. We found out late last year what the organization is about. But some of the information you gave, I still had not known all of it. So I want to say thank you for that, and I'm looking forward to starting the project in June. But I wanted to ask a question from the Commonwealth representative. I know that we have the portal where we are supposed to go find information, but I feel that some of the challenges that we face as small NGOs in smaller countries like Dominica is the lack of information. We do not have an NGO coalition that we can safely say that could disseminate the information to all of us. So I would like to take the upfront position at this point to become that leader to gather information as much as possible on behalf of the smaller NGO. So I would like more information on the grants and funding available from the Commonwealth, because I see that you are saying that one Jamaican NGO actually got funding for capacity building, and I'm very much interested in that as a grant writer as well, to see how my country can benefit a lot more to empower the small NGOs that I'm aware of. So I'm not sure if you can lead me in that information.
Yeah, thank you. So your request is well noted. I think one of the things I would say as an easy start is just to connect with some of the social media feeds from the organization that gives the kind of open calls and when the grants are available, more information on the website as well. And then we can also connect, I can give you some contact details with our grants team, so you can get more information from them too. And then we can take that forward, and then that would be great if you distribute the more details about our foundation and our work and the funds that we are, sharing. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent there. So I tell you some of these questions that we didn't anticipate, but because you're here and you're listening, and it is that you're all existing in your own realities, then we get the information that we did not expect. Thank you so very, very much. Now, it is time for our break. We are going to go to our coffee break. Please, a round of applause for our panelists here. Yes. I tell you, invaluable, the information and the time that they have shared with us. Now, just a reminder that we can actually have further conversations. The Commonwealth Foundation will be with us tomorrow. I'm not sure if they have any times left. They were booking up quite fast, but you can look at the portal to see if there's an opportunity to engage and get the information and the contacts that you need so that you can move forward. CFLI is going to be here. They're actually here already in the collaboration corner, so you can find out more about their grants. I was told by Karen, that they will join us a little bit later in the evening for just a few persons will be able to engage them, because sorry, not Karen, Elizabeth is here by herself, so I don't want you to crowd her a lot because her team wasn't able to make it here with us yesterday, but she will be there so that you can ask more questions and get more information, etc. So please take full advantage of the opportunity. But right now, take full advantage of the break. We'll be back in a moment. Oh, it is 20 minutes break. We have 20 minutes break.
The moonlight shines, but it
Nothing about us without us. That is a saying that many vulnerable groups are familiar with. It is also a saying that in part informs a 3-country regional community capacity assessment undertaken by the Caribbean Development Bank's CDB Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF. From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise. This intervention aimed to identify areas for strengthening the operations of each group to aid communities with pursuing sustainable local development.
With that in mind, under the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we sought to look at the community capacity assessment, focusing on the community groups themselves to see how we could understand where their areas of needs are, and then to develop interventions to improve their operations as a group so that they could have more sustained interventions within their spaces and becoming champions for development within those communities.
The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. It responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities in the priority areas of water and sanitation, education and livelihoods enhancement, and access and drainage. Some of the needs identified by the assessment included the fact that 86% of the groups did not have a constitution to govern their operations. Additionally, 96% of the group members did not have the capacity to write proposals.
This questionnaire caught all of us sitting last night at the table, where it came to vision, mission, and then we went back as teachers, goals, philosophy, object. So we were saying, and now it teach us a lesson now, because it might be another NGO we might want to seek grants from, and they might ask us the very question. So if we get help in formulating objectives, visions, and missions, it would put our community, I think, on a better track.
As BNTF's program strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, the assessments also incorporated community awareness of and alignment with the goals. Overall, 62% of the 32 communities were unaware of the SDGs or how the goals applied to the work they were doing on the ground.
Coming out of the meeting, something that is very critical, Jamaica is a country that has aligned its national development plans to the Sustainable Development Goals. 91.3% of the indicators are mapped, if not one-to-one closely. But speaking to the community, they had not heard about the SDGs. They didn't understand what it meant. They were unaware of even its existence. I think that's a critical disconnect. I think we need to stop to get between that disconnect and pull the parts together.
The assessments were conducted using the intuitive software Kobo Toolbox, which allowed for data collection using a smartphone and for speedy preliminary assessments.
Reliable data is crucial in aiding vulnerable communities and reducing poverty. My name is Tino Kreutzer, and I'm the CEO at Kobo, the nonprofit behind Kobo Toolbox, a data collection platform used globally for research and social good. We were privileged to support the Caribbean Development Bank in strengthening the resilience of local communities in Jamaica and Guyana to ensure a successful project rollout. Our team helped design assessment forms, streamline data collection, and provide custom visualizations. Our offline data collection features were essential in remote areas lacking internet. Supporting organizations like CDB is central to our work. Our goal is to ensure that programs like BNTF have access to high-quality data tools so they can make an impact on the ground. By enabling access to reliable, high-quality data, we at Kobo are committed to empowering organizations like CDB to create meaningful, on-the-ground changes and to increase resilience.
The assessments have challenged the countries involved to look more critically at its work.
Some things that we've seen from these assessment visits that we can also do more for the community, which I'm looking forward to doing more for the community in terms of building their capacity and working with them as a group to, when we leave the community, for them to also be able to move forward and progress and develop further in their space.
For Laverne Luard-Greaves, social analyst at the CDB, a major part of the substantive value of the assessments is that many of the participating community groups will have their capacity for action built.
In the first instance, coming out of these activities directly, there is the promise to provide support for the entities to build out their action plans. In a very real way, the BNTF will be providing support for them to have these action plans finalized. We will also be providing support in terms of strengthening their operational capacity so that they're better equipped to conduct some of the tasks that they need to conduct and to better represent their communities within the spaces.
As a part of the next steps from the assessment, the BNTF will be organising a proposal writing workshop in July, as well as preparing an online community development course.
On October 17, the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, the Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with its partners, held a hybrid symposium attended by over 90 persons from 14 Caribbean countries. It underscored the vital role of robust data in driving poverty reduction and building peaceful and inclusive societies.
It is through data that we can pinpoint where poverty is most entrenched, which communities are being left behind, and which groups are most at risk. Moreover, data enables us to target our interventions more effectively. It allows us to tailor our projects to addressing the unique challenges faced by different populations, ensuring that our initiatives are responsive and impactful.
We must build sustainable livelihoods. At the same time, we need to make further investments to ensure that we strengthen welfare, so generation to generation, that cycle of poverty is broken.
In meetings like this,
A highlight of the symposium was a discussion on innovative approaches to data collection for poverty reduction.
We need to use innovative strategies to reach those who are most in need, but respond to what they need.
GEMS is a big capacity building program, and the idea is really to give the skills and the tools to collect granular data to local stakeholders. The idea of GEMS is to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have boots on the ground or feet on the ground.
Here in Jamaica, we have a poverty map.
And for instance, at JSIF, our targeted incidents of poverty are normally the poorest of the poor. We manage and have developed over the years a proprietary system that actually takes all that data and it overlays the other geospatial data that's present so that we can contextualize, for instance, and know at any given time what is the most critical, the most needed, and probably the most feasible investment.
In another discussion, experts explored the power of technology in facilitating community involvement and ensuring sustainable development outcomes.
It is actually an intuitive tool that many people pick up every single day to begin collecting data to inform their little community initiatives. And they are able to pick up Kobo Toolbox, as you heard, because it is a free tool.
We were able to use something simple as something we carry all the time with us, mobile telephones, to obtain data.
We have to ensure that we have field officers in the space to where the technology will not work, that persons are there. Because the truth is, no matter how far advanced we get, there is always a need for that human contact.
Any community with the right capacity can transform their space. So I think even as we start our development conversation, a lot should be around how can I leave this community at the end of Project A more capacitated than when we first started.
Beneficiaries from the Pisgah Primary and Infant School and the Child Protection and Family Services Agency shared their experience of data driving real change.
The communities of Pisgah, Huntley Castle, Berkshire Wood, Chevet Hills, we are proud beneficiary of a new school that is now being constructed. Thank you to CDB. Further data was used to assist 6 groups of parents who were trained and they were given grants to start their small businesses. We are now employing women on the site. Community persons are earning a living, and I'm telling you, we are coming out of the generational and the rural poverty that we have been experiencing over the years.
In 2023, the CPFSA benefited from the construction of our first child therapeutic center through funding from CDB under the Basic Needs Trust Fund. The therapeutic center provides services for what I would call the most acute cases, the children who require in-depth therapeutic interventions. Since January of this year, the center has seen 226 children.
The symposium was not just an event, but a call to action. By building capacity and empowering communities through data, Caribbean nations can move closer to eradicating poverty and achieving inclusive societies.
And together we can find the hope that's buried deep within. If we put away our differences and let's all be friends.
The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with global and regional partners, brought together over 60 community development professionals from 14 Caribbean countries for a transformative week of training in Jamaica.
We have had representatives from all 9 of the BNTF countries, and they have been introduced to the digitization of data using the Kobo Toolbox.
A main feature of the workshop was the World Bank's Geo-Enabling Initiative for Monitoring and Supervision, GEMS, a capacity-building program which uses cost-free open-source tools such as Kobo Toolbox.
GEMS is an extremely impactful program because it enables governments and other local stakeholders around the world to set up customized digital data collection and analysis systems or digital monitoring systems. And through this, it has brought a lot of accountability into project implementation, service delivery, inclusion. It has really helped to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have feet on the ground, giving them real-time information on what is happening in the field.
All of this gives us a better handle on the data collection process, the authenticity of the data, the longevity of the data, in that we know it is reliable, it is accurate.
The GEMS training is what exactly the Caribbean needs with respect to addressing the shortcomings that we have in poverty eradication.
The workshop participants got an opportunity to apply their learning, from asset mapping in Brownstown to beneficiary surveys in Mendestown.
There are 775 communities that we work with, and so what we started to do in 2012 is to really identify the assets or the resources or the things that are of value or importance to our communities.
In order for us to achieve our goals of having the economic development met, we have to have accurate data. And so it's very critical what the CDB is doing with the development of the COBO software.
With COBO Toolbox on board, we would be able to collect data in a more real-time manner. We can better understand the communities and what needs to be done in terms of planning and development and moving forward.
The project was basically about rehabilitating the Mendestown Farm Road. So before the project, it was in a very deplorable condition.
Before the new road built, it was very hectic for the farmers because we used to have to travel a good distance from the farm to the road with the goods and the sticks. Since the Mendestown Farm Road has built, it's much easier for us farmers. We use the donkey less and we get the sticks much easier to the farms.
Two main impacts is we and our children get into the main to go to our businesses, and the farmers getting out their produce to go to the market. Oh my God, it's like we're in heaven now. The farmers, they got it a lot easier because they would have to put the load on the donkeys, but now the donkeys are on holiday. When we are going up to the street, we have to carry 2 shoes. When we reach the main, we would change up. But my God, since the road have been there, it's a blessing.
Today's experience was very rewarding, seeing the satisfaction and getting first-hand knowledge from residents as to the benefits they have derived from the implementation of this sub-project. We were taught how to develop proper questions for the COBO Toolbox application, and really using it in community today helps us understand how we can improve on our questioning, ensuring that we gather the information that we really need.
It was good interacting with the community members to see how satisfied they were with the project, and just to see the smiles on their faces and them relating how beneficial the project was. That was a very good experience.
No more mud, no more grass, no more tears, no more crying again. Thank you, Lord, for CDB.
The training has been quite useful, and I think it will improve the capacity of countries in the Caribbean to do poverty analysis and to allow them to put strategies and programs together to address the issue of poverty.
I give a thumbs up for COBO Tool, and we definitely will use it in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I'm definitely excited about this workshop, just as the other 60 participants from across the region, and I'm also even more excited about what they will do upon their return to their respective countries.
We will be continuing to build capacity, not only in our BNTF countries, but across the projects and programs and technical assistance projects financed by the Caribbean Development Bank.
Once we listen to people and try to respond to their needs in a meaningful way, that is when development happens.
Community leaders are champions of change, building better lives, stronger organizations, and more resilient communities. The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in partnership with the JN Foundation and the Local Engagement and Action Fund, LEAF, hosted a groundbreaking 4-day pilot workshop. from April 28 to May 1, 2025, with one goal in mind: to empower community-based and civil society organizations with the tools to thrive.
We had a collective view, both CDB and Jane Foundation, in terms of the urgent need to strengthen community organizations to move the needle forward. So when Jane put forward the idea around the financial literacy training, we were happy to be a part of that intervention. We have had a long-standing relationship with the Local Engagement and Action Fund, financed by the Global Affairs Canada. So moving along with this financial literacy capacity building session for community champions means a lot.
When you combine your resources, you're able to reach more persons. And so this allowed an opportunity for us to bring our knowledge. Jane Foundation provided the financial management training, and CDB also looked at what are the necessary steps for preparing a solid project proposal. And if we looked at elements that would ensure that you have a winning project proposal when you submit to your donor.
We have a mandate at Jamaica National that we want to enrich lives and build communities. We want Jamaicans, wherever they reside, to live boldly, to live their best lives. And because of the role that community groups play at the grassroots level, empowering them to do better, giving them the financial tools that they need to thrive, it was a clear thing. It would be a win for all of us nationally.
Held in Kingston, Manchester, St. Anne, and St. James, the workshops welcomed 50 community leaders at each location.
Amazing, fantastic. Today was fulfilling. The content added significant value, real value to our lives.
The sessions covered the essentials of strong financial management, building the foundation for long-term impact and sustainability.
What they have done is, in a one-day workshop, put together a protocol and a system to help someone from start to finish that is a part of a benevolent society, a charity organization, or even those looking to become foundations. So they are supported, they know who to go to, and they can continue outside of the workshop the rest of the steps and phases that are required.
Gender responsive budgeting is integrating gender equality more strategically in your organization.
The main thing I took from the event today was how if we don't do the correct research and proper gender inclusiveness, that is a hidden risk to any grant that will be going out.
From today's session, I'm learning about that there are a lot of fundings out there for NGOs. So we must now do more active searching for these grant funding and for these opportunities so we can apply.
If you're applying for a grant, if your record keeping is out of whack, you're not able to sell yourself or sell the organization to the grantee. So I think that is one of the key areas of today's workshop.
My key takeaway would be learning how to properly manage your records, especially when it comes down to the different type of accounts that you may encounter in your organization.
Each session was practical, engaging, fun, and interactive, tailored to the real challenges faced by grassroots organizations.
I was hoping that a lot of the participants would note or see that registering with us is not as difficult as they might feel. I know that the requirements are hefty, but once they come in, they'll find that we're very helpful and that we're not going to leave them to figure it out all on their own.
I have to go back and hold meetings with younger community members who have done well and try to stimulate them to take a greater part in the development of the community, because I would really like to know that the community continues to develop even after we have gone.
Participants gained not just knowledge, but the confidence to lead with transparency and vision.
Coming here today, it makes such a difference because, when you have challenges in your organization, I found some solutions, and certainly it has helped me to be more confident in what I do.
With the strengthening of financial literacy, I feel more confident with doing proposal writings to approach different organizations and knowing that I will have all my checks and balances done.
This initiative is part of the CDB's strategic mission to build social, economic, environmental, and productive resilience throughout the region.
If we don't empower people working in communities to do their work better, if we do not give them tools, if we do not design access that is inclusive and appropriate for them in terms of culture, in terms of resources, etc., we're going to get left behind. We need them to make change happen. That is what ultimately was reinforced.
For the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we are invested in this quest to improve lives and to reduce vulnerabilities across the region. But for us to advance those poverty reduction agenda, it requires collaboration. It requires other entities coming to the fore. So if we could increase the awareness of the issues in those local spaces and bring other partners to the conversation, then it means a lot more. We are concerned more about the multiplier effect after the BNTF. We don't want to leave any community the same as when we started. So there has to be greater focus in building key areas like proposal writing, like financial management.
By investing in the financial literacy of our community champions, we're investing in the future of the Caribbean, where strong institutions uplift lives and local action drives lasting progress.
The Caribbean Development Bank was introduced to COBO Toolbox in 2019 while we were implementing the Community Disaster Risk Reduction Fund, the bank's program that was geared at climate resilience at the community level. A key component of that exercise was the development of community profile and livelihood baseline assessment, understanding the main livelihood activities within communities across the 4 targeted countries: Belize, British Virgin Islands, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A key component of that exercise was collecting critical data at the local level, targeting communities, some of which were within the hinterland, indigenous and tribal peoples, and having their perspective on what their key livelihood activities were, and then what are some of the main risks that they face, and what are some of the potential contingency that they could put in place in the event of a natural hazard. That exercise was quite challenging. We used paper-based models initially, which took us extensive time. So doing an exercise in one community could take us as much as 2 or 3 weeks from data collection to data analysis. COBO Toolbox changed all that. We were able to collect data and analyze it almost instantly within those spaces. The local leaders were happy, not just because the process was quicker, but they could also, in real time, have access to the findings. COBO Toolbox transformed data collection for us. What we did at the end of that process was we started to facilitate training in the use of COBO Toolbox data collection platform in collaboration with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. And we trained almost 300 community development professionals and disaster management experts in COBO Toolbox manipulation. Now, for the Basic Needs Trust Fund, the bank's flagship for poverty reduction program, COBO Toolbox is now one of our mainstays. In 2024, we had our first in-person COBO Toolbox training, bringing together almost 70 community development professionals and disaster risk management experts from across 9 Caribbean countries. And that was done in collaboration with COBO Toolbox and the World Bank team. That has led to significant advancement in data collection, as several of those organizations are now using COBO Toolbox in their work on a daily basis. Given the impact of this platform, in 2023, the Caribbean Development Bank partnered with the African Development Bank, the World Bank Junior Enabling Team, and COBO Toolbox, and hosted the first commemoration for us as a region for the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty in October. And that continued into 2024 and 2025 with a similar theme of highlighting how different organizations use tools like Kobo Toolbox to address issues of data collection in more efficient manner to solve some of the greatest challenges we face as a region. It became the go-to for us at CDB and among quite a few of our partners. As we go forward, we continue our collaboration with the GEMS team, World Bank GEMS team, to see how we could develop even more robust M&A systems within the Caribbean Development Bank to ensure even more advanced use of Kobo Toolbox. We're currently targeting completing a pilot portfolio mapping exercise, building on some of the best practices at the World Bank, and having our basic need trust fund teams in Belize, Jamaica, Guyana, and Suriname do use Kobo Toolbox to do mapping of our projects, both from the World Bank and the CDB, as a pilot exercise that will be replicated across other spaces. We are certainly happy to collaborate in all instances with the Kobo Toolbox team and what they bring to the table. They make development work much easier.
The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF, recently trained 11 community liaison officers from 9 BNTF participating countries on gender analysis, gender action planning, and mainstreaming gender into the project management cycle. The 4-day training workshop got underway, focused on using gender analytical frameworks and preparing gender action plans to mainstream gender in BNTF operations, recognizing the importance of gender equality for poverty alleviation and sustainable development. This is according to George Yearwood, Portfolio Manager of the BNTF. The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. Gender and climate change are two cross-cutting themes for the program, which responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities, such as water, sanitation, education, and livelihoods enhancement.
The objective was, as I said, a greater sensitization of the gender aspect of their work by providing them with new tools for analyzing the communities within which they work.
Division Chief of the Social Sector Division, Martin Baptiste, underscored the importance of gender for the CDB.
All right, welcome back to our Caribbean CSO Conference. It is time for our mid-morning session. I am aware that there are some persons joining us via live stream for the very first time. And if that is so, you would have missed a wonderful morning of information. We would have started with Rose Miller from the JN Financial Academy, and she would have spoken to you all about just strategic financial management, about the pitfalls that many of us as CSOs fall in now and then, the mistakes we make that will lead to sometimes misalignment.
The participants spent a significant amount of time
to us not achieving
on
our goals.
gender
And then
plans
the conversation that you all have been buzzing about, that we have been getting so many messages about and questions about, the funders panel, where the Commonwealth Foundation spoke to us, and the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund spoke to us, and CFLI and CRIF spoke to us, and they told us exactly what they're looking for in partnerships. And so now you know that CFLI has an actual call for proposal coming out next month. Now you know that the Commonwealth Foundation has a portal in which you can actually go and submit your proposals right throughout the year. Now you know that even though Guyana is not an official part of the CRIF countries, you still can send in for your grants, you can still send in for your scholarships, all of that. Now you know that the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica is not only doing environmental grants anymore, they're also doing child development. All of that was shared earlier today. And still, there is more to come. Still, there is more to come. So my name is Georgia Crawford Williams, and I am actually your moderator for today's session. And I tell you, we also had a big session yesterday, but I won't go into it for those of us who are joining us for for the first time, what you need to do if you're on the live stream is go on our portal, go on our participant portal, and you will have all the resources from yesterday available to you. And for those who are still asking about today's presentations, especially from the funders in terms of what they're looking for and when their next proposals and calls are coming, it will be on the portal tomorrow. Yes, it will be on the portal tomorrow. So the presentations are not yet up, but they will be on the portal tomorrow. So let's go. Let's go into what is next. You know, earlier Rose spoke about funding dependence. When she spoke about the pitfalls that so many times befall some of us as CSOs, she spoke about funding dependence.
Critical for CDB
she
gender
spoke about the
analysis,
fact that
Dr.
there needs
Maria
to be
Ziegler,
diversity so that we can make decisions as to how it is that we are going to operate well. To explore our sustainability beyond grants and donor funding, we have someone who has built her own enterprise within her mission. We're talking about none other than Kathleen Carew of Freeform. I'm hoping that I got that right. Yes, I did. Founder and executive director of Helen's Daughter in St. Lucia. Now, this is a young lady who has empowered thousands of rural women through sustainable agriculture and agribusiness development. She is a board member of the Equality Fund. She's also a Goodwill ambassador. And she is, I tell you, when it is that I look at this young lady, you know, when I grow up, this is who I want to be like, right? So apart from being
the Basic Needs Trust Fund of the Caribbean Development Bank recently provided gender sensitization training for 52 persons in the education sector in Grenada. Portfolio manager of the BNTF, George Yearwood, said building on previous programs, the BNTF continues to mainstream gender considerations in all interventions and at every stage of the project cycle. This heightens awareness of the different situations faced by women, men, boys and girls, and this awareness impacts the design of interventions and their evaluation. As we observe International Women's Day, here are some highlights of the training.
Gender equality is
one of our very own. Somebody
who
don't have to just talk it because she has lived it.
Of what
Make
is
some
acceptable
noise
for men to do and what is acceptable for women to do. Participating in the training activity, we have teachers, other members of staff, and including members of the PTA Association. I think the training is really just giving everyone an opportunity to look at their own internal biases when it comes to gender expectations and how do we address those biases and not restrict our children and not, you know, cut their chances of reaching their fullest potential.
For me, if we want to start change, we must target a generation to bring about the change. So I think this is very timely because for me, I'm going to take it back home and talk to my kids so that they have a better understanding.
My most valuable takeaway from today's training was there is a distinct difference between sex and gender. It is a very broad topic that I think, you know, mostly all the schools need, and this is a discussion we as adults need to have on a regular basis.
According to Dr. Maria Ziegler, gender specialist for the BNTF, the BNTF takes a holistic approach to its work by funding infrastructure and capacity development and by addressing the underlying norms and behaviors that affect equal access to the benefits of the latter by women and men, boys and girls. Gender sensitization training, she said, is very important to raise awareness and stimulate the changing of gender stereotypes and harmful gender norms, which affect behaviors and societal expectations, and also equality or inequality in outcomes.
I must indeed say it was very informative. I've learned a lot, and I think a lot of communities need to have sessions like these to inform the public. For parents, have a discussion with your child in relation to gender and sex, so that we don't see the same thing repeating in history.
The world is changing. If we want to keep up, our mindset has to change. I'm not saying that it should take away from our core values, but our mindset mindset towards gender biases has to change so that we who are in charge of the future generation, that we can have a better world for them to live in.
I must say this project was mind-blowing. BNTF program project is doing our school, and not only just the concern about our school, they're concerned about training us as staff, training us as parents, to prepare our children for the next generation.
In the 42 years that it has been established, BNTF has implemented over 3,000 sub-projects, which has directly impacted the lives of more than 3 million men, women, and children.
Don't you get audited? Don't you have to run sort of like human resources? You recruit, hire, train persons. All of those things. I want to just see around the room how many persons actually have to do that in their day-to-day operations. So that's it. So I'm just talking to a few persons. Can I see the hands up, please? Like, how many of you? Exactly. These are business principles. When I got into non-profits, yes, you can be an activist, you can be an advocate, but you also have to be a lawyer. You also have to be an accountant. You also have to be a compliance officer. And more, you're running an organization just like a business. And in the Caribbean, we don't have, I'll speak from the St. Lucian context, oftentimes it's either you're registered as a community organization, or if you become a nonprofit, you have to be incorporated. You have to take the same steps of incorporation like a regular business. So you're running a business. So as far as I'm concerned, if you raise your hand, many of you, without knowing it, you're a social entrepreneur. You know what your dollars and cents are? That's social return on investment. So being able to calculate what your programs, the cost of your programs and so forth, that data, that is your power. So instead of persons, for example, for-profits, their focus is maximizing profit. That's totally fine. But for social entrepreneurs, you are maximizing impact. You are assisting governments, you are assisting donor agencies, you are doing the work. So I think for many of you, we need to start learning to, again, hone in and recognize that we're not just little NGO leaders, you are social entrepreneurs and you are doing the work already. So, because I have 45 minutes and because I know what it is, I am going to place a challenge to the funders in the room, but also it's some ways of going around this. CSOs are being asked to solve 21st century problems with 20th century funding models. The Caribbean is one of the regions that receives the least amounts of philanthropic funding. Of course, we talked about, one of our colleagues talked about ODA eligibility, and I'll go into that and so forth. But here's what it is. How many of us had USAID funding and it was cut? All right. I'm not going to ask for to raise hands, but how many of us, that was the only funder we had for that project? You don't have to raise your hands, but I'm going to touch on that because if you are using business principles, first thing I learned, you need to diversify your funding streams, not your income streams, your funding streams. Foreign aid is indeed shrinking. Geopolitics, things are changing. We are seeing that in the news, and the Caribbean is going to be affected, especially because we are viewed as middle income. Of course, all of us here as well, we're competing for grants. We want to know where the funding is and so forth. But if we expand past what we see in this region, the opportunities are more endless, especially in philanthropy, in private foundations, and so forth. ODA access is tightening as more countries are becoming ineligible. Our sister country, St. Kitts and Nevis, has graduated. I don't necessarily know if that's a good thing because there is still a need, but for example, we operate in St. Kitts and Nevis, and what we have to do now is use some of our operating costs to match some of the projects that we are doing in St. Lucia, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, just because of the fact that they're ODA ineligible. And any of our countries, this could happen to. Guyana, there's been talks. St. Lucia,
There's been talks. So again, this is a reason for us to try to push sustainability, because we want organizations that can thrive regardless of the times. The middle income paradox. A lot of us, that's the problem. When I go into certain rooms, especially in the social impact investment spaces where we need to start going into more those non-traditional spaces like SCOL, I challenge them, why are we not funding within the Caribbean? One man was like, well, the Caribbean's paradise, like what's the need? And it's true. It's the narrative that we sell. We do sell a tourism product, but we also need to sell the other side of that tourism product and recognize that it is a balance. We do have amazing, beautiful, lovely countries, but in the blink of an eye, it could be gone. We also have some of the highest rates of domestic violence. We also have high rates of crime, of violence, and so forth. So again, it's not just one story. This is the Caribbean, and we as advocates need to also challenge non-traditional funders to recognize the importance of that. Donor fragmentation. This is something at this point, and yes, we are at a privileged point, but at this point we are at a state where we say, look, if you want me to create an entirely new project and so forth, unfortunately, it's not going to work for us. Or if you are open to being amenable to supporting something that we are already doing with some tweaks that you would like, that is totally fine. But again, you also have to show the impact. You also have to show that you have been doing the work. And project funding, that's why I'm telling you guys, project funding here in the Caribbean is very short term. There's not many persons that have philanthropic funding that is unrestricted. There are not many trust-based philanthropists in the region, but you have to go find them. I will go into that when I go into business principles and so forth, but as advocates, we don't do a great job in communicating what we do. At Helen's Daughters, we use the tool, this little thing of social media that costs you nothing to download. Use it, because you're gaining access to a wider audience. I'm not going to go into this like a lot, but a lot of people, when they think of social enterprise, and I also thought that, so, oh, you are doing something good for the community, but you're making this huge profit. No, there are for-profit social enterprises and there are non-profit social enterprises. So I'll go through three. Patagonia, some of you know of Patagonia and what they do. It's a clothing company, it's for profit, but what they do is they use their profits, which sometimes total more than 100 million annually. It goes into a trust, and what that funds is anything around environmental crises. Now you see a completely different model, like my favorite one, Teach for All Network. Teach for All is sort of like a global umbrella. It's across the world. And what they essentially do is they hire university grads that have done very well, but they place them in high needs areas. Now, their funding is blended. And what that means is that they're not generating revenue. They have different streams. So they have, for example, the philanthropic funds, grants, which may be helping them in training the teachers, the graduates that they actually recruit. Another funding stream that maybe they don't receive directly, but they negotiate, is that sometimes if governments hire those teachers, the government pays the salaries of the teacher. That's a core cost that's removed from the organization and put onto a funder. And then also there's corporate support. Your typical companies that are big on CSR and want to provide whatever it is, maybe materials for the schools and so forth. But then there's regional examples all over. And sometimes it kills me because we are so timid about the way we say our things. There was one, I think it was this gentleman, who said something about an agro park. That is a social enterprise. So in St. Lucia, we have the National Trust, which is, it covers anything from all like conservation sites and so forth. They also have Pigeon Island, which is a huge space for a lot of events, like our jazz and so forth. Yes, they get a subvention from government, but they also generate a lot of revenue from hosting these events and so forth. Maybe they don't necessarily break even, I'm not sure of the finances, but at the same time, they're not fully dependent on government. This is what I really want to talk about and where we need to really start to align ourselves. Social entrepreneurship, I learned, is almost like an investment class. We've talked about it. Philanthropy, the more traditional model, they give you grants to deliver programs. They're often time-bound, and then they're measured by outputs and reach. Social investment. Social investment is different, and that can also be funded by philanthropists. So for example, they back leaders and scalable models. In my intro slide where you saw my name, I purposely put Ashoka and Echoing Green. These are two investors that actually fund social entrepreneurs. Ashoka, A-S-H-O-K-A, because I'm really on a mission to get more Caribbean fellows in there. Ashoka was what funded me in the first place to leave my full-time job and actually run my organization. Yes, guys, there are investment funds that will fund the leader because, again, you cannot only fund the vision, you have to fund the visionary. So there are places like that, there are funds like that. And Echoing Green, again, Echoing Green funds globally, but what it's particularly founded on is supporting Black and brown leaders. Because unfortunately, aside from us receiving very little in the Caribbean, Black and brown leaders of social enterprises also receive the lowest amounts. So our counterparts sometimes will receive funding just for a concept, an idea. Black and brown leaders, we have to be like 4 years in to be able to get the same amount of money. And that's the realities. Again, social enterprise investments and so forth, they fund sustainability, not projects. That was one of the reasons why Echoing Green was attracted to me. We created core programs. I don't like the word project. Project means you have a start and an end date. But the people that we're training, the communities that we're building, does that mean that they start and end? No. And the problem with civil society is that you have to build trust. You're building community. So if you cannot continue something, again, my trust is broken because you built me up, you're this and that, 6 months later, you're gone. And then finally, success is measured by outcomes and long-term visibility. One thing I like to say is that we are not an organization that is focused on doing everything under the sun. We're quite content with where we are in our little corner of the world. And what we do, we focus on scaling deep. So we don't just have beneficiaries, we are building communities. We are focused on what this person was able to achieve from year 1 to year 5. We want to know you by name. We want to see your families at our events. And that's where true transformative impact, in my opinion, really happens. So I am going to do a shameless plug for my organization because I haven't mentioned it, but there's many ways to describe Helen's Daughters, but really and truly, we're a business support ecosystem for women in agriculture across the Caribbean. And there's 3 pillars. 1, the market access. So those in maybe St. Lucia, St. Vincent, St. Kitts know us for our farmers markets. Behind the scenes also, we're constantly brokering relationships between our farmers, restaurants, hotels, and so forth. Then there's the holistic support. We talked about that yesterday during like the networking. We provide telecounseling. After a few years, a hurricane happened, and the needs of the farmers wasn't inputs. It was, I need to talk to somebody because every time I hear the sound of rain, I run under my bed. So what we ended up doing, telecounseling is now part of core programming. It's something that cannot stop and end. And then, of course, there is sort of like that entrepreneurial development and agricultural development. We have been deploying our Ag Academy for the last 5 years now for free to women across the Caribbean. We started with financial literacy. Telly, our financial literacy coach, is here, so she was there from the start. We recognize how important it is for our farmers to have access to financial literacy. It's now become a separate program, shout out to CFLI, but again, it's something that we want to continue. So there's no variations of what we are doing. So, guys, do you mind playing the video? I promise it's not long.
Food isn't just food. It's memory, it's love, it's survival. From the hands that plant the seed to the ones that cook the meal, every step tells a story of resilience, culture, and care. Helen's Daughters is about more than just farming. It's about reclaiming our relationship with food, with the land, and with each other.
Cutting planting. Cutting planting.
I'm a farmer's daughter. We're trying to redefine what agriculture looks like in the Caribbean. Yes, it's women at the forefront, but this work touches on everyone. Men, women, children. It's about building stronger communities from the ground up. Through the Nourish Collective, we're shining a light on the stories behind the food, farm to table with a purpose. This is about celebrating our roots, our creativity, and the people who feed us with their hands, their hearts, their history. Helen's Daughters is rewriting the narrative of who leads Caribbean agriculture. Founded in St. Lucia and now operating across 3 Eastern Caribbean countries, we have trained and supported thousands of women to become climate-smart farmers, agribusiness owners, processors, and leaders in their communities. We began with a simple but powerful idea. Women in agriculture deserve more than visibility. They deserve investment, training, and a seat at every table where decisions are made. And we've delivered. From launching our Academy, a certified agricultural training program, to creating women-led farmers markets, farmers markets, and even emergency response systems post-disaster. We've built a movement grounded in dignity, resilience, and economic independence. Our women are supplying hotels, restaurants, exporting products, hosting agritourism experiences, involved in policy shaping within the Caribbean agricultural sphere, and shaping the future of food systems on their own terms. At Helen's Daughters, we don't just grow crops, we grow confidence, we grow community, we grow change.
Thank you. So another shameless plug, membership is now open and we've expanded to Grenada and Dominica, and membership is completely free. So social enterprise. As I said, we could not register as a social enterprise. This has been 9 years in the making. We started off as a community organization and we recognized that we needed to essentially become a for-profit because outside, for example, if you want to get your equivalency, like a 501c3, which is the class in the US for nonprofits, you need to be incorporated as a nonprofit. So we became incorporated. But incorporation literally is just like incorporating a business. So that honestly was like a gift and a curse. I will say though, unfortunately, unlike the US, you don't get the immediate tax benefits. You still have to write, Catherine, you know about this, you still have to write to every department and so forth to get the tax benefits, but it gives you the visibility. So again, for persons who are incorporated in their countries or are a nonprofit, in the US, if you aren't able to register as a 501c3, you can go to NGO Source and go through the entire process of getting nonprofit equivalency, which is very helpful, so that for those of you who have to use a middleman, a fiscal sponsor, because you cannot get funding from others, NGO Source equivalency allows you to provide them, like to give them the clarity that they can provide funds to you directly. So a few things. Our structure, we use business principles. Even though the legal recognition lags. So again, we are structured like a business. Strategic branding and marketing. Guys, I showed this photo, the previous post, because again, we do not tell our stories. I will tell you something. The first unrestricted funding that we got, we were headhunted through social media. I got an email from Clara Lionel Foundation, which is Rihanna's foundation. I thought it was spam. I totally deleted it until somebody sent it back and was like, hello, no, like, seriously, we're interested. That was social media. And that was 5 years ago. And to this day, they still continue to fund us. Social media, advocacy tools, use the arts. Yesterday at that table I liked. Someone said this, and I really appreciated it. Art is the best form of communication. And social media, those little reels, those little posts, it does work. It does tell a story. Relationship management and partnerships. Guys, we're all complaining about, oh, these are small grants, these are this, these are that. Let me tell you something. Getting the funders that you like is not through proposals, it's through relationships. So if somebody headhunts you, you get to know that person. Their likes, their dislikes. Funders are human beings as well. If, for example, a funder that I didn't know, she's like, hey, I'm going to this forum, whatever, I would like for you to come because their strategy is relationship based. Sure, you're flying me. Okay, I will be there. I have to put things aside. And that is how you mold some of these relationships. Again, I talked about product exposure and market visibility. This one is really close to my heart. Human capital investment. I surround myself with people that are much smarter than me. On our board, there's a lawyer, there's an accountant. Well, he's some fancy word, but I can't remember. But he's good with money or whatever. There are persons that have been across the agricultural chain, supply chain, so that they know, Keithlyn, no, this is how it works. Keithlyn, this is what you need to do. I learn from those persons. And on top of that, the staff that I hire, I want to hire brilliant minds, but I recognize that brilliant minds also have student loans to pay, similar to me, and I want to provide fair salaries for the employees that I hire. That is why I challenge us today. Sometimes we focus on, okay, well, this funder says they only want to do projects and so forth. But there was a funder who mentioned, no, you can mention the other projects. So if funder A is okay with funding 50% of that salary and funder B is okay with doing maybe 25% and funder C is doing that, that's okay and you claim it. But investing in your human capital investment, a few of the areas that we need to invest in, monitoring and evaluation. I did not know my head to my foot when I had to do my first report. That is a skill. That is something that needs to be invested in, even if you have somebody part-time. Here's something. If you cannot afford to do it, Upwork. There is these freelance online agencies that you can go in, you can hire an M&E person. There's someone I got on Upwork who's our graphic designer, and he's been working with us for 6 years now. So you don't have to hire everything. Ideally, we would like for the funds to stay in country, but if it is too expensive, there are ways around it. And then I talked about diversified revenue streams. Guys, we have to treat this like a business. You cannot put your eggs in one basket. You need to try to see, even it's not good to have 10 projects and one funder. It's better to have 2 and have 5 or 6. So that you know if one pulls out, because now we saw they can pull out, you can rely on the others. So what I'm going to do right now is essentially to talk about 3 case studies within Helen's Daughters, and all 3 of them are very different. The first one actually generates profit right now. The second one is sort of like an outsourcing model, where essentially we are continuing to run our projects, well, our programs, while a funder is covering it. And the third one is sort of like a break even at this point. So the first one I'll talk to you about is our agritourism model. We had a farmer who clearly, we saw the farm, gorgeous farm, but didn't have the ability to do agritourism tours and so forth. And she didn't even think that it was possible. What we ended up doing, providing angel investment into the farm so that she could expand, adding toilets, a gift shop, an area for seating and whatever. And what we do, we handle the bookings, the payments, the communication, even building out a website within our, her own page within our website. We cover the insurance annually, the liability insurance for her tours annually. How we've broken it down. So the first 6 foreign tours, they offset the insurance, right? So we do have tiers. So if it's schools and so forth, it's a different charge. If it's HD members, it's a different charge. Foreign tours, we charge the most. So again, after the insurance is offset, then we do a 15% charge that we get back, and the farmer retains 85% for marketing and infrastructure because it costs money. So the member receives the remainder. Another thing that we do, we will not allow our farmer to just do a tour for one person, minimum 10 persons, so that we know that, okay, it's a bang for a buck in terms of timing, and that we know we can also recoup this funding as well. So this is really what it is. We recover the insurance costs, the farmer retains we retain the 15%, the marketing promotion, we cover the coordination and staffing. She receives the majority, no upfront marketing burden. She also was able to get the funding to develop the farm, so it's appropriate for an agritourism tour, especially for cruise ship tours, and she now has access to international markets. The next one, our farmers market, from free to fee. Very early on, we started first with St. Lucia. We were getting the land where they were doing the markets. We put in investment in the tents, the chairs, the this, the that, and we were recognizing that the farmers thought like this was all free, like it was just dropping from the sky. It's literally created every 2 weeks. This pop-up market is quite a production, and on top of that, we weren't retaining anything. So what we did, because now we are in other countries, free traction. So St. Lucia had a good 2 years where they enjoyed their freeness. Now each farmer pays a small amount per market, so that yes, we're not offsetting the cost, but we're close to break even. So even special events like our night markets and so forth, we're able to recoup more because they are generating more. So this is sort of how we are able to sustain the market. One of the things though you can do is, and this is where your partners come in, everything isn't funding. So Four Seasons in Nevis, they happened to host a documentary screening for us. Thankfully, advocacy tools, guys, storytelling, thankfully they enjoyed the documentary, but the whole farmers market, they were like intrigued. They're like, we would love to have this. Now, usually we're hesitant to do markets on a hotel space, but with Four Seasons Nevis, they have a hotel and 80 residences. So there is literally a set of persons who don't necessarily want to go out to a market, but want it right outside. And what they did, way of offsetting our costs, they cover all the logistics. They give us the tents. They give us the tables and the chairs. We just have to appear and make it pretty and provide. So that is another way of establishing partnerships. And it's not funding, but it is in kind. And then this one, the Ag Academy. The Ag Academy was, in many ways, it is one of our tools for really attracting members to Helen's Daughters. It's a 10-week program that's completely free and is deployed across, well, now about to be 5 countries. And I remember what we first did with St. Kitts and Nevis and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We were thinking of expanding, and those were the countries. And somehow, again, using opportunities like this, UE saw us at a panel. They were doing a food and nutrition project, but were totally excluding farmers. It was totally focused on nutritionists and schools and so forth, like, go figure. So anyway, they saw that a product already existed. We made a deal. Rather than creating an entire new project or whatever, because they saw proof of concept, we retrofitted our Ag Academy for St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That means on our core funding, we did not have to invest in that expansion for the first 2 years. Again, that's another way of using your funding and just making it work for yourself. We were able to expand our membership base, preserve our operational funds, and of course, UE is a partner, so you're building institutional credibility. I won't go through all of that. My favorite part. The continuity problem in civil society, and I talked about it before. So a lot of us have launched amazing, powerful pilot projects that prove impact. The funding ends, and that's it, c'est tout. Then, of course, let's say the program shuts down or pauses indefinitely, communities are left midstream, trust erodes, momentum breaks. Guys, like I continue to say, yes, the funding landscape is not the easiest, but there are ways to go around it. We need to take the responsibility. We look at funds and we're like, okay, I can do this project. Okay, I can do this. No. Look at your core programs and look at the funders that can continue to fund those programs. So that, because again, the biggest thing for us as civil society is continuing to build trust and showing up for our communities. So right now, I'm going to stop talking. I hope if there are any questions, you can feel free to ask now. If not, I wanted to do this mission to market exercise with you all. So any question? Oh, sure.
I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Where's my mic? Where's my... All right, she's not here, so borrow mine.
Thank you. Afternoon. Thank you, Kathleen. You're speaking on a passion area of mine. You mentioned that one of the things that you do is to broker connections between farmers and hotels. So I'm curious to know, how do you ensure or negotiate fair pricing for farmers? And then secondly, how do you negotiate payments in a consistent way? Because in Jamaica, that's one of the issues we have heard. That's one of the major problems. You have small entrepreneurs, they have managed to make connections with the hotels, but they wait 6 months, maybe a year, in order to get payments, and the hotels tend to not want to pay a fair price for their product. So I'd be interested to know how you navigate that.
Great question. It's a problem across the Caribbean. I will say, to be honest with you, a lot of the high-end restaurateurs are usually our primary go-to because they do pay within a 2-week span. In terms of hotels, it's a handful, and that's primarily what we do. We do negotiate that it has to be paid within 2 weeks, because you can't have a farmer waiting 6 months for their payment. That's just inhumane, in my opinion. So we actually teach our farmers, part of the Ag Academy is also learning about contractual arrangements, because in the Caribbean, we love this whole thing of a gentleman's handshake. I do not believe in that. I believe in paper and pen. Contract, please. So, and that's the thing, that's what they do, is that, oh, you know, it's almost like it's power dynamics, because a lot of farmers have the pride of selling to a hotel, and also they have the shame of pushing back when the hotel doesn't want to pay on time. And that's something that mindset-wise that we are changing, that you have the right to push back, and it's okay to walk away, because oftentimes, I think right now, our farmers, for the most part, some of them that are not huge producers, make more at our farmers markets than they do selling, for example, to a supermarket. So it is a problem. We've been advocating, but at this point, it's also about knowing when to walk away, because clearly if you don't want to change your ways, that's fine, but you can find allies. There are hotels willing to work with us. Thank you for that question. Anybody else? Okay, I hope I did a good presentation if I have no questions.
Two things. How do you scale? Because I don't know how many farmers you actually work with.
You have to start over for my live stream.
Oh. Pardon me?
You have to start over for my live stream. So you have to be on mic.
Oh. Right. So the question, how do you scale? And this is assuming that you're working with a relatively small number of farmers. I don't know. But secondly, what's the linkage between what you do and the government agencies, like in Jamaica, RADA, that provides extension services to farmers nationwide? Is there a way that you've been able to link what you do with those national agencies to achieve scale?
I'll start with the easier question first. How do I scale? again, for example, UE was one example. Another is that there have been agencies, for example, in Dominica and Grenada, who have been like, hey, we really would like for you to be part of, like, to come into these countries. There are also associations, because Helen's Daughters is not an association strictly where there's competition if you're a member of this or that. No. So we train farmers that are in other associations as well. In terms of scaling and so forth, right now, because of the way we do multi-year budgets. It's not year to year or project to project. So we actually embed projects, funds for each country that we're actually scaling into. And what we do is start it off slowly. So for example, human capital investment, we do have coordinators in St. Lucia, in St. Vincent, in St. Kitts and Nevis. For the first year, Grenada and Dominica, we are doing our Ag Academy, our Life Academy, which are our virtual programs with practical on site. So what we do, we hire persons for those events and so forth. By year 2, if all goes well, then we would be hiring somebody like a local coordinator. To answer your question on government, this entire organization has been built without government subventions. We actually have, part of our mandate is that we will not accept local government subvention. There's some intentionality to that, but it's being live streamed, so I'd like to leave it at that. But we also work with governments if they are open to working with us. So St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in some ways St. Lucia, we do work with the extension departments and so forth, or sometimes we even outsource their own persons as paid facilitators and so forth. Because another important part is that all the resource persons are from the region. So we try to ensure that it's not someone coming from outside and so forth, that persons are very aware of the context and are able to connect with the people that they're actually teaching. I hope that answers the question. So I wanted to do this mission to market exercise with you. I know we're probably tight on time, so maybe take 2 to 3 minutes to yourself, and I'll show you what it's supposed to look like. So what is one service your organization already delivers well? Who benefits from it? Who else would pay for that value? Remember SROI. What is the lowest viable fee, and what cost must you recover? So this is what it would look like. Remember, it doesn't have to be straight funding. It can be different. So for example, the farmer training, the paying audience, at the time universities, the farm experiences, paying audience, the tour operators or visitors, market access, restaurants or other buyers, mental health support. Perhaps NGOs might want to fund that. So this is what it would look like. So I'll go back to this and switch to it, but what is one service your organization already delivers well? Who benefits from it? Who else would pay for that value? So multiple funders. What is the lowest viable fee? And what cost must you recover first? And you can come up with something that looks like this. So again, it can be homework you take away with you, but it's something to figure out, because I'm sure every single one of you has a product that you can quote unquote sell. All right. So,
question here? Oh, go back to the questions.
Oh, sorry.
And I definitely want to have at least 1 or 2 other questions, because I saw persons, their hands were up and then we stopped, so just in case. And by the way, reminding us that we're going to upload all our presentations on our participant portal. So I see some persons fighting to get the photos and so forth. I know you might just want to send it to a team member. I get that as well. So questions though, do we have any additional? Yes, man, I saw hands. So I see a hand over there. Especially when it is one of you get a chance to understand the nitty-gritty in Jamaican terms, reality of it.
Hi, good afternoon. Great presentation as always. I think every time you present, you deliver gems. I think a big problem for CSOs, especially the small ones, is fear of where to start, who do we speak to, who do we partner. For someone as seasoned as you probably learned so much. The question I'm going to ask you is, of all the lessons you've learned, what has been your biggest lesson that you learned the most from?
Great question. Going back to business principles, I look at running an NGO, again, like a business. You need hustle. You need hustle. You need to understand that it's long nights. You need to understand that it's okay to DM somebody and ask them, hey, you know, I'd love to have, not just straight up like, give me some money. I'd love to have lunch with you and so, or whatever. And also, the biggest lesson that I learned is that my husband would always say this, I shoot my shot 100 times and maybe I made like 1 or 2 baskets. But that's the ones that count. I never gave up. For the smaller CSOs, particularly women's and LGBTQ CSOs, just 2 weeks ago, there was a convening with the Equality Fund. There was this amazing funder who started us small, and it was almost like an incubator. So they started us off with 10,000 Canadian, and that was before that. I also did crowdfunding. When crowdfunding was a thing, I also did crowdfunding for one of our first programs. But what they did was for 3 years, they provided 10,000 Canadian. Right now, there was maybe 15 organizations. 5 came out of that. And that 30,000 Canadian, now many of us are handling, not me, not there yet, but handling $1 million funding portfolios. So again, and they're about to do it again. So if there's anybody that is interested, I'm happy to connect and so forth and pass on. Another thing is, guys, like I think sometimes we focus on some of the funding that we see within our region. The internet was my best friend. There's things like Funder Intel. There is organizations like Connective Impact. So for a small fee, you can get to connect with donors. They actually have monthly like one-on-ones and so forth. And I'm still part of those things. Constantly looking outside of the region and so forth. So I think that's as much as I can share. Yes. I'm not sure who went first, but.
My question is in terms of the scalability. So we talk about scalability, which you've done very well. So my question is this: how do you ensure quality control? Because now you're not just located in your home country, you're in other places, or even if you are within your own country, like Jamaica, if you have a CSO and you operate in Kingston and you might want to expand the rest of the island, but you yourself cannot be in multiple places at the same time. So how do you ensure quality control across different countries or across different locations within your home country?
Great question. I can tell you, I'm not the expert. I'm half an expert on St. Lucia. Everything else, even in St. Lucia, there is a country coordinator. The way you recruit, I tell people it's not just hard work, it's hard work. Passion about the values is just as important as your background. Just recently, I had a recruitment, young lady, amazing. Like if I had a daughter, that would be her. But did a quick background check, because she also works with a funder. Great on the theoretical side. On the relationship side, very poor. Bad bedside manner with farmers. I can't handle you as a country coordinator. So even if you had a master's degree, we actually picked the person who just got their undergraduate degree online, and that's okay because relationship-wise, she's amazing. And that's the thing. That's that special juice, is that we choose people that are really, they care about their communities. There's a passion about their communities. Yeah.
Hi, Nicole Peter Patterson, Equity Pathways, another Nicole at the table.
I didn't know you were Nicole.
Evelyn, you spoke a while ago about making sure to not just look in your country, not just in your region, but looking out, right? Taking a global landscape, which you use social media also to do. How do you see the role and where do you see the opportunities for engagement with entities like the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance that recently, brought together a number of philanthropists from within the Caribbean, outside of the Caribbean? You participated as a speaker there and received an award how do you see the relationship between entities like that that can work potentially as an intermediary with other philanthropists for engagement with CSOs and the work of the CDB BNTF?
Of course, Nicole, the hard questions. So as I said, foreign aid funding is shrinking. That's a fact, that's a reality, so get ready for it. But because philanthropists are seeing foreign aid shrinking, there's beautiful souls where philanthropy is also trying to give a lot more. Right now, at this point, we are seeing the greatest, the largest transfer of wealth, particularly to women, and in some instances, ex-wives. We know of the two famous ones, Gates, Bezos, but you can see how women are philanthropists and fund differently. The problem with the Caribbean, and that's where CariFil comes in, is that, let's say, Melinda French, she has announced that she's giving away 100 million before she dies. Where is she going to give that 100 million? And the way that she has to give it, I can't do the math right now, guys. Like I told you, I surround myself with smarter people. But the way that she has to give away that funding in the Caribbean right now, philanthropically, we're not set up to receive it. I can't receive it. I'm micro. However, organizations like CariFil can receive it because, again, unfortunately, the region has not embraced philanthropy. We've embraced charity, and now we need to really change that. So CariFil right now is aligned to get the Rockefeller Foundations, to get the Kellogg Foundations, to get the Melinda Gates French Foundation funding, and to be able to redeploy it throughout our region. And that's where advocacy comes in. The 2 weeks ago when they met, we were all working the room, I think. Because again, philanthropists have seen the Caribbean as not being a region of need, and that is because of the story that we've been telling. So now it's all our responsibility to say, yes, it's paradise. But when you peel this back, this is what behind the door looks like as well. So again, we need to really try to advocate to storytell better, but also to look outside of these traditional funders.
All right, I'm so very sorry to have to stand in your presentation because she is doing so well. I mean, nobody is complaining at all about the time except the timekeepers, right? Give it up, man. Give it up for Keith Lynn. One of us, you have done us proud. You have done us proud of the work that you have done. And then the manner in which she has been able to articulate so that we too can understand, so that we can follow suit. Thank you so very, very much. And we're going to upload that same activity so that we can try it for homework, and I tell you, there are two things that really stand out as it relates to what you said. One about the pushback, and that's what I like about young people, because they don't have the same sort of power dynamics and the same sort of shame in their game that, we would have grown up with that sort of thing. And it came to mind because my daughter, I have my eldest, she's now at the first year at university. And, she's at the point where she's exploring all sorts of different things. And so last year, she got a summer job at the airport, and she was a firefighter. And I remember when they were first putting her in that department, my little Stushy, she's like, and they say I should be a firefighter, and she was so very upset. But then when she started getting into it, she started loving it, and she got certified as an EMT. And so now that she's on campus, she's now entering some competition, Miss such and such, and they had to create a project. And she thought of an AI project where it is that you can send a message via WhatsApp if you're having an emergency, and AI would tell you what to do with the person, like tell you step by step how to go through CPR and tell you exactly what to do. And, because she's explaining that the reasons persons are dying from lightning strike is because nobody understands CPR. Because if you applied CPR within the next 10 minutes, there's a 200% chance that you would live. I never know that she know that because she did the course. So when I heard of this idea, where she's saying that right now if somebody drop down, you just go to your WhatsApp and say, hey, them drop down and them I turn over. What should I do? And then WhatsApp would say, step 1, do this, step 2, do that, and just send you a voice note so you can do it. I was like, this is wonderful. You should do it, and then you should go out and teach everybody else. She's like, no, we will do the app. That's it. No, I said, but don't you want to teach other persons? So they said, no, we will do the app. And only if I win the competition. If I don't win the competition, we're not doing that. And I'm like, what? But she was so willing to say, this is what I am able to do. This is where I want to actually demonstrate my knowledge and how I want to do it. There are so many of us that would be like, yeah, man, and we can do this and that and that. Are you willing to say, this is what I am able to do? It is so very important. And secondly, can you start small and move into something bigger? Yeah. Really should. Even if you start out of your pocket, move into something bigger. Give it up again, ladies and gentlemen, for Keith Lynn. All right, so we are going to lunch. Isn't it lunchtime, Clement? Is it lunchtime? Clement, it is lunchtime already? Nobody can believe it. It is lunchtime. We are going to go to lunch. After lunch, we have a panel of other persons who have done just what it is that Keithlyn is talking about. Other CSOs just like you who have ventured into social entrepreneurship, and they're going to share their story, their models, how they're doing it. And then we end early today, earlier because we're kind of late, but earlier, and we have a cultural excursion. So lots of things to do with us here today. Shout out once more to our persons on live stream. We will be back in a moment. Thank you.
Nothing about us without us. That is a saying that many vulnerable groups are familiar with. It is also a saying that in part informs a 3-country regional community capacity assessment undertaken by the Caribbean Development Bank's CDB Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF. From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise. This intervention aimed to identify areas for strengthening the operations of each group to aid communities with pursuing sustainable local development.
With that in mind, under the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we sought to look at the community capacity assessment, focusing on the community groups themselves to see how we could understand where their areas of needs are, and then to develop interventions to improve their operations as a group so that they could have more sustained interventions within their spaces and becoming champions for development within those communities.
The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. It responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities in the priority areas of water and sanitation, education and livelihoods enhancement, and access and drainage. Some of the needs identified by the assessment included the fact that 86% of the groups did not have a constitution to govern their operations. Additionally, 96% of the group members did not have the capacity to write proposals.
This questionnaire caught all of us sitting last night at the table, where it came to vision, mission, and then we went back as teachers, goals, philosophy, object. So we were saying, and now it teach us a lesson now, because it might be another NGO we might want to seek grants from, and they might ask us the very question. So if we get help in formulating objectives, visions, and missions, it will put our community, I think, on a better track.
As BNTF's program strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, the assessments also incorporated community awareness of and alignment with the goals. Overall, 62% of the 32 communities were unaware of the SDGs or how the goals applied to the work they were doing on the ground.
Coming out of the meeting, something that is very critical. Jamaica is a country that has aligned its national development plans to the Sustainable Development Goals. 91.3% of the indicators are mapped, if not one-to-one closely. But speaking to the community, they had not heard about the SDGs. They didn't understand what it meant. They were unaware of even its existence. I think that's a critical disconnect. I think we need to stop to get between that disconnect and pull the parts together.
The assessments were conducted using the intuitive software Kobo Toolbox, which allowed for data collection using a smartphone and for speedy preliminary assessments.
Reliable data is crucial in aiding vulnerable communities and reducing poverty.
My name is Gino Kreutzer, and I'm the CEO at Kobo, the nonprofit behind Kobo Toolbox, a data collection platform used globally for research and social good. We were privileged to support the Caribbean Development Bank in strengthening the resilience of local communities in Jamaica and Guyana to ensure a successful project rollout. Our team helped design assessment forms, streamline data collection, and provide custom visualizations. Our offline data collection features were essential in remote areas lacking internet. Supporting organizations like CDB is central to our work. Our goal is to ensure that programs like BNTF have access to high-quality data tools so they can make an impact on the ground. By enabling access to reliable, high-quality data, we at Kobo are committed to empowering organizations like CDB to create meaningful, on-the-ground changes and to increase resilience.
The assessments have challenged the countries involved to look more critically at its work.
Some things that we've seen from these assessment visits that we can also do more for the community, which I'm looking forward to doing more for the community in terms of building their capacity and working with them as a group to, when we leave the community, for them to also be able to move forward and progress and develop further in their space.
For Laverne Luard-Greaves, social analyst at the CDB, a major part of the substantive value of the assessments is that many of the participating community groups will have their capacity for action built.
In the first instance, the coming out of these activities directly, there is the promise to provide support for the entities to build out their action plans. In a very real way, the BNTF will be providing support for them to have these action plans finalized. We will also be providing support in terms of strengthening their operational capacity so that they're better equipped to conduct some of the tasks that they need to conduct and to better represent their communities within the spaces.
As a part of the next steps from the assessment, the BNTF will be organizing a proposal writing workshop in July, as well as preparing an online community development course.
On October 17, the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, the Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with its partners, held a hybrid symposium attended by over 90 persons from 14 Caribbean countries. It underscored the vital role of robust data in driving poverty reduction and building peaceful and inclusive societies.
It is through data that we can pinpoint where poverty is most entrenched, which communities are being left behind, and which groups are most at risk. Moreover, data enables us to target our interventions more effectively. It allows us to tailor our projects to addressing the unique challenges faced by different populations, ensuring that our initiatives are responsive and impactful.
We must build sustainable livelihoods. At the same time, we need to make further investments to ensure that we strengthen welfare, so generation to generation, that cycle of poverty is broken.
In meetings like this,
a highlight of the symposium was a discussion on innovative approaches to data collection for poverty reduction.
We need to use innovative strategies to reach those who are most in need, but respond to what they need.
GEMS is a big capacity building program, and the idea is really to give the skills and the tools to collect granular data to local stakeholders. The idea of GEMS is to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have boots on the ground or feet on the ground.
Here in Jamaica, we have a poverty map. And for instance, at JSIF, our targeted incidents of poverty are normally the poorest of the poor. We manage and have developed over the years a proprietary system that actually takes all that data and it overlays the other geospatial data that's present so that we can contextualize, for instance, and know at any given time what is the most critical, the most needed, and probably the most feasible investment.
In another discussion, experts explored the power of technology in facilitating community involvement and ensuring sustainable development outcomes.
It is actually an intuitive tool that many people pick up every single day to begin collecting data to inform their little community initiatives. And they are able to pick up Kobo Toolbox, as you heard, because it is a free tool.
We were able to use something simple as something we carry all the time with us, mobile telephones, to obtain data.
We have to ensure that we have field officers in the space to where the technology will not work, that persons are there. Because the truth is, no matter how far advanced we get, there's always a need for that human contact.
Any community with the right capacity can transform their space. So I think even as we start our development conversation, a lot should be around how can I leave this community at the end of Project A more capacitated than when we first started.
Beneficiaries from the Pisgah Primary and Infant School and the Child Protection and Family Services Agency shared their experience of data driving real change.
The communities of Pisgah, Huntley Castle, Berkshire Wood, Chevet Hills, we are proud beneficiary of a new school that is now being constructed. Thank you to CDB. Further data was used to assist 6 groups of parents who were trained and they were given grants to start their small businesses. We are now employing women on the site. Community persons are earning a living. And I'm telling you, we are coming out of the generational and the rural poverty that we have been experiencing over the years.
In 2023, the CPFSA benefited from the construction of our first child therapeutic center through funding from CDB under the Basic Needs Trust Fund. The therapeutic center provides services for what I would call the most acute cases, the children who require in-depth therapeutic interventions. Since January of this year, the center has seen 226 children.
The symposium was not just an event, but a call to action. By building capacity and empowering communities through data, Caribbean nations can move closer to eradicating poverty and achieving inclusive societies.
And together we can find the hope that's buried deep within. If we put away our differences and let's all be friends.
The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with global and regional partners, brought together over 60 community development professionals from 14 Caribbean countries for a transformative week of training in Jamaica.
We have had representatives from all 9 of the BNTF countries, and they have been introduced to the digitization of data using the Kobo Toolbox.
A main feature of the workshop was the World Bank's Geo-Enabling Initiative for Monitoring and Supervision, GEMS, a capacity-building program which uses cost-free open-source tools such as Kobo Toolbox.
GEMS is an extremely impactful program because it enables governments and other local stakeholders around the world to set up customized digital data collection and analysis systems or digital monitoring systems. And through this, it has brought a lot of accountability into project implementation, service delivery, inclusion. It has really helped to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have feet on the ground, giving them real-time information on what is happening in the field.
All of this gives us a better handle on the data collection process, the authenticity of the data, the longevity of the data, in that we know it is reliable, it is accurate.
The GEMS training is what exactly the Caribbean needs with respect to addressing the shortcomings that we have in poverty eradication.
The workshop participants got an opportunity to apply their learning, from asset mapping in Brownstown to beneficiary surveys in Mendestown.
There are 775 communities that we work with, and so what we started to do in 2012
is to really identify the assets or the resources or the things that are of value or importance to our communities.
In order for us to achieve our goals of having the economic development met, we have to have accurate data. And so it's very critical what the CDB is doing with the development of the COBO software.
With COBO Toolbox on board, we would be able to collect data in a more real-time manner. We can better understand the communities and what needs to be done in terms of planning and development and moving forward.
The project was basically about rehabilitating the Mendestown Farm Road. So before the project, it was in a very deplorable condition.
Before the new road built, it was very hectic for the farmers because we used to have to travel a good distance from the farm to the road with the goods and the sticks. Since the Mendestown Farm Road has built, it's much easier for us farmers. We use the donkey less and we get the sticks much easier to the farms.
Two main impacts is we and our children get into the main to go to our businesses, and the farmers getting out their produce to go to the market. Oh my God, it's like we're in heaven now. The farmers, they got it a lot easier because they would have to put the load on the donkeys, but now the donkeys are on holiday. When we are going up to the street, we have to carry 2 shoes. When we reach the main, we would change up. But my God, since the road have been there, it's a blessing.
Today's experience was very rewarding, seeing the satisfaction and getting first-hand knowledge from residents as to the benefits they have derived from the implementation of this sub-project. We were taught how to develop proper questions for the COBO Toolbox application, and really using it in community today helps us understand how we can improve on our questioning, ensuring that we gather the information that we really need.
It was good interacting with the community members to see how satisfied they were with the project, and just to see the smiles on their faces and them relating how beneficial the project was. That was a very good experience.
No more mud, no more grass, no more tears, no more crying again. Thank you, Lord, for CDB.
The training has been quite useful, and I think it will improve the capacity of countries in the Caribbean to do poverty analysis and to allow them to put strategies and programs together to address the issue of poverty.
I give a thumbs up for COBO tool, and we definitely will use it in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I'm definitely excited about this workshop, just as the other 60 participants from across the region. And I'm also even more excited about what they will do upon their return to their respective countries.
We will be continuing to build capacity, not only in our BNTF countries, but across the projects and programs and technical assistance projects financed by the Caribbean Development Bank.
Once we listen to people and try to respond to their needs in a meaningful way, that is when development happens.
Community leaders are champions of change, building better lives, stronger organizations, and more resilient communities. The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in partnership with the JN Foundation and the Local Engagement and Action Fund, LEAF, hosted a groundbreaking 4-day pilot workshop from April 28 to May 1, 2025, with one goal in mind: to empower community-based and civil society organizations with the tools to thrive.
We had a collective view, both CDB and JN Foundation, in terms of the urgent need to strengthen community organizations to move the needle forward. So when JN put forward the idea around the financial literacy training, we were happy to be a part of that intervention. We have had a long-standing relationship with the local engagement and Action Fund, financed by the Global Affairs Canada. So moving along with this financial literacy capacity building session for community champions means a lot.
When you combine your resources, you're able to reach more persons. And so this allowed an opportunity for us to bring our knowledge. JN Foundation provided the financial management training, and CDB also looked at what are the necessary steps for preparing a solid project proposal. And we looked at elements that would ensure that you have a winning project proposal when you submit to your donor.
We have a mandate at Jamaica National that we want to enrich lives and build communities. We want Jamaicans, wherever they reside, to live boldly, to live their best lives. And because of the role that community groups play at the grassroots level, empowering them to do better, giving them the financial tools that they need to thrive, it was a clear thing. It would be a win for all of us nationally.
Held in Kingston, Manchester, St. Anne, and St. James, the workshops welcomed 50 community leaders at each location.
Amazing, fantastic. Today was fulfilling. The content added significant value, real value to our lives.
The sessions covered the essentials of strong financial management, building the foundation for long-term impact and sustainability.
What they have done is, in a one-day workshop, put together a protocol and a system to help someone from start to finish that is a part of a benevolent society, a charity organization, or even those looking to become foundations. So they are supported, they know who to go to, and they can continue outside of the workshop the rest of the steps and phases that are required.
Gender responsive budgeting is integrating gender equality more strategically in your organization.
The main thing I took from the event today was how if we don't do the correct research and proper gender inclusiveness, that is a hidden risk to any grant that will be going out.
From today's session, I'm learning about that there are a lot of fundings out there for NGOs. So we must now do more active searching for these grant funding and for these opportunities so we can apply.
If you're applying for a grant, if your record keeping is out of work, you're not able to sell yourself or sell the organization to the grantee. So I think that is one of the key areas of today's workshop.
My key takeaway would be learning how to properly manage your records, especially when it comes down to the different type of accounts that you may encounter in your organization.
Each session was practical, engaging, fun, and interactive, tailored to the real challenges faced by grassroots organizations.
I was hoping that a lot of the participants would note or see that registering with us is not as difficult as they might feel. I know that the requirements are hefty, but once they come in, they'll find that we're very helpful and that we're not going to leave them to figure it out all on their own.
I have to go back and hold meetings with younger community members who have done well and try to stimulate them to take a greater part in the development of the community, because I would really like to know that the community continues to develop even after we have gone.
Participants gained not just knowledge, but the confidence to lead with transparency and vision.
Coming here today, it makes such a difference because, when you have challenges in your organization, I found some solutions, and certainly it has helped me to be more confident in what I do.
With the strengthening of financial literacy, I feel more confident with doing proposal writings to approach different organizations and knowing that I will have all my checks and balances done.
This initiative is part of the CDB's strategic mission to build social, economic, environmental, and productive resilience throughout the region.
If we don't empower people working in communities to do their work better, if we do not give them tools, if we do not design access that is inclusive and appropriate for them in terms of culture, in terms of resources, etc., we're going to get left behind. We need them to make change happen. That is what ultimately was reinforced.
For the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we are invested in this quest to improve lives and to reduce vulnerabilities across the region. But for us to advance those poverty reduction agenda, it requires collaboration. It requires other entities coming to the fore. So if we could increase the awareness of the issues in those local spaces and bring other partners to the conversation, then it means a lot more. We are concerned more about the multiplier effect after the BNTF. We don't want to leave any community the same as when we started. So there has to be greater focus in building key areas like proposal writing, like financial management.
By investing in the financial literacy of our community champions, we're investing in the future of the Caribbean, where strong institutions uplift lives and local action drives lasting progress.
The Caribbean Development Bank was introduced to COBO Toolbox in 2019 while we were implementing the Community Disaster Risk Reduction Fund, the bank's program that was geared at climate resilience at the community level. A key component of that exercise was the development of community profile and livelihood baseline assessment, understanding the main livelihood activities within communities across the 4 targeted countries: Belize, British Virgin Islands, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A key component of that exercise was collecting critical data at the local level, targeting communities, some of which were within the hinterland, indigenous and tribal peoples, and having their perspective on what their key livelihood activities were, and then what are some of the main risks that they face, and what are some of the potential contingency that they could put in place in the event of a natural hazard. That exercise was quite challenging. We used paper-based models initially, which took us extensive time. So doing an exercise in one community could take us as much as 2 or 3 weeks from data collection to data analysis. COBO Toolbox changed all that. We were able to collect data and analyze it almost instantly within those spaces. The local leaders were happy, not just because the process was quicker, but they could also, in real time, have access to the findings. COBO Toolbox transformed data collection for us. What we did at the end of that process was we started to facilitate training in the use of COBO Toolbox data collection platform in collaboration with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. And we trained almost 300 community development professionals and disaster management experts in COBO Toolbox manipulation. Now, for the Basic Needs Trust Fund, the bank's flagship for poverty reduction program, COBO Toolbox is now one of our mainstays. In 2024, we had our first in-person COBO Toolbox training, bringing together almost 70 community development professionals and disaster risk management experts from across 9 Caribbean countries. And that was done in collaboration with COBO Toolbox and the World Bank team. That has led to significant advancement in data collection, as several of those organizations are now using COBO Toolbox in their work on a daily basis. Given the impact of this platform, in 2023, the Caribbean Development Bank partnered with the African Development Bank, the World Bank Junior Enabling Team, and COBO Toolbox, and hosted the first commemoration for us as a region for the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty in October. And that continued into 2024 and 2025 with a similar theme of highlighting how different organizations use tools like COBO Toolbox to address issues of data collection in more efficient manner to solve some of the greatest challenges we face as a region. It became the go-to for us at CDB and among quite a few of our partners. As we go forward, we continue our collaboration with the GEMS team, World Bank GEMS team, to see how we could develop even more robust M&E systems within the Caribbean Development Bank to ensure even more advanced use of COBO Toolbox. We're currently targeting completing a pilot portfolio mapping exercise, building on some of the best practices at the World Bank, and having our basic Need Trust Fund teams in Belize, Jamaica, Guyana, and Suriname do use COBO Toolbox to do mapping of our projects, both from the World Bank and the CDB, as a pilot exercise that will be replicated across other spaces. We are certainly happy to collaborate in all instances with the COBO Toolbox team and what they bring to the table. They make development work much easier.
The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF, recently trained 11 community liaison officers from 9 BNTF participating countries on gender analysis, gender action planning, and mainstreaming gender into the project management cycle. The 4-day training workshop got underway, focused on using gender analytical frameworks and preparing gender action plans to mainstream gender in BNTF operations, recognizing the importance of gender equality for poverty alleviation and sustainable development. This is according to George Yearwood, Portfolio Manager of the BNTF. The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. Gender and climate change are two cross-cutting themes for the program, which responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities, such as water, sanitation, education, and livelihoods enhancement.
The objective was, as I said, a greater sensitization of the gender aspect of their work by providing them with new tools for analyzing the communities within which they work.
Division Chief of the Social Sector Division, Martin Baptiste, underscored the importance of gender for the CDB.
I am pleased to welcome you to this training, which is aimed at extending your understanding around gender and the capacities to integrate gender into BNTF operations. As you know, CDB and BNTF, for us, gender equality is a very important cross-cutting theme. Every project can potentially impact on gender equality, and therefore we need to make sure that we do no harm. In particular, we need to use the opportunities that we have to enhance equality and to transform the lives of women and men.
The participants spent a significant amount of time working on draft gender action plans that they could use during the BNTF's project implementation cycle. These plans will strengthen the gender outcomes of current projects, some of which are at the beginning stages of implementation. In turn, the participants shared some of their key takeaways.
My key takeaway after the 4 days of training is that gender sensitization, mainstreaming is very important in the development of our countries, our communities, if we really want to make an impact. My view was a bit negative towards feminism, but after this training, I realized it is really about impacting, empowering women and creating the balance that is needed, putting men and women on a level playing field.
I think we underestimate the effect gender has on all the projects we are implementing. So I'm very excited on what I've learned and how I can use it to integrate gender better into the implementation of the projects.
Think of gender in the sense of leaving no one behind. You know, gender is not just about women's issues, but it's about being inclusive and ensuring that the opinions of every member of society is included. I'm really looking forward to going back home and putting the gender action plan into effect.
For Natalia Levy, the training will be especially useful for her to apply in rural and farming communities.
Based on the information received from this workshop, the knowledge, the tools, it would definitely assist as it regards to making assessments, especially in the rural communities, to extend our interventions to make it holistic, as to really identify the issues that are there regarding gender and to possibly assist with with a particular intervention that will change the gender scope in the community, probably as it relates to empowerment of females or assist with the change of gender dynamics in households, especially in farming communities.
Critical for CDB gender analysis, Dr. Maria Ziegler, is the BNTF's ability to better measure gender results.
The most significant part of this training for me was the development of gender action plans. And this is a tool where you look into the gender gaps and the activities to address these gaps, how you measure them, because in the end we want to achieve results.
Since 1979, the BNTF has implemented over 3,000 sub-projects, which has directly impacted more than 3 million men, women, and children.
The Basic Needs Trust Fund of the Caribbean Development Bank recently provided gender sensitization training for 52 persons in the education sector in Grenada. Portfolio Manager of the BNTF, George Yearwood, said building on previous programs, the BNTF continues to mainstream gender considerations in all interventions and at every stage of the project cycle. This heightens awareness of the different situations faced by women, men, boys, and girls, and this awareness impacts the design of interventions and their evaluation. As we observe International Women's Day, here are some highlights of the training.
Gender equality is also about who is being left behind because of our socially constructed ideas of what is acceptable for men to do and what is acceptable for women to do. Participating in the training activity, we have teachers, other members of staff, and including members of the PTA Association. I think the training is really just giving everyone an opportunity to look at their own internal biases when it comes to gendered expectations and how do we address those biases and not restrict our children and not, cut their chances of reaching their fullest potential.
For me, if we want to start change, we must target a generation to bring about the change. So I think this is very timely because for me, I'm going to take it back home and talk to my kids so that they have a better understanding.
My most valuable takeaway from today's training was there is a distinct difference between sex and gender. It is a very broad topic that I think, mostly all the schools need. And this is a discussion we as adults need to have on a regular basis.
According to Dr. Maria Ziegler, gender specialist for the BNTF takes a holistic approach to its work by funding infrastructure and capacity development and by addressing the underlying norms and behaviors that affect equal access to the benefits of the latter by women and men, boys and girls. Gender sensitization training, she said, is very important to raise awareness and stimulate the changing of gender stereotypes and harmful gender norms, which affect behaviors and societal expectations, and also equality or inequality in outcomes.
I must indeed say it was very informative. I've learned a lot, and I think a lot of communities need to have sessions like these to inform the public. For parents, have a discussion with your child in relation to gender and sex so that we don't see the same thing repeating in history.
The world is changing. If we want to keep up, our mindset has to change. I'm not saying that it should take away from our core values, but our mindset towards gender biases has to change so that we who are in charge of the future generation, that we can have a better world for them to live in.
I must say this project was mind-blowing. BNTF program project is doing our school, and not only just they're concerned about our school, they're concerned about training us as staff, training us as parents to prepare our children for the next generation.
In the 42 years that it has been established, BNTF has implemented over 3,000 sub-projects, which has directly impacted the lives of more than 3 million men, women, and children.
Nothing about us without us. That is a saying that many vulnerable groups are familiar with. It is also a saying that in part informs a 3-country regional community capacity assessment undertaken by the Caribbean Development Bank's CDB Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF. From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise. This intervention aimed to identify areas for strengthening the operations of each group to aid communities with pursuing sustainable local development.
With that in mind, under the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we sought to look at the community capacity assessment, focusing on the community groups themselves to see how we could understand where their areas of needs are, and then to develop interventions to improve their operations as a group so that they could have more sustained interventions within their spaces and becoming champions for development within those communities.
The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. It responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities in the priority areas of water and sanitation, education and livelihoods enhancement, and access and drainage. Some of the needs identified by the assessment included the fact that 86% of the groups did not have a constitution to govern their operations. Additionally, 96% of the group members did not have the capacity to write proposals.
This questionnaire caught all of us sitting last night at the table, where it came to vision, mission, and then we went back as teachers, goals, philosophy, object. So we were saying, and now it teaches us a lesson now, because it might be another NGO we might want to seek grants from, and they might ask us the very question. So if we get help in formulating objectives, visions, and missions, it will put our community, I think, on a better track.
As BNTF's program strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, the assessments also incorporated community awareness of and alignment with the goals. Overall, 62% of the 32 communities were unaware of the SDGs or how the goals applied to the work they were doing on the ground.
Coming out of the meeting, something that is very critical. Jamaica is a country that has aligned its national development plans to the Sustainable Development Goals. 91.3% of the indicators are mapped, if not one-to-one closely. But speaking to the community, they had not heard about the SDGs. They didn't understand what it meant. They were unaware of even its existence. I think that's a critical disconnect. I think we need to stop to get between that disconnect and pull the parts together.
The assessments were conducted using the intuitive software Kobo Toolbox, which allowed for data collection using a smartphone and for speedy preliminary assessments.
Reliable data is crucial in aiding vulnerable communities and reducing poverty. My name is Tino Kreutzer, and I'm the CEO at Kobo, the nonprofit behind Kobo Toolbox, a data collection platform used globally for research and social good. We were privileged to support the Caribbean Development Bank in strengthening the resilience of local communities in Jamaica and Guyana to ensure a successful project rollout. Our team helped design assessment forms, streamline data collection, and provide custom visualizations. Our offline data collection features were essential in remote areas lacking internet. Supporting organizations like CDB is central to our work. Our goal is to ensure that programs like BNTF have access to high-quality data tools so they can make an impact on the ground. By enabling access to reliable, high-quality data, we at Kobo are committed to empowering organizations like CDB to create meaningful, on-the-ground changes and to increase resilience.
The assessments have challenged the countries involved to look more critically at its work.
Some things that we've seen from these assessment visits that we can also do more for the community, which I'm looking forward to doing more for the community in terms of building their capacity and working with them as a group to, when we leave the community, for them to also be able to move forward and progress and develop further in their space.
For Laverne Luard-Greaves, social analyst at the CDB, a major part of the substantive value of the assessments is that many of the participating community groups will have their capacity for action built.
In the first instance, the coming out of these activities directly, there is the promise to provide support for the entities to build out their action plans. In a very real way, the BNTF will be providing support for them to have these action plans finalized. We will also be providing support in terms of strengthening their operational capacity so that they're better equipped to conduct some of the tasks that they need to conduct and to better represent their communities within the spaces.
As a part of the next steps from the assessment, the BNTF will be organising a proposal writing workshop in July, as well as preparing an online community development course.
On October 17, the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, the Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with its partners, held a hybrid symposium attended by over 90 persons from 14 Caribbean countries. It underscored the vital role of robust data in driving poverty reduction and building peaceful and inclusive societies.
It is through data that we can pinpoint where poverty is most entrenched, which communities are being left behind, and which groups are most at risk. Moreover, data enables us to target our interventions more effectively. It allows us to tailor our projects to addressing the unique challenges faced by different populations, ensuring that our initiatives are responsive and impactful.
We must build sustainable livelihoods. At the same time, we need to make further investments to ensure that we strengthen welfare, so generation to generation, that cycle of poverty is broken.
In meetings like this,
a highlight of the symposium was a discussion on innovative approaches to data collection for poverty reduction.
We need to use innovative strategies to reach those who are most in need, but respond to what they need.
GEMS is a big capacity building program, and the idea is really to give the skills and the tools to collect granular data to local stakeholders. The idea of GEMS is to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have boots on the ground or feet on the ground.
Here in Jamaica, we have a poverty map. And for instance, at JSIF, our targeted incidents of poverty are normally the poorest of the poor. We manage and have developed over the years a proprietary system that actually takes all that data and it overlays the other geospatial data that's present so that we can contextualize, for instance, and know at any given time what is the most critical, the most needed, and probably the most feasible investment.
In another discussion, experts explored the power of technology in facilitating community involvement and ensuring sustainable development outcomes.
It is actually an intuitive tool that many people pick up every single day to begin collecting data to inform their little community initiatives. And they are able to pick up Kobo Toolbox, as you heard, because it is a free tool.
We were able to use something simple as something we carry all the time with us, mobile telephones, to obtain data.
We have to ensure that we have field officers in the space to where the technology will not work, that persons are there. Because the truth is, no matter how far advanced we get, there is always a need for that human contact.
Any community with the right capacity can transform their space. So I think even as we start our development conversation, a lot should be around how can I leave this community at the end of Project A more capacitated than when we first started.
Beneficiaries from the Pisgah Primary and Infant School and the Child Protection and Family Services Agency shared their experience of data driving real change.
The communities of Pisgah, Huntley Castle, Berkshire Wood, Chevet Hills, we are proud beneficiary of a new school that is now being constructed. Thank you to CDB. Further data was used to assist 6 groups of parents who were trained and they were given grants to start their small businesses. We are now employing women on the site. Community persons are earning a living. And I'm telling you, we are coming out of the generational and the rural poverty that we have been experiencing over the years.
In 2023, the CPFSA benefited from the construction of our first child therapeutic center through funding from CDB under the Basic Needs Trust Fund. The therapeutic center provides services for what I would call the most acute cases, the children who require in-depth therapeutic interventions. Since January of this year, the center has seen 226 children.
The symposium was not just an event, but a call to action. By building capacity and empowering communities through data, Caribbean nations can move closer to eradicating poverty and achieving inclusive societies.
And together we can find the hope that's buried deep within. If we put away our differences and let's all be friends.
The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with global and regional partners, brought together over 60 community development professionals from 14 Caribbean countries for a transformative week of training in Jamaica.
We have had representatives from all 9 of the BNTF countries, and they have been introduced to the digitization of data using the COBOL toolbox.
A main feature of the workshop was the World Bank's Geo-Enabling Initiative for Monitoring and Supervision, GEMS, a capacity-building program which uses cost-free open-source tools such as COBOL Toolbox.
GEMS is an extremely impactful program because it enables governments and other local stakeholders around the world to set up customized digital data collection and analysis systems or digital monitoring systems. And through this, it has brought a lot of accountability into project implementation, service delivery, inclusion. It has really helped to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have feet on the ground, giving them real-time information on what is happening in the field.
All of this gives us a better handle on the data collection process, the authenticity of the data, the longevity of the data, in that we know it is reliable, it is accurate.
The GEMS training is what exactly the Caribbean needs with respect to addressing the shortcomings that we have in poverty eradication.
The workshop participants got an opportunity to apply their learning, from asset mapping in Brownstown to beneficiary surveys in Mendestown.
There are 775 communities that we work with, and so what we started to do in 2012 is to really identify the assets or the resources or the things that are of value or importance to our communities.
In order for us to achieve our goals of having the economic development met, we have to have accurate data. And so it's very critical what the CDB is doing with the development of the COBOL software.
With COBOL Toolbox on board, we would be able to collect data in a more real-time manner. We can better understand the communities and what needs to be done in terms of planning and development and moving forward.
The project was basically about rehabilitating the Mendestown Farm Road. So before the project, it was in a very deplorable condition.
Before the new road built, it was very hectic for the farmers because we used to have to travel a good distance from the farm to the road with the goods and the sticks. Since the Mendestown Farm Road has built, it's much easier for us farmers. We use the donkey less and we get the sticks much easier to the farms.
Two main impact is we and our children get into the main to go to our businesses, and the farmers getting out their produce to go to the market. Oh my God, it's like we're in heaven now. The farmers, they got it a lot easier because they would have to put the load on the donkeys, but now the donkeys are on holiday. When we are going up to the street, we have to carry 2 shoes. When we reach the main, we would change up But my God, since the road have been there, it's a blessing.
Today's experience was very rewarding, seeing the satisfaction and getting first-hand knowledge from residents as to the benefits they have derived from the implementation of this sub-project. We were taught how to develop proper questions for the Kobo Toolbox application, and really using it in community today helps us understand how we can improve on our questioning, ensuring that we gather the information that we really need.
It was good interacting with the community members to see how satisfied they were with the project, and just to see the smiles on their faces and them relating how beneficial the project was. That was a very good experience.
No more mud, no more grass, no more tears, no more crying again. Thank you, Lord, for CDB.
The training has been quite useful, and I think it will improve the capacity of countries in the Caribbean to do poverty analysis and to allow them to put strategies and programs together to address the issue of poverty.
I give a thumbs up for Kobo 2, and we definitely will use it in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I'm definitely excited about this workshop, just as the other 60 participants from across the region, and I'm also even more excited about what they will do upon their return to their respective countries.
We will be continuing to build capacity, not only in our BNTF countries, but across the projects and programs and technical assistance projects financed by the Caribbean Development Bank.
Once we listen to people and try to respond to their needs in a meaningful way, that is when development happens.
Community leaders are champions of change, building better lives, stronger organizations, and more resilient communities. The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in partnership with the JN Foundation and the Local Engagement and Action Fund, LEAF, hosted a groundbreaking 4-day pilot workshop from April 28 to May 1, 2025, with one goal in mind: to empower community-based and civil society organizations with the tools to thrive.
We had a collective view, both CDB and JN Foundation, in terms of the urgent need to strengthen community organizations to move the needle forward. So when JN put forward the idea around the financial literacy training, we were happy to be a part of that intervention. We have had a long-standing relationship with the Local Engagement and Action Fund, financed by the Global Affairs Canada. So moving along with this financial literacy capacity building session for community champions means a lot.
When you combine your resources, you're able to reach more persons. And so this allowed an opportunity for us to bring our knowledge. JN Foundation provided the financial management training, and CDB also looked at what are the necessary steps for preparing a solid project proposal. And if we looked at elements that would ensure that you have a winning project proposal when you submit to your donor.
We have a mandate at Jamaica National that we want to enrich lives and build communities. We want Jamaicans, wherever they reside, to live boldly, to live their best lives. And because of the role that community groups play at the grassroots level, empowering them to do better, giving them the financial tools that they need to thrive, it was a clear thing. It would be a win for all of us nationally.
Held in Kingston, Manchester, St. Anne, and St. James, the workshops welcomed 50 community leaders at each location.
Amazing, fantastic. Today was fulfilling. The content added significant value, real value to our lives.
The sessions covered the essentials of strong financial management, building the foundation for long-term impact.
Hearty lunch. I tell you one thing about Terra Nova. They're always going to give you a good meal. No questions asked. They're going to find a good meal for you. So thanking Turnover once more, a second day of lunch. So without further ado, I'm just going to stop. We're going to run into our after lunch energizer because we do understand what it is like when you have a hearty meal. You understand? And I have such a very important panel discussion coming up. We have one panel discussion left for the day, and then we have all kind of other excitement that we're into. So just to wake you up a little bit, I wonder if should I announce them or do I announce them at the end? Yes? All right. So just to wake us up a little bit, we have one of our very own because they're a CSO as well, out of Jamaica, well known. You know, if it is that you are from Jamaica, you know that when it comes to creativity, when it comes to performance, when it comes to just any little sort of excitement, that you need Asher. Give some noise for Ashay!
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are Ashay, and we're going to take you on a journey from CSO to CSO. Yes, we are grounded in the performing arts, but we are a social enterprise. Our niche is edutainment, so we're going to educate you and entertain you today. Here we go. One good thing about music, when it hits, you feel no pain. Sweet Jamaican music, when it hits, you feel no pain. All right. You live the life you love. You love the life you live. Everything you have in mind, Jah will give. Come on, sing it if you know it. Come on. Greetings I bring from Jah. To one ragamuffin, ooh, again, greetings I bring from Jah to one ragamuffin. Is the ragamuffin yarded on? All right, I want to see the hands of those who love Jamaica. Who love Jamaica? Hey, hey. Well, I'm dreaming of a new Jamaica. Some say they cannot see no hope. That's what I love your dress. But I know without a fear. And that's why I wrote this song. Come on, and me say, all who believe in love. Hey, come sing this song. Hey, sing the chorus song. All who believe in love. Come sing this song. Give her a clap for me, please. Hey, I said, sweet, sweet Jamaica. Be a key of me salty. I was your man banana. Whoa.
Are you enjoying the performance so far? Let me hear you make some noise. I love Marcia Griffiths. You love Marcia Griffiths? You love Marcia? Let me sing your song, my favorite song. There's a land that you know what I'm talking about today? You can't sing? So far. Sing with me. Next one. There's a land that I have heard about so far across the sea. To have you on my dreamland would be like heaven to me, and surely we'll never die. Sing with me, say, and surely we'll never die. Oh, won't you wait, and see. Oh, won't you wait.
All right. I want to introduce you to the man who calls himself the Prince of Reggae. His name is Dennis Brown. Hey! Should I have faith in you? Should I put my trust in you? And should you let me down? Should I flirt around? Why should I feel this way? Thinking that you're going away. There ain't no way we'll stay together anymore. Oh, well, am I to go on now?
Living this way.
Don't do it, Terry. I miss it acting like a child, so young and
yeah.
oh, you don't know Somebody say hit me.
Hit me with music.
Hit me with music now.
Music now.
Hit me with
Hit me with music. Hit me with music now. Could you be loved? Come on, yeah. And be loved. Could you be loved? And be loved.
All right. Don't let them fool you. Yeah. I wonder if you guys know this one, because I want help to sing it now. Come on. Or even try to school you. Whoa. Oh no 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 no. We've got a mind of our own, so go to hell if what you're thinking is not right. Say love.
Love will never leave us alone.
What's in the darkness, it must come out to light. Yeah.
Could you be loved?
Boy, and I say, could you be loved?
And be loved.
Yeah. Say, sing it now.
Could you be loved?
And be loved. Yo, Mr. Big, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up.
Get up, get up, get up.
You've been down for too long, yeah.
Get up, get up, get
Talk
up.
to them, Asha.
The road of life is rocky, and you may stumble too. So while you point the finger, someone else is judging.
Say, could you be loved?
Could you be loved? Could you be loved?
Could you be loved?
Could you be loved?
Let me tell you something about sex. In sex, don't let them change you. And it says, badam, bam, badam. Or do what?
Or even rearrange ya.
And it says, badam, bam, badam. Yeah, we've got our lives to live, yeah. Yes, we do. See, only the fittest of the fittest shall survive. We must
stay alive.
Because we ain't gonna miss the water until the world runs dry. No matter how you dream, man, the man will never be satisfied. Could you be loved? Could you be loved? Could you be loved? I can't hear you.
Could you be loved? Could you be? I wanna love you and treat you right. I wanna love you, yeah. Every day and every night we'll be together, with a roof right over our heads. We'll share the shelter of the darling bed off my single bed. We'll share the same room, while Jah provides the bread. Is this love? Is this love? Is this love? Love that I'm feeling.
see you through. Cause every day we pay the price with a little sacrifice, yeah. We're charming, whoa. Holy Mount Zion. Holy Mount Zion. Yeah.
Just sit in Mount Zion.
Let's all create.
From the park I hear rhythm, Marley's heart on the bar. Today there'll be a party, chilling with Asher right here on the block. Didn't know that you, yeah, we're jamming till the break of dawn. Nobody never told you, yeah, we're jamming till the break of dawn. You rock so, you rock so, you rock so, you rock so, you deep so, yeah. You rock so, you rock so. Are you ready to lively up yourself, then?
Lively up yourself.
And don't be no dread. Come on.
Lively up yourself.
Cause reggae is another boss. Skele bum.
Lively up yourself.
But say no.
Lively up yourself.
Here's why. But just said so.
You're right, so you're right.
You rock so, you rock so. Say you dip so, you dip so. You come so, you come so. I say you scam so, you scam so. And I say lively up yourself.
You're deep so.
Lively up yourself. Lively up yourself. Oh yeah.
One good thing about music, when it hits, you feel no pain. One good thing about music.
Oh Lord, it's
too bad.
In Kingston 12, yeah.
Too bad.
In Kingston 12, yeah.
Too bad.
In Kingston 12, yeah.
Too bad.
In Kingston 12. No one you think I love so. No one you think I love so. No one come cool I know. No one come cool I know. Alright, so this section is our dancehall section, right? And I know we have some people out there can dance. So anybody can dance, feel free to stand up with us. If you want. Ashe, please come into the crowd and help me get them up. Please. Any dancers at all? Any dancers at all? If you're sure that yes, oh, oh God. Alright. The one your name Fling. Right? It means to throw, right? So we're gonna do this. Yeah? You ready? Everybody know. Hey! Hey, Fling! My shoulder fear! Hey! My shoulder fear! Yeah, man! What you lead? The dancers, the dance, they do. Everybody know. Hey, Fling! Yeah! You can get it faster and faster now. Hey! Hold him there. Clap her now, please. Wanna clap her? Alright. Yeah, right here, so. With this one. Come on with this one. Come on, man. Come on.
What we do?
Just one move. Just one. You know that one here, stir fry. We know your daughter know it, so she teach you. Come, ready? Alright. Ready? Stir fry. Yeah. Yeah, that one there. And if you're clap Makisha, come here. Come here, Makisha. Come here. Guys, this is Makisha, and she worked with us for quite some time, so she must learn something from Ashe, right? Come here. Come show them off a Lego the bird. Hey, Lego the bird. Hey, Lego the bird. Hey, ready? Ready? Yeah. Watch it. Hey, Lego. Get it. Roy. Hey. On the clap her, yeah. She go out shy. Yo, so me have to go take over. Nova Scotia. I do the bumps and everybody bust a shoulder. I do the left one, I rocky like quarter full suiter. Hey, surprise them with a bomb. Never with a bing. Everything we sing is a in thing. Don't ask Sherry right, Pandy with it. CSO, everybody sing. Watch out, Uno, Boat, Kiva, can't stop. Uno, singer. I saw me mama, I saw me rock, I saw me sing, me ling a bam.
One
good thing about music, when it hits, you feel no pain. Sweet Jamaican music, sweet Jamaican music. Our hearts salute Jamaica. 'Cause this is Jamaica, my Jamaica.
I tell you, don't move an inch. Don't move an inch. Now, first and foremost, I want to say to you, a fellow CSO, and I tell you what they do. Yes, yes. And they use entertainment and edutainment to spread their message, but they also diversify their funding by allowing corporate entities to actually hire them for this sort of performance so that they can keep their HIV office. They have a doctor's office running and their HIV campaigns running and doing all sorts of other. The Conroy's at the back there. Yes. They also have a very vibrant youth engagement that they do as well. And they, like you and the rest of the world watching and aspiring, they are a CSO. Talk about social entrepreneurship, yes? Talk about enterprise. Talk about doing good things. And, of course, representing Jamaica well. Give some noise. Make some noise. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you for having us. Please follow and tag us on all your socials at the Ashe Company. Together, guys, and we say Ashe. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So are you awake? Are you awake? Yes? Yes, indeed. Yes, I tell you, and we want to thank those who stayed with us on the live stream. They were all dancing on the live stream, sending all kind of dancing emojis, doing the sort of things that we can't do in here because we have to behave ourselves, you know. When it was that him says dance all time, I got a little excited, you know. When he said, who want to come up, I had to remind myself that I'm a part of the organization here, you know. And, you know, Stephanie was looking at me because they know a little bit about me. I have to behave myself, right? But I tell you, it is indeed a pleasure. And we're so very happy that we're able to engage you in this way. We're hoping that we will get other opportunities to engage our CSOs, but also to celebrate you and the work that you do. Because, you know, being a part of a CSO is a thankless job. So very rarely do we get an opportunity to really get up and say, hey, we appreciate you. And this also ought to be an opportunity for us to say just that. So once again, I want to big up the CDB and, of course, Global Affairs Canada for what it is that they have made possible here today. Right? So, oh dear, I'm going to give him an opportunity because he just had a small incident, and I'm going to have persons come on up on my panel, so I'm going to give him a chance to just sort that out. Yes, and yes. Okay, so well, you see, we always have things to fill the gap. Nature bores a vacuum, right? So someone left her glasses on the shuttle bus. So if it is that you have lost your eyes, then you need to see us, right? You have lost your eyes, find us. It is here, right? So, no, that's the second thing I heard, break in the evening. So you know we have to... Whoa, for those of us who are Jamaican, they understand that when it is that you see 2 or 3 things break, then you have to spin your roll, yes. So we're going to have it all sorted out, though, because nothing will put a damper on what it is that we do and the sort of work that you do. You know that no matter what, the work continues, yeah? And while it was that I was listening to Keithlin this morning and talking about starting small and moving into social enterprise, it reminded me of a friend of mine, you know, while we get it sorted, and just indicate to me as soon as you're ready, because I know we're streaming, so we're not going to have dead air, right? So when I was growing up, I grew up in a small lane of Hagley Park Road in Jamaica. And there was a young man that was my neighbor, meaning him come from across the road. And he went to school like most Jamaicans, and it didn't do as well as he wanted to. And so when he left school, there was really nothing much that was happening for him. And he had a girlfriend from high school, and she had a child for him right out of high school, and he really felt that there was nothing much. And of course, this young lady, she found another man that had a little bit more going for him, who happened to live just across the street. So he was very upset, and I remember one day he came and he accosted the young man. But this young man was a quote-unquote bad man, and so he beat him up badly. And then the worst thing is that he had to go up the lane to go accost the young man. And then after the young man beat him up, he must walk the walk as shame come down, yes? And it was on that walk that my mother saw him and said, "What are you doing?" And he said nothing, and she gave him a form to go to Hart, to go to Jaggers. And he went there the very next day, I guess because life was feeling so horrible for him. He went there the very next day. And Jaggers is our engineer or mechanic school, really, our skills school for high school graduates. And he did so well that as soon as he left, he got a job. And then he got recruited to go and work with Air Jamaica at the time. And then he worked at the wharf, and then he was recruited to go work in Canada. And he's doing so well in Canada that he got excited, and he said to his mom that I want to start something where they go into schools and find young men like myself who leave and don't know what they're doing, and them carry them, come put in Jaggers. He said, that's what I want. I will send the money, go for them, carry them, and put them in Jaggers. And that started with a little money out of him pocket. Because I make a money now, so I send back a little money. But I tell you, when he did that, he now started to mentor these young men, and then he would create opportunities for them to go to Canada who had the same shortage of mechanics. And then he found out that his entity actually paid people to recruit mechanics. And so his little give back, you know what it became? A social enterprise. And so what he now did was to actually have two young ladies here who would help him to recruit persons who wanted to work in Canada, right, as mechanics. And he was working at this huge oil company, so they always had the need. But all the money that they made, they actually put it back in finding young men who would have ended their school days without any understanding of what next. And just like him, needed somebody to point them in a direction. And when I listened to Keith Lynn, I thought about how you can start small. But if you think big, you can become a social enterprise. Because now he's one of the biggest recruiters here for persons who need to be mechanics in Canada. And it started with a little young man who just get beat up the other day. That was what it was. It's a little young man that had to walk the walk of shame. And then he remembered how somebody gave him a form, so he wanted to give somebody else a form and a little start. Now I want to remember that you guys are changing lives just like that as well. There are a million stories that can be told about the organizations that you have and the change that you have created. So the next thing I need to do is find them little people that want to did help and say things are going for you now. Where you depend? Let us start diversifying the funding, yes? Let us start saying, we have done for you, what are you going to now do for others? And then this little thing might become this huge thing where you're now the biggest recruiter for mechanics in Jamaica for Canada. Are you following what I'm saying? Yes, indeed. All right, are we ready now? Are we ready? All right. You see, I did so well filling that little gap there. Yes, so let's go. We are now going to go into our final panel for the day. It's all about the diversification of funding. And once again, giving a shout out to those joining us for the very first time on our live stream. It is all about funding today. And we heard from the funders earlier this morning. And now we're going to hear from CSOs just like yourselves who have found themselves a way to change how the money go around, to change and sustain their own mission and their own passions. And so I'm just giving him a moment that we can now invite. Am I good? I am inviting my panelists to the stage Charmaine is with us. Charmaine Brim, Technical Specialist in Socioeconomic Development, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, the Community Renewal Program Secretariat. Where's Charmaine? Yes, indeed. Boy, Charmaine work can't done. There's so much things Charmaine have to do. She won all of the whole of PIOJ. Yeah, she won all of PIOJ. Make her welcome, please. Thank you so very, very much. We also have Woodsworth Gordon representing Jeffreytown Farmers Association. Now, I was given the pronunciation of Charles's last name 4 times, and so I'm going to give him the honor of saying it himself. But I have for you, representing Sisters of Mercy, Charles, all of that. Yes? Yes, go on, Charles. No, Charles, don't embarrass me like that, right? Charles, Aru, myself. Okay, I got it? Oh, my God, thank you. Charles is just a wonderful gentleman. That's why he's saying that, right? Thank you so very much for joining us here, Charles. And also, Sophia Greaves Broom is also going to join us, the Chief Executive Officer of Pinelands Creative Workshop. Please join us, Sophia. All right, so this afternoon we're moving from theory into lived action. Tech team, are we good? Yes, we are good. I'm just going to check to make sure that we have the clicker here with us. Just checking if the clicker was brought back. Because each of these individuals, they're going to talk to us about the diversification of funding, about what they have done, and some of them, Charmaine in particular, who is from PIOJ, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, is going to speak to us about how a country needs to change and facilitate the diversification of funding. She's going to talk to us about the work that they have done as it relates to the creation of policy, the research that has gone into it, so that Jamaica can get to the point where they have a Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, where they now can have a full government organization that is looking at how we can enable our civil society organizations to actually earn funds. And so without further ado, I hand over to Charmaine Brim from PIOJ.
Thank you so much, so much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you. Good afternoon. You know, normally when a presenter comes up, particularly before lunchtime, they're worried about standing between the participants and lunch. When you come exactly after lunch, you worry about standing between you and niggeritis. But that presentation from Ashe was absolutely fantastic, and I think we're all awake and ready to hear from us, right? All right, great. So I am asked to speak a little bit about the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, and one might wonder, you're from the PIOJ, why are you speaking about the Social Stock Exchange? But as Georgia just intimated, the government has come on board to support the CSO sector and social enterprises from the perspective of policy and legislation. Now, I think it cannot be said enough the tremendous work that the civil society organization and social enterprises have been making in Jamaica. They are addressing issues that government has not been able to fully address. I look at Rise Life over there, I'm seeing Nadine, they are doing tremendous work in terms of substance abuse. We have other CSO doing work in terms of domestic violence. We have the Alpha Convent of Mercy here with a very good social enterprise that is really trying to push music. Now, with all of that great work, would you believe that our CSOs still face a lot of barriers? And so I'm going to start by just giving you a little bit of background on why a social stock exchange was needed as one other innovative alternative to funding. Now, we have done quite a bit of landscape assessment, particularly looking at the policy framework that supports the CSO and the social enterprise sector. Now, there are some key barriers that we have found that really comes across three broad areas. One is the issue of informality. When we think about social enterprises, for instance, the reality that in Jamaica, there is not a regulatory framework that supports this sector. The other issue has to do with access to capital, and importantly, and I don't think we necessarily pay attention to it enough, is the issue of capacity building support. So what are some of these barriers? We see that there has been a lack of a clear established definition for social enterprises, and with respect to even them getting a recognized legal status. There is the absence of monitoring and oversight of governance and operations. And as I listened to the conversations earlier and hearing all the good practices, Kathleen, when she gave her example and some of the things that are so key to good operations is the whole issue of governance and the kind of systems that you have in place. One of the other issues both CSOs and SEs face are the inconsistent interpretation of local tax and charities law by the administering entities. And in Jamaica, we have the Department of Cooperatives and Friendly Societies, we have the Companies Office of Jamaica, and we hear it over and over. Persons, I think we have become so used to the legal jargons that are not necessarily written in a simplified way for persons to understand. There is a lack of standard measurement metrics and inadequate data collection and analysis that is important to inform development, policy making, etc. Access to credit and other funding. One of the things we know CSOs, and especially early starters, the dependence on grant funding, and it's really not a sustainable approach, right? It's useful, but certainly because we want to see, especially for like our social entrepreneurs, social enterprises, we want to see scaling and we want to see growth. In terms of CSO, there is interestingly a lack of awareness among government officials about the work. And when we talk about the work, yes, you know, you hear it there and there, Rise Life is doing this, etc. But in terms of really understanding the target group, understanding the internal mechanism of the CSO, what they need, what are some of the issues that they face, much more awareness amongst government is needed. There are the issues of discretionary and burdensome implementation approaches. Registration, you think about someone who wants to register to get a charitable status. You start in one organization, you go over to the Companies Office of Jamaica, and then you have to go back over to DCS in order to get the charity status, and then sometimes there's just a back and forth that makes the process really a little bit onerous. The lack of legal form as well for non-for-profit organizations would indicate that already established CSOs would normally require changes to their bylaws in order to even apply for the charity status. So that is the context that we are looking at in terms of some of the fundamental barriers that really inhibits the fulsome operation of CSOs and the social entrepreneurs or social enterprises. And so for PIOJ, one of the things we have been able to do, and one of the assignments that Kathleen gave us to do, was to really think through what is some of the support, what are the things that we have been doing. Well, from the standpoint of government, we have really been driving and advocating with respect to a policy framework. We have been pushing for much more research and have in fact been able to coordinate and get full landscape research done on the sector so we can better understand the needs, see where the gaps are, and see what kind of support government can bring to the table. And so one of the breakthroughs that was made in 2017, 2018 was to have social enterprises embedded in a policy framework. that didn't exist before. Social enterprise, in terms of the concept, is not new to Jamaica. We go as far back as way before the 1990s in terms of the concept of social enterprise. But in Jamaica, the sector has been highly informal. There's a lot of persons self-identifying as social enterprises, but then you don't know what does that really mean? How do you define a social entrepreneur? How do you define a social enterprise, right? So we started, whilst the hope is that eventually we will have singular policy for social enterprise, we were able to at least advocate to have social enterprise represented within the MSME and entrepreneurship policy. We continued with getting further technical support through the British Council Investment Climate Reform Facility that afforded us the opportunity to develop a proposed legal status act that has been passed on through the Ministry of Investment and Commerce, which is the ministry responsible for implementing the MSME policy. The thinking behind that is to advocate further for the legislation to be passed for the social enterprise sector. So what we are pushing for is an ecosystem or creating that enabling environment where there's policy and regulation, there's capacity development and human capital support, there's financing solutions and information and networks. Now that takes me over to, therefore, why a social stock exchange? Now, one of the policy committees that the PIOJ established included representation from the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And in the conversation, and highlighting the fact that yes, there are revenue streams, however, we needed more innovation. We needed an innovative kind of funding stream. And so the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange was established certainly as a CSR for the Jamaica Stock Exchange itself, but they are responding to the particular needs that were revealed in terms of the landscape research. So it's looking at CSO and SEs being weaned, well, not completely, but we want them to have access to more sustainable financing. We're looking at an innovative financing solution to the issue of access to capital. And of course, looking at providing capacity support in some of what I term as the non-traditional areas, which looks at the governance mechanisms within these entities. Looking at the monitoring and evaluation, and I heard it mentioned before how important it is, particularly for reporting, to have an M&E system, and then the importance of you to know what is the return on investment, with all the work that you have been doing. Are you able to demonstrate to a donor what the return on your investment has been? And so the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange was really responding to a longevity problem which SSOs face with respect to fully funding operational costs and the inability to receive adequate funding from grants. And so this was established not only in terms of providing access to funding, but in particular to promote the mobilization of a social capital market. And so I'm just going to push forward a little bit more in the interest of time, but just to say that how they intend to achieve this is really on the premise of, one, connecting the donors and investors to your projects, providing an opportunity for capacity building support that will enhance the capabilities of the SSOs and the social entrepreneur to manage their projects and businesses effectively, and to measure and communicate the results. So there are three main activities that would drive this. The first one had to do with the enhancement of the management and sustainability of social service organizations. The other looked at improving the systems and the tools for impact measurement. And thirdly is to build awareness and to strengthen stakeholder engagement. Now, there are two platforms that has been established by the Social Stock Exchange. The first is what we call a the Jamaica Social Investment Market. Now, this is a crowdfunding model for the philanthropic entities who are seeking funds through donations to SSOs. And so this particular platform is open to NGOs, community-based organizations, registered benevolent and friendly societies, foundations, charities, associations. So if you are seeking to raise funding, you make an application, once you go through the selection and listing process, once that is approved, your project is uploaded on this platform. Now, the value added, or one of the value added that the social stock exchange brings, is leveraging what this Jamaica Stock Exchange itself has already established. Good mechanisms in terms of the collection of funding, excellent reporting and transparency, and also the reputation of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And so SSOs, social entrepreneurs, can benefit by submitting your applications and being listed on that platform. Now, the game changer has to do with Platform 2, which is to be a Jamaica Impact Investment Market. And this would operate similar to how the junior market operates, where you have investments, you are able to purchase stocks or shares in an entity, and the investor would get back some return for their investment. So this particular platform is awaiting the legislation, which government is currently really working on pushing. But this, we believe, is a significant game changer in Jamaica for civil society organizations and social entrepreneurs who have gone through the rigor of establishing strong enterprises using strong business principles, and then you would be able, if you so choose, and you want to attract that added investment, that you are able to access the benefits that would come through a Jamaica Impact Investment Market. And so some of the key benefits then for you.
Sorry, so very sorry, Charmaine.
Have to cut?
Yes, we have to cut. I am so sorry. I want you to just go back to that slide, though, because that's a very important slide, and we'll be sharing it, of course. We're talking about diversification of funding here today, and she has given us one that is already up, which is Platform 1. So for those of us who are looking for alternate ways, just simply remind them of the name of that platform for us, please.
So it's the Jamaica Social Investment Market, which essentially operates like a crowdfunding platform.
Yes, and her name is Charmaine Brim. She is from the PIOJ, the Planning Institute of Jamaica. And I tell you, she'll be here. She's remaining on our panel. So those of us who have questions, we're going to get an opportunity to ask the questions a little bit later on, which is why I'm being a little bit more militant on the time, because after we had our last presentation, person was like, we had questions. Good? So without further ado, we're going to go to our second person on our panel today, and she's from all the way in Barbados. Her name is Sophia Greaves-Room. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Pinelands Creative Workshop in Barbados. Over to you, Sophia. And sorry, Sophia, I just have to tell you, this is Clement, and he's going to be right there with the timer. And he's going to be waving at you. He's a gentleman. So he's just going to show you for once or twice, right? So if I interrupt you, let me apologize beforehand.
Okay, no problem. I think everybody can hear me. Good afternoon, my fellow civil society family. As my colleague said, my name is Sophia Graves. I'm from Barbados, representing Pinelands Creative Workshop, and I am CEO of that organization. Now, this evening we are talking about the diversification of funding in terms of the sustainability of your organization. And I just want to share a little bit about Pinelands with you. Now, Pinelands basically arose because of a disaster in the early parts of 1978. It was a flood and the dislocation of hundreds of people. And they were placed in one sudden housing construct, housing estate. Pinelands is one of the oldest housing estates in Barbados. And that was in 1978. And we would have used, because of the unfamiliarity of those persons coming together from across various spaces, it caused a little bit of confusion and, dissettlement. So it's a means of cohesion. Pioneers was have used sports and culture as that means of pulling those people together. Because the construct was so sudden, there was no social amenities. So persons were forced to be dysfunctional for a point of time. So the organization came into play, providing a level of cultural consciousness, economic empowerment, and strengthening the community through the arts and social development interventions. And one of the key things the organization has held strong to, that we make sure that we provide opportunities and accessible opportunities to all. Now, one of the drivers, in addition to that sudden change the organization would have gone through in terms of formalizing itself, the drivers for the organization as it has gone through various decades, because we are now at 48 years celebrating at the end of this month, that some of the drivers for the change, the environmental drivers, for us to adopt in enterprise culture was because of the shift, and we hear that all through all the presentation. The shift in terms of donor support has been moving all over the place to respond to disaster. We have had the challenges, and we see it on our news with the US, the policy changes, the thematic focuses of our donor community has constantly changed, and some of us don't keep up with those changes. The political changes, we have elections, and sometimes the focus changes in each and every one of our countries. And the need for independence. An organization with 95% females, we must recognize that they are heads of households. They carry the heaviest burden. And therefore, we had to recognize that we can no longer operate in a thinking that we can come and do it free and do a little thing. But instead, we needed to provide a system of economic empowerment for these women using social and cultural needs. So, and then too, we can't have people working all day long. Our Light and Power doesn't say because you work with an NGO that your bill is going to be free, nor does the Water Authority. So you need to provide your staff with some kind of funds to assist themselves. They're majority women. We have had 2 male leaders, and all the others have been females. Now, we took a 3-dimensional approach: the structure, technology, and its people. Now, the organization, if I look at the deconstruction and reconstruction element, this is where we start to look at the fact that we could no longer operate with a framework of the traditional form, meaning we have moved from president, vice president, treasurer, and the norm. And this was around 1988 to 1990, to executive director, production manager, to speak more to the work that the organization was doing. Again, we look again in our environment and look at the business community and what they were doing, and recognize that between 1998 and 2008, it was necessary to change because we need to take on a new persona, a new character, to align ourselves with what the environment was looking like. No longer do we need a president, because sometimes we have persons with these roles and they don't know what they're doing or what their specific roles should be. Therefore, when we made the second change to our present titles, it was to make sure that persons were clear what their directives were. So for myself as CEO, I know what my role is, and my financial officer understood what her role was. So it continues to build out, and every cycle, or every 10 years, every decade, we continue to have that introspective look to see if what we are doing or what our titles are, if they are relevant. And as an NGO, relevance is one of the key things, and only way you can determine your relevance is by looking critically at yourselves. Now, the adoption of an enterprise framework, whether it is social and cultural, and I'm happy to see Ache on the stage today because it hit home rather nicely with me. The organization has fashioned itself around two pillars, social enterprise and cultural enterprise. Using our Bikes for Barbados, we invested in a bakery, car rental, housing products, personal care products. We've never failed to look around and engage. We were not risk averse. And that's one of the key characteristics. We had to step out of our social mandate a little bit if we wanted to make sure our members and those we are responsible for, even our community, could benefit from the organization. And then we look at our cultural product, one of the leading Afro-Caribbean folk groups on the island, and say, hey, we do have some significant talents that we are not tapping into. And that's what we did too. So this is what we did to monetize the assets that we provided, or assets that we held in our hand and sometimes did not know we have them. Custom creative work through performances for our clients. Partial funding, sometimes we secure funding from various organizations like our sports fund for our productions. The productions allow us to share and educate our community of various psychosocial issues. But again, it allows us to cover the cost for things we normally can't cover through tickets, those tickets, admission tickets. Then we also look at corporate social responsibility. Remember, I said in the beginning, we have to continue to look at what is happening in the environment. And corporate social responsibility became one of those things that the business community was now giving some attention to. So we tapped in there where we have been talking to places like banks, Koeman, to bring in some resources for what we do, whether it's education or any other development initiatives. And internal revenue in terms of fees to our members, very small, but it offsets things like costumes and other institutional strategies. Education and consultancy services, we would have led to us having NVQs. We paid for NVQs in dance, directing, and so on. So now that we can deliver those courses and people pay to do those courses, we even develop a social enterprise course with the support of the University of the West Indies. And consultancy services, we offer those to other agencies on the island and also throughout the region. So the organization would have gone through many phases and through also looking at projectizing the approach, where we write proposals and deliver projects, not only for ourselves, but other partners that might not have that capacity to deliver projects at a particular scale. Experience capitalization, when we look within, we had directors, stage managers, concept development, research and development. All these are skills that when we look within, we place on the table that now we are looking to monetize. And creative specialization. If you look online, when we transitioned to Republic, we were the person who did the national performance that brought over 300 performers together and made that happen. And we also did Carifesta in terms of triple maypole performances. So this is where the money goes in terms of cycling through our social element, where we see the breakdown of the percentages, operational, cultural, social, as well as economic empowerment activities. So determinants of this, we need to have operational scalability, mission drift prevention, as well as key to this is the leadership. The transition to social enterprise or cultural enterprise cannot happen because you just wake up and thought of it. It is a planned approach, it is an incremental strategy, and it has to be led. And these were the key focuses for Pylons as we continue to analyze ourselves. Self-examination, introspection, organization will or goodwill, remain grounded in what we believe in Afro-Caribbean folk, as well as investment in our people, even down to insurance and policies for our members to make sure that when we leave this work, that there's something that persons can benefit from. We invested in their education so that we can adapt to the new futures that we have to tackle. And we had to change our mindset. We had to become risk tolerant, environmentally aware, conscious of what government is doing, what our partners are doing, and willing to take on that dual identity. So for all of you, there's an openness, and for all of us, we have to maintain an openness and examine new opportunities. That is one of the research the threats that we see in research, that many NGOs, they are they're hardly able to identify opportunities. They are afraid of that risk. You have to fail. Because if you fail, you would know other ways not to fail again. We did not succeed at everything that we have done, but we have learned how to even do it better as we move forward. So, but key to this, and critical, you must select the right leadership. Whether it's visionary or whether it's entrepreneurial, you have to have the right leader at the end of the day.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. You know, when I see Clement getting all the way up here, but thank you, you know, and I say to you that there's something that was very intriguing about what was said, and I've heard it earlier about the partnership. She spoke about partnering with other organizations within Barbados and assisting them where they weren't able, you know, to take the steps necessary. And I'm saying we provide here a unique opportunity to do that, to find the right partner. So I'm going to say it again and again. Do not leave here. Do not leave these 4 days without finding the other entities that you can speak to and partner with and that you can move forward with. Please get some numbers, get emails, swap talk, find somebody. As a matter of fact, don't sit at the same table tomorrow. Yes? Yes, man. Find somebody else, as Jamaicans would say, right? So let us now move to our men. You know, we have two wonderful young men with us here today. We have Charles representing Sisters of Mercy, and he's going to also tell us his full name. Yes? So that we all can now say Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Georgia. I'm actually from India. You can hear the accent. I'm a Jamaican, but my accent hasn't get there yet. I've been in Jamaica for 30 years. When I was 20 years old or about that, I worked with the Sisters of Charity, Mother Teresa Sisters, then worked with the Missionaries of the Poor for a number of years here in Jamaica and other countries as well. Then now I'm working with the Sisters of Mercy. Sisters of Mercy is a Catholic women international organization that runs in the North America alone about 50 schools. They also have clinics, healthcare centers. You can name all the different institutions that they operate in terms of the needs, addressing the needs of the marginalized people. In fact, I met two persons here from Belize, Kirk and I think it's Marla. Both of them have been to the Sisters of Mercy Academy, which is in Belize. I'm sure there are some women here from Alpha. Anyone from here from Alpha? Oh, there you go. So there are two women. So anywhere I go, I always find. So Charmaine is an Alpha girl. So there you go. So Sisters of Mercy is a very well-known Catholic international organization who are committed to improving the lives of people. They in fact operate 10 institutions here in Jamaica, and St. John Bosco, which I am about to talk about, is one of the 10 institutions, and roughly about 5,000 students attend these schools on a daily basis. Now, we are talking about shift, and it's very appealing, encouraging, and I'm learning a lot. But but we did the shift about 5 years ago at St. John Bosco. We have to make a fundamental shift from moving from an institute that was a home for children to a vocational training center offering livelihood training for men and women. That started pretty much in 2019, and then COVID hit us. We were on a sleep mode, pretty much not able to do anything much more, but we were able to still put our steps together and continue the vocational training center. So just an institutional overview here. The mission is about empower youth through skills training and value-based education, provides certified vocational programs, serves vulnerable and at-risk youth in Manchester and surrounding communities, committed to sustainability and long-term impact. Sister Susan Fraser is a visionary. And she is one of the main reason for all the social enterprise business we have at St. John Bosco. The focus areas at St. John Bosco is youth, education, and sustainability. The institute has been there for 65 years, since 1960. It had hundreds of boys growing up there, going to school, and at 18 years old, they leave the school with either a high school education and some sort of certification of the trades that we have established over the years. At present, we have 170 registered students who are learning hard trust trade programs, and our area of focus is hospitality and beauty services, because these two services are very much needed in the tourism industry. So once they finish the 2 years or level 2 and 3 programs with us, they are able to get the job immediately. And we have a network of hotels, other organizations that we work with where they have internship. We have even students who go to internship in the cruise ships as well. So the current funding streams we have are sponsorship. We don't have the endowment set up yet, but we are very much working on it. Government subvention has been part of our package of funding and has been existing for a very long time. You will see the amounts that we receive as government subventions shortly. Donor grants are very important, and we do also have that in educating the students. Income generating social enterprises is another main aspect of how we fund our programs. But I have their campus enterprise deliberately because one of the idea is to how we can generate income by creating a campus that people want to come and visit, be entertained, be engaged in education, and pay for it. I think Kathleen spoke about it. It's a sort of an ecotourism or educational tourism, if you like, which is what we are trying to build on the social enterprises. In fact, we have other institutions that train hard programs come to our campus and do their training in our butcher shop, in our St. John Bosco meat shop, and so on. So how it all started? It was a simple idea. You had 400 students living in the campus. Actually, St. John Bosco is a 33-acre property. It's a pretty sizable property. They had roughly from 200 kids to 400 kids, depending on the time of the history. And you have to feed them. You had 400 mouths to feed. So it was basically grow your own food idea. Then moving from there to eat what you grow. And then also, how can you market what you grow was the simple basic idea that led to the social enterprises we have. And while the idea is simple, you have to put systems in place that can operate successfully. For example, the piggery started with 2 pigs. Now we have 600 pigs. And all of them are completely automated to the point where we only have 2 workers, staff members, that handle the pig farm. If you like to see a lot more on this, you can go to a video that is openly available. That's High Pro Pig Farm. You can actually Google it. A video, 5-minute video will come that will actually show you what our pig farm is like. When High Pro 5 years ago wanted to promote pig farm in Jamaica nationally, they chose St. John Bosco Boys Home, St. John Bosco Pig Farm, because it is scalable, it is easy to establish and build on from small numbers to big numbers. As I told you, everything is automated. You just needed 2 persons to monitor what is automated in the pig farm, and we have about capacity for 600 pigs. From that, we moved on to building greenhouses. We have a chicken farm for 2,000 chickens. We also have local farmers who work with us in supplying to our meat shop because we do not have cow farm or mutton or lamb, so they supply all of that to our meat shop. So we support also local farmers from the neighboring communities to get in venture with the business at St. John Bosco. All the programs we have are interrelated with our training. So in other words, the business is connected to training, and training is connected to income generation, and that income generation is reinvested back into the training. Basically, it talks about the levels of hard training programs we have. So, on a yearly basis, in the last 4 years, our revenue from the meat shop and the small restaurant we have is 80 million Jamaican dollars. In addition to that, as I told you, every program we have has a business side to it. Catering department is a training program. It has a business side to it. We have a restaurant. It runs as a restaurant, but also it has a training program side to it. We have a meat shop. We have a training program to that. We have a butcher shop. It has training program attached to that, where students are trained to meat processing, to how to slice a ham, how to slice bacon. So they learn pretty much everything that they need to do in a hotel. On a yearly basis, the meat shop and the restaurant brings about $80 million, and our net earnings is about 24 million. We also have the catering department that brings in about roughly 8 to 10 million a year. I think in 24 and 25, we have gone a little bit more. So the net earnings are like about 30 million Jamaican dollars in a year. And I don't know if you all can see that. So that is just the social enterprises we have at St. John Bosco. Our major funding still comes through sponsorship, grants, and donations. As you can see, in 2020, our enterprise brought in net earnings of about 26%. But the funding from donations, grants, sponsorship came about 34%. And then government partnership is very strong with us. We have a heart partnership with St. John Bosco. We also have Ministry of Education that supports us with our programs. So we also have a contingent, regular, sustainable amount that comes from the government. And they know we cannot teach without their support. In fact, I think they can actually give more, but I'm not going to go there.
Yeah. We're happy, especially on our live stream, that you're not going to go there, Charles. I'm going to have to rush you a little bit to wrap up. So that
I think basically I want to talk about just quickly about 3 things. Lessons learned. When you are starting your business, I think the most important thing is how to align your focus areas in your business. So if you have your target group, they have to be almost every step of the way in setting up your business, because they're going to be the focus. They're going to be someone who's going to be learning, but also they're going to learn how to earn an income. So in our system, we have from the point of we taking the students to the point of getting employed, they go through the social enterprise, right through how the business is built or done. The next thing is we include them in building the business. In other words, you have to know how you are planning to use the target group. If they are young adults, if they are slow learners, if they are from a very specific type of community, you have to know what sort of trades in a given time, 1 year, 2 years, that they can learn. So it has to be tailored to the fact of how your target group will be able to learn a skill. And they have to also know the know-how of doing the job or the business. So it has to be something connected to the type of young people you're dealing with or any target group you're dealing with. The last point is it has to be collaborative. And I think St. John Bosco is a very strongly integrated and collaborative institution that deals with government agencies to agencies that are like-minded like us, both locally and internationally. And the Sisters of Mercy are able to pull the resources together, not just financially, but also resources that you need, human resources, capabilities that you don't have, that you need to hire from outsourcing. And that's what making our business and our organization viable for the last 65 years. And with the shift in the last 5 years, which is a big change for us, we are putting our foot out onto the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very, very much. Wonderful work. And thank you as well as a Jamaican, for the work that you do. You know, these organizations that help those that don't have family members, and they commit themselves not to a 9 to 5, because you don't look after a child by being there in your work hours. It is a continuous commitment to ensuring, that their well-being is looked after, and we appreciate the continuous work that you have been doing, and know that you're earning from it. We love that as well. $30 million last year. In Jamaica, we say big up yourself. You're going with things. You're going with things. So, our final, last but by no means least, Jeffrey Town is with us here today. They are, I have been speaking to him, and I have been researching all that they have been doing, and I am so very proud of them as a Jamaican myself. Woodsworth Gordon is representing Jeffrey Town Farmers Association, and when you hear from him, you'll understand why I am proud of the work that they're doing. Over to you, Woodsworth.
Good afternoon. It's been a pleasure so far. I've been here and I've been re-energized and ready to go again. The battery has been recharged with this session. So when I get my battery running, then all the funding agencies, you can't run faster than me.
I want them to listening.
The Jeffertown Farmers Association was founded in 1991 with 2 or 3 members returning from Great Britain into the community. And at that point, if anybody knows St. Mary, in the days when St. Mary was the breadbasket of Jamaica, where all the women want to leave to Kingston and find a St. Mary man. St. Mary was the most independent set of people. And banana was the king. Then we have the fallout with the WTO and the fair trade arguments about the banana preferential treatment to Europe. It now became a situation where the small farmers got the first hit. The very smallest farmers got the first hit. And then the middle, they got hit. So the situation that was happening there, that people turned to cash crops and planting tomato, especially tomato, and things like that, because Irish potato wasn't as it is now in production. And it was what was happening. We overproduce, no market to sell. Even those who have banana, the banana was ripening, and they were eating what they could. Local people would buy, but it was too much for the local market. So it was really a bad time for our community. And they decided that they're going to organize a group. I was here on a holiday at the time, and I joined the group from 91 before I returned home. And they sought help from the Member of Parliament. And the community used to produce a lot of milk. And we used to deliver, milk truck used to come in and take the milk, and people earn from it. So that kind of was stopped, and they decided to seek some help from the Member of Parliament, who was very generous. I thought it was an excellent thing that he did. He gave the group $400,000. I think it was 93 or 94, 93, so that they could do a revolving herd. Buying in the milk cattle, and then they could do a revolving thing with the members of the group. That went well, to the point that they maximized the numbers, but not everybody could get a cattle or a heifer. It was then. So what they agreed to is that the revolving herd you'd get one. The first one that is born, if it's a female, then you would give it to someone else. If it's a male, you would keep it. And that system worked for a short while. And that was our first lesson learned. Is that suddenly animals were dying. You can't see the carcass, and you can't find where it's burned or buried. And there was an attrition that went on. About 6 of the 28 people actually continued and to play their part. But the majority, it just disappeared. Problem what that happened was lack of accountability, not properly structured, no documents signed, all of those things. It was just word of mouth and accepting, trust everybody for free. But the main point we learned is that political money, everybody expects it to be free. And you don't have to do nothing to get it. Right? If you get it, nobody can hold you accountable for it. So that attitude knocked us back. I joined the group in '94 when I returned home. And we started again, and we continued to organize. We found places we were meeting on people's veranda, and we realized that we needed a meeting place that is more permanent. And we got to get registered so that we could have a permanent address, things like that. And we then turned out to be that we asked the church for a parcel of land that they had that was given to them that weren't being used. It was only about a half a square. And they granted it to us, and we then sought help to build it. We got decided we wanted a business plan. We got some funding to do a business plan. And I can't remember what the amount was. I think it was about 200,000, something like that. We had to get a consultant to do the plan for us. But we did all the work, and all he did was describe, and we didn't get any money out of it. So we said, okay, fine. But we were learning. It was a learning curve for us how to gather information, how to put it together, and all of that. So we decided nobody's going to write another plan for us. We're going to do it ourselves. So that's where my wife, God rest her soul, she accepted my prompting and decided to join the group, and we started working. And I know because of time, I got to go fast with this. I want to get the message across. And the message I really want to really get across is how you bounce back from disappointment. And we went through and we did a business plan. We presented the business plan to the agricultural support service. That was it known then. And it would have cost $21 million for us to put 100 acres of land that was given to us by members of the community in one of the most fertile parts of the community. And we were going to get land cleared, get young farmers onto the land. The project was aborted when we thought we would got it just to go. And I'm not going to get into the reason because it's a live stream still, isn't it? So I'm not going to go into the reason behind that. So we have to pivot back to what can we do with our youngsters, because right at that time they were the problem. The community was in a state that you couldn't give your name, you couldn't tell anybody that you come from Jefferton if you're applying for a job because the reputation was bad. So we got, luckily, again, we got another grant from IAF. I think it was $1 million to buy a container to put on the land that we as an office space. And we got that fund. But when we started looking around to convert the container, it would have cost us the entire money. And we decided we want to pivot back to, we have the skills in the community, many carpenters and mason people, so we just started we're going to do the construction. and go by concrete. So we built a concrete base. We started lining out, started building, and then someone was driving by with a backhoe, a good friend, and I asked him to dig down the part that we couldn't build on, to give us space to build something down there. So we already spent some of the money. We built that. We then built that area. It's a storeroom. That's what we built it for. So we utilized that area for the office. And we also had an internet cafe in that area. We have a radio station in that area. And, we then got an EU grant, and then we built out the other part. And we got a lot of training with the funding agencies, how to do projects, reporting, and all the rest of it. And we then got a grant through GEF. We got some solar panel, and we obviously have the radio. We have an internet cafe. We train our basic school students on computer with a Peace Corps operative. We had a lifelong learning session. We went for 2 years. We engaged art into the process. And the greatest thing for me was an 80-year-old woman who could never read. She ended up with a pass at 80. Got a grade 9. So those are great results. So from there, we had at least, I think it's about 18 youngsters on the radio, the internet cafe, learning training. We had many hours of training in ICT. The Community Without Borders policy, that gave us the internet hotspot. It was offered to us, and we were supposed to get 5 computers. We only got 3. And the reason why we only got 3 because we lobbied the minister who talked to the people who were supposed to give it to us, and they were very upset with us. So, but we went and collected. They were supposed to bring it, but we didn't wait. We went and collected. And that was my wife driving me on that one. But the thing is, we got it in, we got our thing going. The community, a rural community, had broadband before many people in Jamaica, even in the city, right? So it was a place where it never died, it never sleeps. There's always people around the building. So the activities there was great. We trained quite a few youngsters in different. We did about 2,000 hours of training in ICT, radio, environment, and other things that. So we always have training as part of our component. They then have the situation where we were doing jerk seasoning, and we did some, and they went very well. Everybody wants a jerk seasoning, but I decided that we need to do the starch. So we started to peel our breadfruit, bananas, and dry them on our roof. And my wife, as a home economics teacher, she loved foods, and she started to utilize it. By doing that, Trees That Feed Foundation, we had a breadfruit festival. Sorry, I missed that part. I have to go back to this. The breadfruit.
Right, and as a matter of fact, I was going to ask that we go back to some of the key social entrepreneurial things that you guys have done, which is quite a bit. So the young man at the back is just moving our slides for us. And if we get the clicker right there, I will also click back to a few of them. I see Clement telling us that our time is up, but I really need to show some of those wonderful things that you have done.
Yeah.
So if we can just go back to some of them. You had the breadfruit, products and pancake mix and all of that. If you can go back, we can see some of that there.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, this is where we started out with a hand mill. With hand mill, and I used to be the engine. And then I got it motorized.
Yes.
I got it motorized, and then they saw that it could work, and we were doing well. So we produced the flour, we produced the banana porridge, we produced plantain porridge, we do the sweet potato flour. And then we decided we're going to try the sweet potato pudding mix. And we did that by blending the starch. And it turned out to be a fantastic product that went around. Everybody loved it. And all you had to do was add water. We put all the ingredients in. We feed our school children with the pancake, that's a dumpling mix, right? And we've done all of that, but right at the point where we had takeoff, tragedy hit us. And this is not easy to talk about. My wife then got cancer. And that really, everything went.
Yes, understood, understood. And I tell you, it is never an easy journey. It is never an easy journey as a CSO and just in life, and you know.
Anyway.
Yes.
At this point where we are, I'm getting over it. It's only 2024 she passed. I'm getting over it, but the thing is, I can't afford for this to die.
Yes.
So, we spent 2 years in England, and the business kind of, it continued because we produce the pudding flour for flour mills for their sweet potato pudding. So that kept the business going. What I've done since then, since returning, is I realized that the farmers group can no longer, we don't have the capacity as a farmers group to run the business.
Yes.
So I've registered the business as a separate entity. And the farmers group will continue to do, and I'll get back to doing what we're supposed to be doing, is the community development work aspect of it, because that's what we were good at. And we're going to now pivot the products to a different level. We already got the individuals lined up. The board is already set. It's just that we are waiting on raw material to go into production. So I think I'll stop there.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. What a journey it has been. What a journey. You know, ebbs, flows, successes, failures. But at the end of the day, always hope, because we see what we can do, and what we have done before we are going to do again, right? I tell you, we love it. And of course, for those who need to partner to make sure that we get it done, this is the chance and the opportunity to speak. So I'm going to take some questions from my panelists. Do we have any questions? We have heard from, organizations that have done what some of us are trying to do, that have shown the challenges that they have encountered and how they have made the shift. Do we have any questions here today? I am seeing my young man with my mic. You have to show hand because you have to ask the question on mic, because we are streaming live, so we have to ask the questions on mic. Yes?
Good afternoon. I have a question anybody can answer. I got some of it in the presentations, but not fully clear, in that if you transition from NGO status to social enterprise status, where you're now making a profit, how does that now affect your status as a CSO? And is it that you have to keep the entities separate once you start? Is there do you have the business aspect separate from all of that? And what is that transition like, and the laws that govern what you do?
As far as the farmers group was registered 2003, and all we've done is since the hurricane and we had some destruction at the building as well, is to register the business as a separate entity. All right, it's a different board. Well, there's some mix and match, but it's a different board. So it's got its own structure. The farmers group is a non-profit. It's for non-profit. And this is for profit. So in other words, what was happening, the farmers group was sustaining the business. Then the business getting to a point where it starts to sustain the farmers group. So now we have to switch it around. We have to get the farmers group to do what original registration do, and the business is going to stand on its own.
Indeed, and I'm going to invite Charmaine to add to that in terms of the legal framework, and we will understand that it might change from country to country as well, so we want to give that caveat. But Charmaine, over to you.
Thanks for that question. And that is the problem we're actually trying to address. Right now, Jamaica does not have legislation for social enterprises. So what they have been doing is having to go under the charities law to register. And this is why you have to do the separation. What we're trying to get at with the registration, once you have legal status in place, is that you now have the legal form that can take account for all that a social enterprise need to be in place, so that you don't have to shift to say, I have a charity, but then I have to set up an independent business, because you can't, a charity does not, you can't register a business as a charity, right? So with legislation, what we're moving towards is to have two legal forms. One that allows a social enterprise to set up as a company limited by guarantee with share capital, and then another one without share capital. And that's the one that if you don't want investment, no problem. But this is what we're working on, so that a social entrepreneur can walk into Companies Office of Jamaica, register as a social enterprise, you get that legal status, and that is conferred by whichever entity the government will decide to give that responsibility to eliminate that kind of issue, which is what exists now. So they don't have a choice right now in Jamaica. You just register as a charity. It comes with limitations too, and this is part of why we need the legal status, because a charity can't access certain other kinds of benefits, like tax incentives or so. You already have certain incentives as a charity. And then the second thing, for Jamaica, when we talk about social enterprise and it is mixed up as a charity, there's a level of, I don't want to use the word stigma, but there's a level in terms of how, for instance, a financial institution or so will respond to their business needs, right? So the legal status is what we're working towards to eliminate that kind of ambiguity, and it will make it easier for a social enterprise. The other part of your question, though, would be with persons who are currently registered under the Charities Act, who are really social enterprises, when the law come into place, how will they shift? And yes, it really will require you would have to give up the charity status, because you can't be a business and have two statuses. So you will have to give up that charity status and re-register. But we're going to still try to see how, when we look at the process towards that, to make it the transition as easy as possible. But what is going to be good is that once you get your legal status as a SC, it makes life easier.
Okay, thank you so very, very much. Are there any other questions? By show of hand, are there any other questions? All right, once more, going once, going twice. Okay, so then give it up for my panelists here today. Give it up for the work that they have been doing. You know, they have been blazing a path, going where no one, well, so very few of us have gone before, right? So thank you so very, very much. Please, you can leave the stage. Thank you. And so, thank you so very much. We are at the end of our day. Can you imagine that? Already the end of our day, right? Now, those of you who were here with me yesterday know that a big thing for me, and I'm going to check with my tech team if they're seeing day 2 action planning, that we don't leave without making some commitments. We don't leave without transforming knowledge into action. I say it all the time that I'm a teacher at heart all the time, and therefore I believe in competency-based learning. And so if it is that we have learned something new, what sort of commitment to change are you willing to make? So I am going to ask, are you ready for me, tech team? If it is that you see it there, that we put it up. And today's action plan is actually very easy. You started it earlier, and I want to give props again to Keith Lynn for her presentation earlier, when it was that we engaged our speakers, who, by the way, we beg all of them to just come free and come talk to us, so we really want to big you up, right? And thank you. We said to her, we would like this particular exercise to be a part, and she worked it in so well. And, you know, she had such an engaging presentation that you all didn't get an opportunity to run through it, right? So this exercise, mission to market exercise, if you have not already done this, this is what I'm asking you to do as the very last 10 minutes of our time here today. Because, you know, tomorrow we have a very exciting day. Tomorrow is our technology day. Yes, we have, Dr. McNaughton has left, but he is going to come and speak to us, and he is a tech expert. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. But then we have our tools showcase, where we actually say, hey, this is what you should be using. This is what you should be doing. This is how it can do it. This is where you find it. This is how you manipulate it. So we're looking forward to that. And of course, plugging it, because I'm a part of that tomorrow. So yes, so we're going to give you all the opportunity to rest. But for the last 10 minutes, and those who are online or persons that are streaming with us, please do not just stay and listen. Do something different today. Make a commitment. So, what is the one service that your organization is already delivering well? That's one of the key questions for the mission to market exercise. Think about your entity. What is that one service that you're already doing well? Then ask yourself the question, who benefits from it? Then realistically, who else would pay for that value? Let us see if we can move from mission to market here. Who else would pay for that value? And if so, if someone is out there who is going to pay, how much will they pay? Think about it critically. What service, what can I do? In this changing era, what is going to be the shift that I can make? And you know, for me, when it is that we answer all of these questions, we have to say, by when and by who? Let us make some commitments. By when and by who? So write it in your notebooks. You remember that notebook? On a new page, write it in your notebook, think about it, and let's make a 30-day commitment. We're going to do something different. We're going to diversify our funding. We're going to move from mission to market. We're going to take some action based on what we have learned today, and we're going to take our first steps within the next 30 days. And I'm hoping, okay, I was just going to say, I'm hoping Richard is standing by, and Stephanie, because they're going to share their action planning as well. Or it's just Richard today? Okay, all right, we'll do. Yes. So ensure you at least have the questions so that if you don't get a chance to finish it, you can take some time to look at it this evening. Key questions. And remember, we asked, what's the key thing? In the next 30 days, what are you going to be doing? What's the commitment? And sign it. Sign it so it's an agreement with self. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We have gotten to the end of day 2. Was it a good day today? Was it a good day? Did you get value out of, the panel discussions and the keynote speakers, etc.? If so, make a little noise, man. Make a little noise if it was a good day today. Did you enjoy Ash's performance today? I am very glad and happy to hear that and to also demonstrate what can be done when we start thinking of how we can create additional value, right? So tomorrow, we are back at it. Tomorrow, as I said before, is our tech day. We're going to end now. However, we're going to ask the persons who are staying with us at the Pegasus to just stay back a little bit. We are going to have some discussions, some admin things to sort out as well. And plus, we also have a social excursion that is planned for those who want to participate as well. It's not going to be very long, but it should be very sweet. Let me leave it at that. I'm not going to give away. It should be very sweet. So you can get an opportunity to do that as well, right? So that is us. For those of us, I'm reminding you that for our collaboration corner tomorrow, we really don't have any more space for the Commonwealth Foundation. They said quite a few persons turned up today. They didn't get an opportunity because they already had meetings booked. But CFLI was also very busy today, but they're back tomorrow. So the CFLI also have grants starting next month. And you know there's one in every Caribbean country, so you should check it out as well. They are there tomorrow. Kobo Toolbox is there tomorrow as well. And Leaf is there tomorrow for those who want to structure for success, who want to speak to the consultant and the experts that we have. We're there tomorrow as well. So remember to book. Ladies and gentlemen, woo! My name is Georgia Crawford. It has been a long day, but it has been a good day. Thank you so very, very much for having me. And we'll be back with you tomorrow. Thank you.